Chapter 142. Golden Top Silver Snake Plant. Looking around, Yi Qin fixed his eyes on a gray lump of soil 10 meters away. In the middle of the lump of soil, a small plant with silver scales all over its body was standing there. There was even a trace of golden light on top of the plant, emitting a fine light. This plant is worth 50,000 gold. It is extremely rare. I can't believe I can see it here. Yi Qin was a bit surprised. One plant was worth 50,000 gold. It was definitely a sky-high price. If it was made into a protective pellet, it would be worth at least 500,000 gold. Even clasping Yuan realm warriors would fight for it. Without any hesitation, Yi Qin waved his hand. The golden top silver snake plant automatically came out of the soil and flew into his hand. However, before he could take a closer look, the lump of soil suddenly rose up, 2 openings appeared on both sides, and a cold light gathered together, locking onto him. This was not a lump of soil at all. It was obviously a demonic beast that looked like a crocodile. What? The crocodile broke out of the water, its 10 meters huge body carrying a strong corrosive demonic chi jumped towards Yi Qin. It opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Yi Qin did not panic as he threw a punch at the crocodile beast's mouth. Clang. Tens of thousands of pounds of strength combined with pure Jin Qi, it only made the crocodile fly back a few steps. Not even a slight wound appeared on it. Die. After the first punch failed, Yi Qin's clothes fluttered in the wind. He punched the crocodile's abdomen again. Swoosh. This punch was not only extremely heavy, it also contained an unbreakable sharpness. It instantly pierced through the crocodile's body. Its blood dyed the swamp red. Taking out a black bag with golden threads, Yi Qin dug out the crocodile's pellet, and threw it into the bag along with the jade box containing the golden top silver snake plant. Tying the bag tightly around his waist, Yi Qin's body flashed. He headed deeper into the swamp. Not long after, danger appeared again. From the big trees on both sides of the swamp, dozens of snake-like birds with wings flew out. The strange birds let out hissing sounds, attacking towards Yi Qin from all directions. Rule the world. With a punch, an umbrella-shaped black light shrouded Yi Qin's figure. The terrifying strange birds seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall and were all bounced back. They were twisted by the force of the punch. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths and their wings were broken. They fell into the swamp like rain and gradually sank. The Heavenly Dream Ancient region is an ancient inheritance ground. The environment inside has been preserved from the ancient times, and the beasts inside are also ancient beasts. Each and every one of them is incredibly powerful. According to the strength of the demonic chi, Yi Qin could easily tell that the crocodile was a level 4 demonic beast, and the horrifying bird was a level 3 demonic beast. However, compared to the demonic beasts outside, the demonic beasts here were at least 30% stronger. Their defense was exceptionally strong, and even a simple tyrant fist could not kill them. Yi Qin had no idea how vast the swamp was. He had been walking for half an hour, but he still hadn't seen the edge of the swamp. Along the way, countless demonic beasts had tried to attack him. Just a while ago, a calf-sized snail had spat out a mouthful of sticky liquid towards him. This sticky liquid was not only extremely sticky, but also contained a poisonous gas. If Yi Qin hadn't reacted fast enough and held his breath while dodging it, he would have been poisoned. At last, this snail was beheaded by Yi Qin with a single sword attack. That was the first time he had used his sword in this swamp. One could easily imagine how powerful that snail was. Stepping on a branch, Yi Qin stopped leaning forward and turned his head, looking at the scorched ground tens of meters away from him. A broken stone monument stood on the ground. The words carved on it had already been blurred. In front of the monument, an iron stick was stuck into the ground. Only the back half of the stick, which was about a meter long, was exposed. Yi Qin's eyes lit up. The iron stick was emitting a faintly discernible spirit chi. He was sure that a normal weapon wouldn't have such an effect. Could it be a brilliant weapon? Although he liked swords, it didn't mean that he would ignore other brilliant weapons. In the market, a low-rank brilliant weapon was worth at least 1 million gold taels. A slightly better one could be sold for 2 to 3 million gold taels. A low-rank brilliant weapon like the air splitter blade could even be sold for 4 to 5 million gold taels. Using the crane shadow steps, Yi Qin's figure disappeared from the branch. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the broken stone monument. Reaching out his hand to grab the iron stick, Yi Qin pulled it out with all his might. Boom! A scarlet-red flame soared into the sky, burning the big trees on the side into ashes. This was not an iron stick, but a pitch-black iron spear. It was 2 meters long, and the body of the spear had a mysterious spiral pattern. The edge of the spear was quadrangular, and there were grooves between the edges. At first glance, one would think that there was a spiral flame burning on the tip of the iron stick. It looked natural. A low-rank great spear, good stuff. Yi Chen could feel that there was a burning qi flowing in the iron spear. As long as he slightly pushed his Zhen qi, this burning qi would burst out and kill his enemies. However, compared to the tiger head great blade in his storage ring and Lynch's air splitter blade, it was slightly weaker. Great weapons were called brilliant weapons because they came with their own power. For example, the tiger head great blade contained blade qi which could be used by mortal realm warriors. As for Lynch's air splitter blade, it was probably the same. This low-rank great spear contained the power of fire, which was undoubtedly the best weapon for those who trained in fire Zhen qi. Holding the iron spear, Yi Chen frowned. Such a huge iron spear, where should he keep it? He couldn't just hold it in his hand all the time. It was so inconvenient to not have a storage ring. Yi Chen shook his head and forced a smile. Thousands of meters away, 4 or 5 disciples from different martial institutions saw the flame in front of them. Their eyes lit up, and they rushed over without hesitation. Someone is coming. Yi Chen, who was about to leave, froze. After a dozen breaths, 5 disciples from different martial institutions appeared around him. They were all from different martial institutions from different countries. Each of them was staring at the low-rank great spear in his hand. The greed in their eyes was self-evident. Brat, put down the spear. Cut off one of your arms and I will spare your life. Such a treasure, how could you get it? You asked for it. The 5 of them slowly approached, trying to get the low-rank great spear first. Yi Chen sneered. These 5 people were all peak-level late condensing reality realm warriors. Judging from their qi, 3 of them were child-level warriors, and the other 2 were child-level warriors. If you want the great spear, you will have to die first. There was no killing intent, no evil qi. Yi Chen had a sharp spirit, an unbreakable sharp spirit. You are looking for death. The disciple closest to Yi Chen made his move. He raised his hand and threw out a palm attack. A millstone-sized Zhen qi palm pressed towards Yi Chen. These were not worthy of his sword attack. Yi Chen held the iron spear and stabbed it out. Whoosh! The red flame burned through the Zhen qi palm and hit his neck. Pow! His head flew out and the place where it was cut off was burnt black. He has a low-rank great spear. Let's attack together. The other 4 were startled and shouted, trying to put on a brave front. You are asking for death. He threw out a back spear attack. Layers of spear shadows appeared like a mountain range. It was Yi Chen's lone peak of 13 swords, using the mountain range sword art. The martial disciple who attacked from behind had not even gotten close to Yi Chen, but already had dozens of burnt holes on his body. The fatal one was on his forehead and half of his skull had been blown off. After killing a martial disciple with 1 spear attack, Yi Chen did not even take a breath. He swung his spear horizontally, and the red flame exploded, landing on the left side of the other martial disciple's waist. Crack! That martial disciple's body was cut in half, and fell into the swamp. Run. This guy is not a normal late condensing reality realm warrior. At this moment, the remaining 2 people finally understood that Yi Chen was not someone they could mess with. Normally, a warrior with a low-rank great weapon would be able to fight against 2 people at most, and that would be the limit. It would be impossible to kill 3 people at once, and that would only be possible if one's own fighting power was equally powerful. But it was too late to run now. One of them was too slow and his head was blown off by Yi Chen. The other one was already hundreds of meters away. Before he could even feel lucky, he felt a burning sensation in his chest. He looked down and saw that the spear had pierced through his chest, nailing him to a big tree. The big tree was burning and the fire spread everywhere. Walking over and pulling out the iron spear, Yi Chen thought to himself, to me, child-level power is not enough anymore. You can only blame your bad luck. Instead of leaving immediately, Yi Chen suddenly turned around. It's time to show yourself, friend. Shoo. A human silhouette jumped out and landed on a rock in the middle of the swamp. Not bad, with a low-rank great spear, you managed to kill 5 disciples from other martial institutions at the same level. If possible, I don't want to kill you, but you have to cut off one of your own arms. As for the great spear, it will be my Chiu Hang's trophy. What do you think? The young man was about 21 or 22 years old. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a strong evil vibe coming from his body. A poisonous snake next to him had just shown its head, but it was immediately kicked in half by him. Killing a rank 3 ancient beast in a second, he was very powerful. Yi Chen could tell that his opponent was not simple. In the Heavenly Dream ancient region, a rank 3 ancient beast's defense was extremely strong. Even his tyrant fist could not kill it instantly. but his opponent was able to kill it so easily. If he was not mistaken, this person's power was close to the last hidden dragon rank warriors. If it were before, Yi Chen would not have the confidence to win against him. But now, things were different. The young man sneered, "In the last hidden dragon rank, I was ranked 75. Unfortunately, I was only in the top 72. But if you compare me to a normal peak-level late condensing reality realm warrior, you will die a horrible death. I can kill a bunch of those people easily. Do you want to live or die? Make your choice." Clang. The iron spear stabbed into the ground. Yi Chen pulled out the hidden cloud sword and said, "I will kill you with one sword attack." Why are there so many people who want to die? Don't worry, I won't let you die right away. I will tear off your limbs and stick them on a tree. While saying those creepy words, Chiu Heng's right foot lightly tapped on the rock. The rock exploded, and he had already jumped towards Yi Chen. While he was still in the air, his sharp leg power had already cut a few big trees near Yi Chen in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been carefully polished. Compared to him, Shirpadian and the others were not even on the same level. This Chiu Heng was unbelievably powerful. One sword attack. Yi Chen did not react at all. He slightly shook his head and casually threw out a sword attack. What's going on? I can see my back with my head. Chiu Heng felt that his body was moving further and further away. He could see his back, but his target had already put his sword back into its scabbard and turned around. That strange feeling made him panic. Chapter 143. His death was too fast. Maybe even in the end, Chiu Heng didn't know how he died. However, this had nothing to do with Yi Chen. He was only responsible for killing people. With a great sword hanging on his waist and an iron spear in his hand, Yi Chen lightly touched the ground and flew up to the top of a tree like a wisp of smoke. Then he flashed and disappeared. Squeak. Once Yi Chen left, countless bugs crawled out of the swamp and devoured Chiu Heng's body and head. Not even his bones were left. Not only was there a massacre happening in the swamp where Yi Chen was, but there were also massacres happening in other places. In the middle of a mountain range. The smell of blood was everywhere. Run. It's one bloodless blade, Mo Wuxia. What? It's Mo Wuxia. We're dead. We're all dead. Outside the simple and magnificent cave, 6 to 7 sect disciples were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves as they flew out. Some of them were even using incomplete cultivation methods just to increase their speed a little. There were also some people who were carrying explosive pellets with them to save their lives and threw them behind them. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Mo Wuxia, who was wearing a blood-red robe with golden edges, walked out of the cave. He laughed evilly, holding the blood-red thin blade in his hand. He swung it sideways. There was no obvious blade light or blade chi, only an arc-shaped line of blood. Silently, the heads of those people who were running away were cut off. There was no blood coming out of the wounds. It was as if the heads were sealed inside their bodies by an invisible force. It was extremely strange. One bloodless blade killing people without spilling blood. This was the power of the head disciple of the evil blood martial school, the 54th ranked disciple of the last hidden dragon rank. At the same time, in another place, beside the lake, Yuan Hengying glanced at the people who wanted to run but didn't dare to and said cruelly, "Apart from the Sky Eagle Castle's disciples, anyone who runs into me, Yuan Hengying, has only one choice: death." Hearing this, these people's faces turned pale. They had found a fish dragon plant that was worth 70,000 gold by the side of the lake. When they were fighting against each other, they had actually attracted the attention of the most bloodthirsty Yuan Hengying. Yuan Hengying was known as the Killer Eagle. He had never left anyone alive. In terms of notoriety, he was even more notorious than Mo Wuxia. At least, Mo Wuxia killed for the sake of killing. As long as they didn't provoke him, they would have a high chance of surviving. However, Yuan Hengying was unpredictable. He would kill people when he was in a good mood, he would kill people when he was in a bad mood, he would kill people when he was in a good mood. Even if he was in a good mood, he would still kill people when he was in a good mood. Clearly, the current Killer Eagle was normal, which meant that he could kill people. However, I've changed my mind. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. Whoever can escape from my attack will be spared. Yuan Hengying really liked this kind of atmosphere. He was in control of other people's life and death. If he wanted them to live, he would live. If he wanted them to die, he would die. He had done this many times before. 3 breaths, escape from my attack. Everyone's eyes brightened. Most of them were at the peak of the late condensing reality realm. It was not a problem for them to fly 100 meters in one breath. Some of the faster ones could even reach 200 meters. If they ran as fast as they could in 3 breaths, they might be able to survive from Yuan Henging. What? Why are you still not running? Maybe I will change my mind soon. Yuan Henging licked his lips, a hideous look flashed through his eyes. Run? Under the pressure of death, everyone pushed their Jinqi to its limit. They flew out at a speed that was way faster than before, scattering in all directions. Within 1 breath, the slowest person was already 100 meters away. Within 2 breaths, the slowest person was already 250 meters away. Within 3 breaths, the fastest person was already 1 mile away. Eagle's soul splitting. Yuan Henging yelled. He put both of his hands in front of his chest and pushed them out. The dark cyan Jinqi condensed into numerous huge Jinqi eagles. With Yuan Henging as the starting point, they spread out in all directions like lightning. Ah! A scream was heard. The slowest martial disciple's head was ripped apart by the claws of a huge Jinqi eagle. His body slid out for 10 meters and he was no longer breathing. Then the second martial disciple, the third, the fourth, only 1 person was left and he had already run for almost 1,000 meters. Not bad you managed to run that far. But it is not that easy to escape from one attack. Eagle combination Eagle Sky Attack. All of the Jinqi eagles combined into one, forming a super huge eagle. The super huge eagle flapped its wings, and 2 dark cyan chi blades flew out. Right then that martial disciple seemed to feel death approaching. He took out a dark red iron bomb from his pocket. It was called the Red Light Fire Bomb, which was as famous as the Silver Light Thunderbolt Bomb. It could kill a peak-level early clasping Yuan Realm warrior. But of course he did not dare to attack Yuan Henging. Instead he threw the bomb towards the chi blades behind him and yelled, "Explode!" Boom! A bright red light exploded, and the 2 chi blades were shattered immediately. I dodged one attack. His face was filled with excitement, and his mind and body suddenly relaxed. Swoosh! All of a sudden, another chi blade flew out and cut off his head. This martial disciple died with his eyes wide open. Yuan Henging lightly landed in front of the martial disciple and said casually, "I told you, anyone who runs into me Yuan Henging can only die. I will not make an exception. 3 breaths was just a joke, don't take it seriously." Waving his hand, 3 red light fire bombs flew out of the martial disciple's pocket and landed in Yuan Hengying's hand. He sneered and flashed out. The swamp area was extremely dangerous and sometimes it was not a good thing to be too fast. Just now, Yi Qin had suffered a great loss and had to slow down his speed to about 60 to 70%, saving some energy for himself. Piercing through a demonic bird that had sneakily attacked from the sky, Yi Qin stood on top of a huge tree. Looking into the distance, there was nothing in front of him and nothing in front of him. Is this the end? Yi Qin frowned. Without any hesitation, he moved his body forward and moved as light as a swallow. This place was a dark cliff, and inside the cliff was a swamp area. Outside the cliff, there was nothing but nothingness, as if it was blocked by a great barrier that no one could see through. Thinking about what the leader Luo Xinglia had said before, the Heavenly Dream Ancient region was extremely mysterious, and that the entrance of the treasury could be in the mountains, under the water, or even just by jumping down. Yi Qin hesitated for a second, then jumped down from the cliff. He had learned the crane shadow steps, art which allowed him to fly for a long distance. If anything happened he could come back anytime he wanted. But if he didn't try there was no other way to go, and the only way left was to turn back, which would undoubtedly waste a lot of time and energy. In the Heavenly Dream Ancient region time was money. After falling for about 500 meters, Yi Qin felt that the bottom of the cliff was still immeasurably deep. Clouds were rolling in the air and he suddenly wanted to go back. But right at this moment, the space underneath vibrated intensely and formed into a 10 meters wide whirlpool, sucking Yi Qin in. Pop! Yi Qin let out a sigh of relief as his feet landed on the ground. Just like what the leader had said, the entrance of the treasury was everywhere. It all depended on whether you had the guts or not. If he didn't jump down just now, he would have lost a great opportunity. Letting out a deep breath, Yi Qin finally had the mood to observe the surroundings. Looking around, he found that his surroundings were very dark. He was in a stone corridor. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, there was a small protruding stone platform every 100 meters. In the center of the small stone platform, there were candles as thick as a child's arm. The faint light from the candles flickered brightly and dimly. Thanks to the sword intent, Yi Qin wasn't scared by the dark environment. He started walking deeper into the corridor. After walking for a few 100 meters, a side road appeared on the right side of the corridor, and he could vaguely hear people talking. Looks like I'm not the only one here. Yi Chen thought for a while, then quietly walked into the side road. At the end of the side road, there was a luxurious, ancient hall. The crystal lamp on the ceiling of the hall never went out, emitting a soft and bright light, which brought a sense of security to the dark environment. Yi Chen looked down. There were 3 doors on the side of the hall, and each door was carved with different things. Right now, a group of disciples were fighting each other, trying to get into the hall first. My head disciple is Shui Hen, ranked 57th in the Hidden Dragon rank. Anyone who offends us, the Invisible Martial School, will die. Get the hell out of here. Ha, I am a disciple of the White Deer Cave, and my head disciple is Lu Zhao. The rest of you get out of here. In the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, life and death are all up to fate. If I kill you, who will know who killed you? Don't be stupid, die. Sounds of chi explosions came one after another. Even the crystal lamp on the ceiling of the hall started shaking, as if it was going to fall off at any second. Yi Chen was planning to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. They were not far away from here. If it was a normal martial disciple, he wouldn't care, he could just kill them. But this person's footsteps seemed to contain some kind of magical power. Each step seemed to contain a mountain-like power, but it gave off an oppressive feeling as if a storm was coming. Early clasping Yuan Realm Warrior. With this thought flashing across his mind, Yi Chen stepped out of the side road and came into the hall. The fight paused for a second and everyone's attention was on Yi Chen. Seeing the cloud patterns on Yi Chen's sleeves, a lot of people grinned viciously. Windy Nation's Sky Cloud Martial School, a disciple from a rank 9 martial institution, how dare he come here? He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. I have never killed a disciple from the Sky Cloud Martial School, but I have killed a disciple from the North Snow Martial Academy. It was so easy, I wonder how these people train themselves. Let's kill him first. That's right. These people had been fighting for a long time, but couldn't find a winner in a short time. Seeing Yi Chen show up, they immediately walked towards him with evil intentions, as if they were looking at a dead man. Yi Chen sneered, a bunch of reckless people. If it weren't for the fact that there was someone in the side road, I would have killed them already. Now I should just wait and see. Before these people could attack first, a huge Zhen Qi fist suddenly swooshed out from the side road. The Zhen Qi fist was extremely condensed, it was as huge as a mountain, piercing through the entire hall at an amazing speed. Bang 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 bang, almost half of the people were killed by the power of the fist, their bodies were sent flying in the air. The Zhen Qi fist's power didn't fade away, it even broke a thick pillar in the hall. Chapter 144. Such a strong fist power. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. All of the people in the hall were either at the child level, but they couldn't even take a single punch, and half of them were either killed or wounded. A hidden dragon ranking martial artist is here. His fist power is as strong as a mountain. He is Lin Yu, ranked 70th in the hidden dragon ranking. Run. Every 10 years, more than 60% of the disciples in the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region were killed by hidden dragon ranking martial artists, and only a small part of them died in the hunt of ancient demonic beasts. In the eyes of these disciples, every hidden dragon ranking martial artist was a killer. They had to run as fast as they could, otherwise they would definitely die. No one knew who took the lead, but all of the surviving disciples fled in all directions. Soon only Yi Chen and 7 or 8 corpses were left in the hall. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps grew clearer and clearer, a sturdy figure slowly appeared in Yi Chen's sight. He was over 2 meters tall, and as sturdy as a mountain. He was Lin Yu, the head disciple of the Dragon Tiger Martial School, a rank 7 institution in the Elephant Mountain country, and was ranked 70th in the last hidden dragon ranking. Lin Yu glanced at the corpses on the ground, then turned to Yi Chen and said with a slight surprise, "Why didn't you run?" In his eyes, Yi Chen was only a late condensing reality realm martial artist. He hadn't even reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Although those who could enter the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region were all outstanding martial artists from their institutions, they were still not strong enough. With his early clasping Yuan Realm Cultivation, who would care about a late condensing reality realm martial artist? Yi Chen gave a faint smile and said, "I'm also interested in the treasures in there, why should I run?" "Oh, it seems like you're quite confident. But too bad, those who are not powerful enough and overconfident usually die early, they will never be able to make a name for themselves." Lin Yu held his hands behind his back. He didn't take Yi Chen seriously at all. He wasn't afraid that Yi Chen would launch a sneak attack on him. "Why don't you try?" Yi Chen knew that no matter how much he said, He had to prove himself with his own power, otherwise, Lin Yu would only treat him as a pushover. A strange look flashed across Lin Yu's eyes. Yi Chen clearly knew that Lin Yu was a martial artist ranked in the Hidden Dragon ranking, but he was still so confident. Lin Yu couldn't understand where Yi Chen got his confidence from. Did he really think that he could fight against Lin Yu? The latter possibility was very small. How could the other party sect let a hot-headed person enter? Wasn't that sending him to his death? Thinking of this, Lin Yu laughed out loud. Good, you've got guts. If you can take a punch from me, Lin Yu, will never embarrass you again. One punch? I'll take it. Yi Chen didn't intend to fight head-on with the other party because he wasn't confident that he could kill the other party. Of course, the other party wouldn't be able to kill him either. Clang. As soon as the hidden cloud sword was unsheathed, Yi Chen's aura changed. An astonishing sharpness gathered, condensed, sublimated, and transformed. His whole body was like a divine sword that was about to be unsheathed, piercing through the void. What a sharp sword aura. No, there seems to be a hint of sword intent. Could it be that this person has already comprehended sword intent? Lin Yu didn't really believe that Yi Chen had already comprehended sword intent. He thought that it was some kind of change brought about by the special sword art he had been practicing. Therefore he let out a great shout and launched a punch. Break. The mountain-heavy punch hadn't even hit the ground yet, but the ground had already cracked and collapsed. The surrounding walls let out a series of creaking noises, and then broke into pieces. This punch was powerful enough to kill an ordinary early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and break a 100-meter-tall hill. Yi Chen's hair and clothes fluttered in the air, as if he would be blown away and shattered by the punch at any moment. His eyes were sharp and he launched the hidden cloud sword. A thin sword mark appeared in the air, extending straight towards the punch. At that moment, all the crystal lamps in the hall seemed to have lost their colors, and the only thing left in the hall was that sword mark. Pop, pop. The sound of the explosion resounded for hundreds of times, and the frequency of the explosion was so high that it could even penetrate people's eardrums. After that, the two of them were both sent flying backwards. Sword intent, it's really the sword intent. Lin Yu steadied his body, and his face was filled with amazement. While he was still flying backwards, Yi Chen had already skillfully sheathed his sword, lightly landed on the ground, raised his head and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Lin Yu responded, "I'm a man of my word, I won't embarrass you anymore. But don't think that you can do whatever you want with only the sword intent. In the last Hidden Dragon ranking competition, there were a few disciples who had comprehended the sword intent, but none of them were invincible." Of course I know that. Yi Chen wasn't stupid enough to think that the sword intent was everything, and that he could easily kill Lin Yu. There were 3,000 great Daos, and the sword intent was only one of them, and the sword intent was only a sublimation of the sword art. It didn't mean that Yi Chen was qualified to look down upon the whole world. After all those powerful martial artists were extremely powerful, and none of them could surpass their own cultivation levels. Patter, patter, patter. Yi Chen and Lin Yu didn't intend to continue the fight. Just when they were about to open two of the three doors, they heard faint footsteps coming from the other side of the door. The footsteps were very rhythmic from the beginning to the end, and then to the beginning again the same time, as if the footsteps were both intentional and natural. If one had to describe it with one word, it would be copy. Indeed, only copy could perfectly explain the rhythm of the footsteps. Although they hadn't seen the person yet, both Yi Chen and Lin Yu's expressions changed. This guy is very powerful and his footsteps seem familiar. Lin Yu knitted his eyebrows, trying his best to recall. In the next moment, Lin Yu exclaimed in a low voice, "It's the young Master Devil, Yin Wuqing." The young Master Devil, Yin Wuqing. Soon, information about Yin Wuqing emerged in Yi Chen's mind. Yin Wuqing was the head disciple of the Sky Serpent Nation's Rank 7 institution, the Brute Devil Martial School, ranked 45th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. Among the 13 Hidden Dragon-ranked martial artists from the 9 nations, he was one of the 2 who hadn't reached the Clasping Yuan realm yet. I thought this guy hasn't reached the Clasping Yuan realm yet? Yi Chen had been wondering about this for a long time. Luo Hanshan had told him that the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon ranking were all Clasping Yuan realm martial artists, but how did Yin Wuqing manage to get into the top 50? Lin Yu asked confusedly, "Haven't you heard about the young Master Devil, Yin Wuqing? Even early Clasping Yuan realm martial artists are afraid of him. Even the Bloodless Blade, Mo Wuxia and the Killing Eagle, wouldn't dare to confront him face to face." Yi Chen shook his head. He had just reached the Clasping Yuan realm not long ago, so he didn't know much about the outside world. Perhaps, the 4 young masters of the Windy Nation would know more about him. The Brute Devil Martial School is the same as the Evil Blood Martial School, they're both evil martial institutions. Their disciples practice evil martial arts, and the martial art that Yin Wuqing practices is even more special. It's called the Earth Devil Body Refining Art. It focuses on the cultivation of the body, making the body as tough as iron, impervious to all kinds of weapons and impervious to fire and water. Apart from this, the progress of the martial artist who practices this martial art will be very slow, but with every step, the martial artist's power will rise at an incredible speed. With this Earth Devil Body Refining Art, Yin Wuqing managed to defeat a few early Clasping Yuan realm martial artists in the Hidden Dragon ranking, and won the 45th place. Although we've all reached the Clasping Yuan realm now, no one dares to underestimate him. Yi Chen asked, "May I know the rank of this Earth Devil Body Refining Art?" Lin Yu responded, "I heard it's a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art." A mid-rank Earth Realm martial art? No wonder it's even a rank higher than my pure Jade Body Boosting spell. It seems that the martial art that our leader Luo Xinglia practices is only a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. Yi Chen thought. The footsteps stopped and a young man's silhouette appeared in their line of sight. The young man was neither too tall nor too short, he was tall and slim and even looked a bit scrawny. However, in Yi Chen and Lin Yu's eyes, this young man gave off a strong feeling that he was invincible, as if he himself was a weapon. "Lin Yu, are you trying to stop me?" The young man coldly stared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu laughed out loud and responded, "How could I dare to stop the young Master Devil? There are 3 doors here, let's each take one." "What? Is he qualified?" Yin Wuqing's eyes fell on Yi Chen. Lin Yu shook his head. "Don't underestimate him, he has already attained the sword intent. Just now he and I exchanged a move, and it ended in a draw." "Ah, he's qualified then." Yin Wuqing was a bit surprised. People who had attained the sword intent were all powerful, and he had already seen it during the Hidden Dragon rank competition. Therefore he would not underestimate him. "Let's mind our own business. Otherwise Lin Yu would never be afraid of anyone." While speaking, Lin Yu walked towards the middle door. The young Master Devil walked towards the right door. Yi Chen didn't care which door he chose because before he opened it, no one would know what was inside. On the other side, Lin Yu slightly raised his voice. In front of the door, an invisible screen was blocking his way, preventing him from opening it. "Break." Lin Yu threw out a punch and a strong fist power condensed into a solid shape, striking on the invisible screen. Bust. The screen didn't break, but ripples spread out. Lin Yu didn't believe it, he boosted up all of his Jin Qi and threw out 3 punches in a row. Bang bang bang. The invisible screen vibrated intensely, twisting and showing signs of breaking. After that, Lin Yu threw out the 4th punch and shattered the screen. On the other side, the young Master Devil sneered. He reached out his smooth, jade-like palm and clenched his fist. He didn't release even a little bit of Jin Qi, but directly punched on the invisible screen. Pop. A large part of the invisible screen was dented. Before it bounced back, it was punched for the 2nd time, then the 3rd time. Before the 4th punch was launched, Yin Wuqing grabbed the dented part of the screen with both of his hands and tore it apart. Bang. The invisible screen was torn apart by Yin Wuqing. Even Yi Chen was shocked by his great strength, and silently thought that he couldn't compete with Yin Wuqing at all. When the 2 of them walked into the door, Yi Chen pulled out the hidden cloud sword and hit the same spot 3 times in a row. Puff. The invisible screen was punctured and disappeared. Carrying the iron spear on his back and holding the sword in his right hand, Yi Chen opened the door and walked in. There was nothing in the room except for a black coffin, which was placed in the middle of the room. Is this a tomb? Yi Chen had a bad feeling because the coffin gave him a weird feeling as if there was something horrible in it. At this moment, a raging roar came from Lin Yu's room, followed by an earth-shaking sound of fighting, which even shook the entire room and hall. Creak. The thick lid of the coffin suddenly moved a little bit to the side, showing a crack. From the crack, 2 beams of green light darted out like ghosts. Chapter 145. Yi Chen frowned inwardly. These 2 beams of green light gave him an evil feeling, full of evil and cruelty. Plus, they also carried a numbing power that made his hands and feet feel weak. But he was a martial artist who had learned the sword intent after all, which made him invincible. He snorted and cut off the connection with the green light. Crack. The lid of the coffin suddenly flew up, and a human figure stood up from inside. Cut. Yi Chen reacted quickly and threw out a sword attack. Clang. Sparks splashed out, but this sharp sword attack failed to cut open the body of the man. Oh! The human figure let out a wolf howl as he bounced on his knees, jumping towards Yi Chen at lightning speed. His two arms pulled back and released, stabbing out like two sharp blades. The room was very dark and there was no light source. With his powerful soul power, Yi Chen could still see the face and body shape of the man. He was shocked when he saw the man's face. It was not a man at all but a black-colored zombie. The zombie's shriveled body was scrunched up, shining with a metallic luster. Its green eyes had lost all human emotions, only cruelty, strangeness, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, and all the evil things in the world could be seen in those eyes. The zombie's movement was a bit stiff, but its explosive speed was quite fast. Yi Chen leaned to the side and moved 10 meters away. In the next moment, the hard wall was punctured and torn apart. The zombie tilted its head and locked its evil green eyes on Yi Chen. Of course, Yi Chen did not show any mercy. He waved the hidden cloud sword and two sharp sword chi shot out, one from the left and one from the right, aiming at the zombie's eyes. Since he had comprehended the sword intent, his attacking speed and power had been greatly improved, and he was no weaker than an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. It was able to react in an extremely short period of time. Its shriveled head tilted back slightly, dodging the sword chi on the left. As for the other sword chi, it missed its eyes due to the target's movement and struck its cheek instead. A few sparks flew out and the zombie's cheek was cut open. What kind of zombie is this? Even the sword chi couldn't hurt it. Yi Chen clearly saw that when the sword chi cut the zombie's cheek, there was a green light, which blocked most of the attack power. The zombie felt dizzy after being hit by the sword chi. Without thinking, it opened its horrifying, stinky mouth and spat out a ball of green light towards Yi Chen. The wall was instantly corroded, and the smell of the green gas was nauseating. Yi Chen was forced out of the room and returned to the luxurious hall. He turned his head sideways and found that both Lin Yu and Yin Wuxia were there, and their opponents were zombies as well. What bad luck to actually encounter a martial zombie here. Lin Yu's sleeves were torn and his clothes were a bit messy. Just now, when he walked into the coffin, he didn't find anything, so he directly opened the coffin lid. Unexpectedly, a zombie suddenly jumped out from the coffin, and its two arms nearly pierced through his chest. If he hadn't activated a defensive skill before, he would have been dead by now. Martial zombies? Yi Chen was a bit confused. Yin Wuxia explained, under special circumstances, a martial artist's Jin Qi won't dissipate after he or she dies. Instead, it will mix with the corpse Qi, and after a long time, the corpses of these martial artists will become immortal. However, if a living human comes to this place at this time, the rich Jin Qi contained in these corpses will cause the corpses of these martial artists to change into martial zombies, and they will become bloodthirsty martial zombies. Martial zombies are extremely strong and are almost invulnerable. In terms of physical strength, martial zombies are even more powerful than demonic beasts at the same level. If I'm not wrong, these three martial zombies used to be early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and after they become martial zombies, they will become 5th grade martial zombies. However, they haven't been able to control the corpse chi contained in their bodies yet. Lin Yu nodded and said, it said that the ghost artist, one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 evil cult, was a martial zombie. However, he was different from ordinary martial zombies because of some special reasons. He regained his intelligence, and became even more cunning and insidious than human beings. What's more, as a martial zombie he was able to turn living martial artists into martial zombies. According to him, those martial zombies were called elite corpses. From high to low they were called iron plate corpses, bronze plate corpses, silver plate corpses, gold plate corpses and so on. The ghost artist was a martial zombie? This was the first time for Yi Chen to hear about such a thing, but he had heard about bronze plate corpses. When he was helping the Ling family to complete a mission in the Red Blood Forest, he and his family ran into some ghost guards under the ghost artist's command. One of the ghost guards had even threatened to turn Yi Chen into a bronze plate corpse. Martial zombies are coming out, be careful, don't let them hurt you or you'll be infected by the corpse poison. While speaking, Lin Yu's clothes fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. He abruptly launched a punch, and the fierce fist power transformed into a huge cauldron, pressing towards the martial zombie in the middle. Clang. The room-sized Jin Qi cauldron weighed over 1,000 kilograms, directly pressing the martial zombie into the ground. The martial zombie couldn't even crawl out for a short while, and could only let out shrill screams. Earth Devil's body-shattering cut. Yin Wuxia restrained his Jin Qi, formed a sawtooth-shaped dark purple light ring on the edge of his palm. He moved as fast as a bolt of lightning, and fiercely hacked on the neck of the other martial zombie. This palm strike was way too sharp and powerful. It sent the martial zombie flying away, bumping against the wall. A wound was left on the neck, but no blood was spilled out. Oh. The last martial zombie bent its knees and sprung up, darting straight towards Yi Chen, who was holding the hidden cloud sword and standing motionlessly. "I've been waiting for you, startling cloud." Yi Chen raised the hidden cloud sword high with his right hand and injected waves of Zhen Qi into the sword. The strong sword aura released from the sword made the surrounding airflow spin at a high speed. Yi Chen swung the sword out. An incomparably thick stream of sword qi, which looked like a gigantic pair of scissors, sliced the air open and accurately hit the martial zombie from its chest to its neck. Iron-like minced meat flew in the air, and a bone-deep slash appeared on the martial zombie's chest. Its solid body was instantly lifted up from the ground and heavily smashed against a stone pillar. The stone pillar collapsed, and the martial zombie's body was pressed under a huge rock. The Zhen Qi cauldron shook violently. Lin Yu gave a bitter smile and said, "I can't. Although these few martial zombies can't control their corpse qi at will, their defensive power and strength are all at the same level as 5th-rank martial zombies. It's impossible to kill them within a short period of time. I can only barely push them back." Yin Wuqing said coldly, "Martial zombies are incredibly powerful. A 7th-rank martial zombie raised by our Barbarian Devil Martial School once killed an early astral-reaching realm martial artist." Everyone knew that the Barbarian Devil Martial School had been raising martial zombies, and Yin Wuqing wasn't afraid of the consequences. Not to mention that the comprehensive power of the Barbarian Devil Martial School was even greater than that of the Evil Blood Martial School. As one of the top rank 7 martial institutions, ordinary rank 7 martial institutions couldn't be compared with them. Looking at the martial zombie that crawled out from the pile of rocks, Yi Chen felt helpless for the first time. He hesitated whether he should use the heart refining or not, but after thinking for a while he decided not to. This was not a life or death moment. There was no need for him to expose his most powerful martial skill. Not to mention that he was sure that Lin Yu and Yin Wuqing also had their most powerful martial skills that they hadn't used yet. Besides, even if he used the heart refining, he might not be able to kill the martial zombie. It would at most injure it severely. If he used the heart refining for a few more times, it would consume too much of his spiritual power, which was not wise. Explode. On the other side, Lin Yu couldn't suppress the martial zombie any longer. He made a prompt decision and cast a secret magic to explode his Zhen Qi cauldron. The fierce airwaves generated by the explosion shook the entire hall, fist-sized rocks fell down from the ceiling, and quite a few crystal lamps were extinguished. The martial zombie that had just crawled up from the ground couldn't help but be thrown into the air, landing beside the dead body of the martial artist. Crack, crack. What happened next was shocking. The martial zombie tore off the arm of the dead martial artist, threw it into its mouth and started chewing. Blood splashed everywhere and sharp teeth-grinding noises resounded through the entire hall. The other 2 martial zombies were also attracted by this. They grabbed a dead martial artist and started gnawing on it. Yin Wuqing's facial expression changed. Don't let them eat enough blood and meat. Once they have enough power, they will become real 5th-grade martial zombies, and they will be able to release their corpse qi to attack their enemies, just like normal martial artists. Kill. While speaking, Yin Wuqing had already rushed over. Bean-sized, faintly discernible black scales emerged on his white skin, which looked even more terrifying than martial zombies. He looked just like a human-shaped killing machine. Bang. The martial zombie that was closest to Yin Wuqing was sent flying away once it touched Yin Wuqing's body. It was punched and kicked 4 times in the air, making it howl in pain. Dual cauldron competition. Lin Yu understood the severity of the situation. A cyan-yellow stream of Zhen Qi burst out from his body and rose into the air. He then clenched his fists and quickly closed them. Boom. The 2 room-sized cauldrons encircled the martial zombie, which had been happily eating, and fiercely clashed against each other. Waves of shockwaves spread out in all directions, tearing all surrounding corpses into pieces. Perhaps it had eaten quite a lot of corpses. A green stream of Zhen Qi burst out from this martial zombie's body, shielding it in the middle. Nevertheless, the 2 cauldrons clashed against each other, adding up and shaking each other, crazily damaging the martial zombie's body. In this case, I have no choice but to slowly wear down the martial zombie's defense. Although he couldn't use the heart refining, Yi Chen still had another sword move. This sword move might not be as powerful as the shocking cloud sword art, but after a long period of research, he had found a new use for it. Therefore he might as well try it on the martial zombie first. Thinking of this, the sharp aura released from Yi Chen's body grew stronger and stronger, along with a faint sense of mountain power. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen launched a seemingly slow but actually fast sword move. Mountain Condensed Sword Chi. Boom. Not only did the sword chi that was as thick as a mountain send the martial zombie flying, it even pinned it against the wall, unable to move. What was even more frightening was that the sword chi did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to grind against the martial zombie's chest, again and again, endlessly. What kind of sword move is this? Seeing the sword chi continuously wearing down the martial zombie's defense, Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp in shock. Yin Wuqing also glanced at Yi Chen in surprise. Before, he had only acknowledged Yi Chen's power and didn't want to become enemies with him, but now he truly didn't want to be enemies with Yi Chen anymore. He thought that Yi Chen had already exhausted all of his abilities, but unexpectedly, Yi Chen also had more powerful skills than them, and who knew whether he had more powerful skills or not. This man can't be underestimated. That was Yin Wuqing's thought. The martial zombie struggled intensely. However, the mountain-heavy sword chi had disabled it from moving, and it could only let itself be slaughtered by Yi Chen. Chapter 146. Yi Chen, who had been maintaining the posture of wielding the sword, couldn't stand it any longer. This stream of sword chi was connected with his own Jin Chi, and every second he would consume a great amount of Jin Chi. Of course, if he and that martial zombie were the only ones here, he would be able to kill that martial zombie at one go. But sadly he was not. He couldn't guarantee that no accidents would happen when he ran out of Jin Chi. Yi Chen took back the hidden cloud sword, and the mountain-like stream of sword chi finally disappeared. The martial zombie, which had been squeezed into the wall, was in an extremely miserable state. Its body was nearly cut into two by the sword chi, and its pitch-black internal organs and spine were clearly visible. Oh! The martial zombie let out a shrill roar, and streams of green airflow burst out from its pitch-black bones and muscles, trying its best to close and reconnect its broken chest. How can I let you get what you want? Yi Chen took out the iron spear from his back, then stomped his foot against the ground and darted out, transforming into a blood-red stream of light. Boom! The spear directly nailed on the broken chest of the martial zombie, and a raging flame instantly wrapped the martial zombie up, turning it into a human-shaped torch. Crackle! The flame seemed to have a restraining effect on the body of the martial zombie. As Yi Chen continued injecting his Zhen Qi into the spear, the flame on the spear grew stronger and stronger, and the temperature grew higher and higher. Even the martial zombie's bones and muscles began to soften, like a candle, with sticky liquid dripping down from it. Yi Chen's eyes shone. Just now he had been thinking that the flame might be able to restrain the martial zombie, but he didn't expect it to be so effective. It was even more effective than a full-strength sword attack of his. However, ordinary Jin Qi flames shouldn't be this powerful, most likely because the iron spear was a low-grade great treasure, and the flame power contained in it was even more powerful. Thinking of this, Yi Chen didn't have any other thoughts. He gripped the iron spear with both of his hands, and pinned the martial zombie against the wall. Oh. The martial zombie had already suffered a severe injury, and at the moment, its body was burning with a raging flame. Instantly, it howled like a wolf and the sound waves spread out in all directions. Damn, martial zombies are afraid of fire, so that's why. Lin Yu pondered for a while, then took out a handful of orange-yellow explosive pills from his pocket. Explosive pills weren't very powerful, even if the explosion range was very close. It could only injure an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and couldn't kill him instantly. Compared to the silver light thunderbolt bomb and the red light fireball bomb, however, compared to the latter, explosive pills were the most commonly used weapons nowadays. The reason was simple: explosive pills could be produced in small quantities, while the manufacturing methods of the silver light thunderbolt bomb and the red light fireball bomb had long been lost in history. The Sky Cloud Martial School had almost used up all the silver light thunderbolt bomb that Luo Hanshan had brought back last time, and they would never have another one in the future. Neither would they be able to produce another one, unless they could find an ancient ruin, and find a silver light thunderbolt bomb. But of course, explosive pills weren't easy to find. Among the 9 nations, only a few institutions had the manufacturing methods of explosive pills, and the Dragon Tiger Martial School, where Lin Yu was from, was one of them. If the other institutions wanted explosive pills, they would have to buy them at a high price. As for robbing the manufacturing methods of explosive pills, they would rarely happen. After all, the Dragon Tiger Martial School was a mid-grade rank 7 institution. Even if a top-grade rank 7 institution wanted to rob them, they would have to prepare to die together with them. Otherwise, the other institutions would take advantage of the situation. However, a rank 6 institution wouldn't destroy a rank 7 institution just for the manufacturing methods of explosive pills. Perhaps they had even more powerful weapons. After all, the power of a rank 6 institution was beyond anyone's imagination. While the zombie was howling, Lin Yu reacted quickly and threw a handful of explosive pills towards it. The howling stopped abruptly. Except for a few explosive pills, most of the explosive pills were swallowed by the zombie. Bang 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 bang, almost instantaneously, a series of explosive sounds came from inside and outside the zombie's body. In the next moment, wisps of fiery light darted out from the zombie's eyes, nose, mouth, along with puffs of smoke. Yin Wuqing paused for a second. He didn't have any fire attribute low-grade treasured weapon, neither did he have any explosive pills. It seemed that he could only rely on his physical strength to solve this problem. Without thinking too much, Yin Wuqing took out a pair of gloves made of black silk from his clothes, which were shining with a cold light. He put them on and activated his Jin Qi. Immediately, a curved, dark purple Jin Qi blade emerged from the glove, sticking closely to the edge of his palm. This pair of gloves were low-grade treasured weapons given to him by their leader, the gold-splitting gloves. He rarely used them before because he believed that his physical strength was more than enough. Earth Devil's body-shattering cut. Yin Wuqing moved as fast as a bolt of lightning and launched a hack on the zombie's neck. The cut on the zombie's neck had already healed a lot, leaving only a shallow cut on the zombie's neck. But now the zombie's neck was sliced open by Lin Yu and Yin Wuqing. Lin Yu and Yin Wuqing's moves were seen by Yi Chen. He gave a faint smile and injected his Zhen Qi into the iron spear, firmly suppressing the zombie. No matter how hard the zombie roared, it couldn't move even a little bit. A small half of its iron-hard bones and muscles had already melted, and the zombie had lost its human shape. Explode. The situation was already set. Yi Chen swallowed a Zhen Qi replenishing pill, then flicked his wrist. Following his move, a raging flame burst out from the zombie's body. Clatter. The zombie's badly mutilated body fell on the ground and turned into a pile of melted meat. You two, I'll be going now. Yi Chen didn't have a close relationship with these two, neither did he plan to explore the tomb together. Once he killed the zombie with a single spear attack, he immediately wanted to separate from them. Haha, this tomb is vast, it's better for us to separate. Lin Yu was about to kill the zombie for good. Hearing Yin Wuqing, he laughed out loud and didn't seem to care. Yin Wuqing didn't say anything. In fact, if he killed the zombie first, he would definitely make the same choice as Yi Chen. This tomb was vast and there were many treasures in it. Alright, see you later. Flashing across the air, Yi Chen darted into one of the tunnels and disappeared. Lin Yu took back his sight and said to Yin Wuqing, "This year's Hidden Dragon ranking competition will probably have many changes. Yin Wuqing, your cultivation is a bit low. You'd better figure out a way to keep your position." The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is one of the 4 great inherited ancient places in the South Zhuo region. The other 3 places are controlled by institutions from other countries. Once they are opened one by one, many people will break into the Clasping Yuan realm. Yin Wuqing said blandly. You're right, the Hidden Dragon ranking has its ups and downs, but this year is the most prosperous one. All kinds of powerful martial geniuses have gathered here, and without great abilities, no one can beat all of their peers. The tunnels in the tomb were connected to all directions. On the way, Yi Chen saw many dead bodies of disciples from different institutions. Some of them had killed each other, some had their brains eaten by some unknown creatures, and some had been slapped on the walls and turned into a pile of bloody meat. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region opens once every 10 years, and every time it opens it's not only an opportunity, but also a fatal disaster. Before, at least half of the people could come out alive, but this time, it's already not bad if only half of them can come out alive. No wonder people say that powerful martial artists walk on mountains of corpses and oceans of blood, and they've killed countless people. Yi Chen sighed slightly. In this world that was filled with powerful martial artists, only by growing stronger step by step could one protect himself. Those ordinary people seemed to live a peaceful life and stood aloof from worldly affairs, but when faced with natural disasters, how could they have the power to protect themselves? But of course, even without these reasons, Yi Chen wouldn't want to live an ordinary life. The world of martial artists was just the tip of the iceberg, and he hadn't seen anything interesting yet. In his eyes, if he couldn't live a vigorous life, it would be such a pity. Besides, there was a famous saying in the world where he came from, live as a hero and die as a hero. No matter where he was, he had to live an exciting life. Unknowingly, Yi Qin arrived in front of a huge tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, there was a stone gate, and on both sides of the gate stood two ferocious-looking stone beasts. The stone beasts' heads were flat, and there were two burning candles on their heads, releasing a faint fiery light. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qin pulled out the hidden cloud sword and walked towards the gate step by step. Swoosh! Suddenly, a small black shadow darted out from a small hole on the side. It flashed a cold light, and attacked towards Yi Qin's face. Die! Yi Qin had a sharp sense of danger. He pierced the black shadow's head with his sword. The black shadow fell on the ground, let out a shrill scream and ran away. There are so many weird things in this tomb. Yi Qin had already seen the black shadow's appearance clearly. It was a monkey-like, skinny, hairless monster. Yi Qin's sword strike had only left a deep sword mark on the monster's face. It didn't kill it completely. After that, another 7 or 8 monkey-like monsters attacked Yi Qin, but all of them were wounded and ran away. However, the strange screams they made before they ran away made the tunnel even weirder. When he was only 30 steps away from the gate, Yi Qin stopped and swung his sword sideways. The sword qi, which was strong enough to make a candle flame lose its color, hit on the relief on the wall. Crack! The relief was shattered, and an even bigger monkey-like monster darted out. There was a deep sword mark on its chest. Demonic beast? Zombie? If Yi Qin had guessed it right, both the monkey-like monsters from before and the one in front of him were zombies that had been sealed on the wall. Once they smelled the blood of a living person, they would break out of the wall and start eating human flesh. This monkey-like monster had a huge body. It was more than 3 meters tall. There was no hair on its body, and its skinny skin was as hard as iron. It was very hard for sword qi to kill it. Letting out a horrifying scream, the monkey-like monster attacked towards Yi Qin with its claw. It was fast, but Yi Qin was even faster. The iron spear on his back jumped out, and was grabbed by Yi Qin, who then stabbed it into the monkey-like monster's open mouth. Explode! 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 The explosion was heard, and the monkey-like monster was pushed back. The skin on its face was melted by the red flame, and it could not fight back at all. Yi Qin put more power into his arm and pushed the monkey-like monster back into the wall with the iron spear, burning it alive. Seeing that the monkey-like monster was dead, Yi Qin pulled out his iron spear and walked to the stone door. There was a handle mechanism next to the stone door. Yi Qin grabbed the handle and pushed it down. Rumble. The stone door opened and there was a secret room inside. There was a bookshelf on one side of the secret room, and there were a few secret manuals on the bookshelf. Yi Qin walked straight to the bookshelf and picked up one of the manuals. Burning Sun Heart Ripping Claw Low-Rank Earth Realm Claw Art, has the power to melt gold and iron. He picked up another one. Blacking Finger Low-Rank Earth Realm Finger Art. With one finger the enemy's blood will freeze, and their meridians will be damaged. Chapter 147. There were a total of 3 low-rank Earth Realm manuals and 5 top-rank Mortal Realm manuals. If he were to exchange them with the sect, it would be 9,250 low-rank Spirit Stones, which was almost equivalent to all of Yi Qin's Spirit Stone savings. It was undoubtedly a huge fortune. Putting away the manuals, Yi Qin looked around. On the other side of the wall, there was a foot-long yellow gourd, tied with a red string. With a wave of his hand, the yellow gourd fell into Yi Qin's hand. He shook it and a small friction sound came from the gourd. Pellet. Without thinking, Yi Qin opened the cork of the gourd. Instantly, a fragrant smell came into his nose. Pouring one into his hand, Yi Qin took a closer look. The pellet was the size of a pinky finger, and it was crystal clear with a hint of yellow. There was a faint glow on the surface, and the fragrance was even more intense. Just by taking a breath of the fragrance, the Zhen Qi in his body had improved. Although he could not recognize the name and function of the pellet, Yi Qin knew that it was definitely not an ordinary item. After putting away the manuals and the pellet, there was nothing else in the secret chamber. Yi Qin let out a breath and walked out. The tomb was unimaginably large. The passageways inside extended in all directions. It was impossible to tell how many forks there were. It was like a maze. At first he was curious, but as time went by, Yi Qin got tired of it. Anyone would be annoyed if they were to wander around in the winding tunnels. Plus, there were not as many treasures in this tomb as he had imagined. It was already commendable for Yi Qin to be able to find a secret chamber. After walking through a tunnel, a sword light suddenly shot out from the side. Courting death. Yi Qin did not even look at it as he twisted his sword back. Puchi. A martial disciple fell to the ground with his hands on his neck, his eyes wide open. Taking a low-rank Earth Realm manual from the disciple, Yi Qin smiled bitterly. This person should have been trapped in the tomb as well and could not get out. Unfortunately, at this moment not only did he not find a way out, but he also killed people for their treasures. He deserved to die. On the other side of the tomb. Rumble. A wall collapsed. Lin Yu growled in a low voice, "Damn it! Where the hell is the exit?" His luck wasn't as good as Yi Chen's. He only got 1 low-rank Earth Realm manual and 3 or 4 peak-rank Human Realm manuals from the disciples who were trapped in the tomb. He didn't get anything else. When he wanted to go out, he realized that he couldn't find the way back, and was completely trapped in the tomb. "I don't believe there are many walls in front of me." When Lin Yu became determined, he didn't care about anything else and kept walking in a straight line. No matter how many walls there were, he would smash them down. Compared to Yi Chen and Lin Yu, Yin Wuqing seemed to be much calmer. He took out a small and delicate wooden mouse from his bosom and embedded a low-grade spirit stone into its abdomen. Crick. The wooden mouse turned and ran in the other direction. Following closely behind the wooden mouse, Yin Wuqing quickly arrived at the intersection where he came from. There was also a wooden mouse. The 2 wooden mice were together. The lovesick mice are indeed more clever than humans. Putting away the 2 wooden mice, Yin Wuqing walked into the giant whirlpool and disappeared. 2 hours had passed. Hard work paid off. Yi Chen finally found the exit. Although it wasn't the entrance where he came from, he didn't have the time to think about it. He stepped into the whirlpool. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hearing the sound of wind, Yi Chen opened his eyes and saw nothing but emptiness around him. There seemed to be no end to it, and the misty clouds had gathered together. Lowering his head, he saw that the ground was getting bigger and bigger in his sight. He was in the air. This exit was indeed amazing. Activating the crane shadow steps, Yi Chen's body instantly became much lighter. He shook his arms and glided towards the highland far away. In front of the highland was a huge basin. In the middle of the basin, a fierce battle was taking place. 3 disciples were surrounding another disciple, and blood was spattering on the grassland. "Yuan Hongkong, I've given you everything, don't go too far." The disciple who was being surrounded was wearing a blue robe. It was Lu Hanshan. The leading disciple laughed out proudly and said, "I want everything, I want to kill you as well. What can you do to me? You can only blame yourself for being too weak. HM, you're just taking advantage of the fact that you're outnumbered. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. If I die, I'll deserve it. If you lose, I won't kill you. What do you think?" Lu Hanshan's eyes were gloomy. He knew that the situation was not in his favor. If he tried to save face, he would only end up dead. The only thing he could do was to hope that his opponent would accept his challenge and have a fair fight with him, so that he could find an opportunity to escape. As for killing this guy, he had never thought about it. This guy was Yuan Henjing's blood brother, who was known as the Eagle Killer. Yuan Henjing had always been protective of his people. Not to mention his brother, even if you killed a dog or a chicken, he would still kill your whole family. Yuan Hongkong said scornfully, "Do you think I'm an idiot if I don't take advantage of you? Cut the crap, kill him." The 3 of them each launched their own attacks towards Lu Hanshan. East Rising Purple Chi, Great Monument Suppression. Facing 3 disciples who were just as powerful as him, Lu Hanshan boosted his Zhen Qi to its limit, drew a bridge-like stream of purple mist from the air, and boosted his power to a great extent. After that, he threw out a gigantic purple monument to protect himself. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks launched by the 3 disciples were incomparably violent. The purple monument shook violently and countless cracks appeared on it. Break. As a core disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle, which was a rank 7 institution, although Yuan Hongkong was not as powerful as his brother, he was definitely one of the most powerful martial artists under the clasping Yuan realm. He held a pair of purple golden hammers with both of his hands, and heavily smashed on the monument. Crack. The monument was shattered, and blood gushed out of the corner of Lu Hanshan's mouth. Die. Yuan Hongkong laughed out loud, while swinging his hammers towards Lu Hanshan's head. Piss off. Lu Hanshan's eyes popped out, and he threw a punch towards the purple golden hammers. Clang. Fire sparks flew in all directions, and a strong shockwave spread out, even leaving a deep layer of grass on the ground. Right at this moment, another disciple took the opportunity to sneak up behind Lu Hanshan, ripped his protective Zhen Qi apart, and pressed his palm on his back. Off. Lu Hanshan let out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. He had suffered a serious internal injury. Let's see how you are going to take this. Yuan Hongkong's face twisted. He took a step forward and leapt high into the air, while his purple golden hammers burst out with a dazzling golden light, once again smashing towards Lu Hanzhan. At this critical moment, a beam of sword chi darted over from afar, and hacked on Yuan Hengkong's purple golden hammers. The purple golden hammers flew out of Yuan Hengkong's hands, and Yuan Hengkong was greatly shocked. He stepped back once his feet landed on the ground and regrouped with the other two disciples. Lu Hanzhan turned around and said in surprise, "Brother Yi." A disciple lightly landed beside Lu Hanzhan, and that was indeed Yi Qin. He glanced at Lu Hanzhan, who was badly injured, frowned and said, "Brother Luo, you are injured. Compared to my life, a little injury is nothing." Seeing Yi Qin, Lu Hanzhan secretly let out a sigh of relief. If the two of them joined hands, their chances of survival would be greatly increased. At least they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Not to mention that he didn't know how powerful Yi Qin was. He could sense that Yi Qin's aura of sharpness was even more powerful than before. He estimated that Yi Qin had already reached the level of the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch. Yuan Hengkong glanced at Yi Qin, and found that he was only at the late condensing reality realm. He grinned viciously and said, "Another one who wants to die. Just now, you knocked away my purple golden hammers. I am going to smash your head, tear you into 5 pieces and scatter them on this basin. Brother Yuan, he has a low-rank great weapon. Kill him and take it." Indeed, look at the bulging big bag around his waist. There must be a lot more treasures. Yuan Hengkong picked up the purple golden hammers from the ground and said, "What's the rush? In my eyes, this guy is already a dead man. As for treasures, I can share some with you." "Thank you, Brother Yuan." Yi Qin sneered and said, "If you can take one sword attack from me, I will spare your lives." "Arrogant. How dare you? How dare you? We will kill you." The three of them showed an intense killing intent. They pushed their Jin Qi to its limit and rushed towards Yi Qin. Taking a step forward with his left foot, Yi Qin swung his sword down. A thick stream of sword chi flashed across the waist of the 3 disciples, leaving a 10-meter-long and meter-deep sword mark on the grassland behind them. Grass chips and mud flew up into the air. In the next moment, the bodies of the 3 disciples were cut in half and scattered on the ground. What? He killed 3 disciples with one sword attack. Lu Hanzhan was so excited that he started coughing. Although he knew that Yi Qin was very powerful, he didn't think that he could be this powerful. He had killed 3 disciples who were at the same level as him with one sword attack. This was not something that Lynch could compete with. Even 3 Lynches wouldn't be able to do this. However, Yi Qin hadn't even reached the clasping Yuan realm yet. How could he be so powerful? No, that sword attack just now seemed to have absorbed all of my soul and spirit, as if it was the only thing left in the world. Could it be that Brother Yi Qin has already mastered the sword intent that all sword artists dream of? Brother Yi, was that the sword intent? Lu Hanzhan hurriedly asked. Yi Qin nodded. It was indeed the sword intent. Haha, no wonder you could kill 3 people with one sword attack. A sword artist who has mastered the sword intent can challenge people who are at a higher level as easily as eating or drinking. This is not something that ordinary people can imagine. Lu Hanzhan was very happy. He was the son of the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and everything he did was for the development of the school. Now, a peerless genius had emerged in the school, which would definitely make the Sky Cloud Martial School even more powerful in the future. But you killed Yuan Hengying's brother. This is not a simple thing. After the joy, Lu Hanzhan started to worry. Yuan Hengying, the killer eagle, was way more powerful than Yuan Hengkong. If he knew that Yi Qin had killed his brother, he would definitely chase after them at all costs. Although Yi Qin had mastered the sword intent and was able to kill any disciple under the clasping Yuan realm within a second, and was extremely powerful, he might still not be able to rival Yuan Hengying. Yi Qin said, "There's no one here anyway, it's not a big deal to kill him." "You're right, let's get out of here as soon as possible." Lu Hanzhan didn't want to stay here any longer, because he didn't want others to see them together with Yuan Hengkong's dead body. Not long after the two of them left, a human silhouette walked out from behind a tree on the high ground in the distance. He chuckled and said, "If we run into Yuan Hengying, we can use this as a life-saving talisman and ask him to let us go." Chapter 148. In the lush forest. Luo Hanzhan slowly let out a mouthful of foul air that contained a strong smell of blood, opened his eyes and said, "Internal injuries can't be healed within a short period of time. Fortunately, I've already recovered 70 to 80% of my power." Yi Qin said, "Don't worry, the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region has just started. We can wait for a few days. This time, thanks to you, Brother Yi, otherwise I would have lost my life. Thinking about being surrounded and killed by those people, Luo Hanshan still had a lingering fear. Yi Chen smiled and said nothing. 5 days passed in a flash. During the day, the two of them would wander around looking for treasures, and at night, Lu Hanshan would meditate to heal his wounds, while Yi Chen would absorb the Yuan Qi from spirit stones, trying his best to break through to the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Early in the morning, the two of them had just come out of their meditative state when a 7-colored light soared into the sky thousands of miles to the east. It connected the heavens and the earth, piercing through the blue dome of heaven. The heavenly dream battle palace has opened, Luo Hanshan said in shock. Yi Chen nodded. The most important thing in the heavenly dream ancient region was not those treasures, manuals or herbs, but the heavenly dream battle palace, which could help people break through to the next level. Normally, this mysterious palace would not show up, and would only open at a certain time. Some people speculated that only those with enough blood and qi could open the heavenly dream battle palace in advance, which was not completely unreasonable. Over 100 years ago, in order to avoid losing too many of their disciples, all of those institutions signed an agreement, which stated that disciples from those institutions were not allowed to kill each other in the heavenly dream ancient region, or else, they would be severely punished. However, even after everyone had been sent out, the heavenly dream battle palace still hadn't appeared. The heavenly dream battle palace has opened, Brother Luo, let's go. All right. The two of them activated their qinggong and flew towards the 7-colored light pillar. Once the colorful light beam appeared, all the disciples from all over the heavenly dream ancient region had seen it. Aha, the heavenly dream battle palace has finally opened. As long as you can get in, you will have a 10% chance of breaking into the clasping yuan realm. I have been stuck at the peak of late condensing reality realm for more than a year. This time I have to succeed. You guys are always going against me. Wait till I reach the clasping yuan realm, I will crush you all one by one. How arrogant. Just wait and see how I kill you in the heavenly dream battle palace. Whether they were exploring alone or fighting with others, most of the sect disciples put down what they were doing and rushed toward the 7-colored light pillar with all their might. The airflow was like a blade scraping over. Yi Chen and Luo Hanshan were like two gigantic birds, flying in the air at an extremely high speed. Occasionally they would land on top of a mountain. His ears twitching slightly, Yi Chen lowered his head and noticed the scene at the foot of the mountain. Beside the clear river, a young girl and a young man were confronting each other. The girl's forehead was covered in sweat, and there were dozens of sword marks on her clothes. The strength of these sword marks was just right, only tearing her clothes and not hurting her skin. Dozens of steps away, the young man was calm and unruffled. He held his sword in his hand and looked like he had the situation under his control. Little beauty, your qinggong isn't bad, but it's a pity that you've met me, young Master Chun. Surrender obediently. The young man was wearing bright green clothes, and his eyes were full of arrogance and lust. His pair of cunning eyes stared at the girl's exposed skin, and he licked his lips from time to time. The girl's face was as cold as ice and said, I can't believe that a disciple of a big martial institution like you would do such a despicable thing. Even if you die, I won't let you off easily. Haha, in front of me, even if you want to die, it won't be that easy. The young man grinned evilly, shook the sword in his hand and thrust it out. All of a sudden, the sword light was as bright as a spring breeze, so warm that people couldn't even raise their hands. When the girl realized what was going on, a sword had already been pressed against her neck, and that cold sword edge was only half an inch away from cutting her main artery. In the air, Luo Hanshan said to Yi Chen, this man is young Master Chun, the head disciple of the Sky Serpent Country's Rank 7 institution, the Zenith Dark Cult. He is ranked 72nd in the Hidden Dragon ranking and he likes women. God knows how many girls or female disciples from big families have been harmed by him. Only because his grandfather is the Zenith Dark Cult's head elder, he has been safe and sound all this time. Since he's a pervert, I'll just kill him. Yi Chen remained expressionless, pulled out his sword and launched a hack. Beside the river, when young Master Chun was about to move, he suddenly felt that his body had gone cold, and then he lost consciousness. The river behind him was suddenly cut off, and a tens of meters long deep sword mark appeared on the river. The girl sensed that something was wrong, so she activated her Zhen Qi and leapt backwards. In the next moment, young Master Chun's body was cut in half from the middle. The cut was smooth and clean and blood splashed out. Was there someone just now? The girl raised her head confusedly, revealing a beautiful face. It was Ji Shuiyin, a core disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace. In her sight, two silhouettes flashed past above her head, turning into tiny black dots within a blink of an eye. However, she soon recognized Yi Qin because the sharp aura released from his body had become even sharper. Pursing her lips, Ji Shuiyin had a complicated look on her face. She still remembered what she had said to Yi Qin a year ago: dragons don't live with snakes, it's impossible for them to be together. But now it seemed that it was indeed true that dragons don't live with snakes, but their roles had been completely reversed. She was the snake, and Yi Qin was the real dragon, a real dragon that was showing its true power, soaring in the sky. Thinking of this, Ji Shuiyin bit her lips so hard that blood started flowing out. 1,000 miles might be a long distance for ordinary people, and it would take them 10 days to half a month to get there, but for late condensing reality realm warriors, it would only take them half an hour. Stepping on the ground, Lu Hanshan raised his head and looked around, then said in shock, "This colorful light beam has covered the entire lake with a radius of tens of miles. No wonder we can see it so clearly from thousands of miles away, as if it's right in front of our eyes." Yi Qin was also shocked. The colorful light beam had a diameter of tens of miles, and its height was immeasurable. It had already pierced through the sky and reached deep into the void. No one knew how far the colorful light beam had reached. It was as if the entire Heavenly Dream ancient region had been shrouded by this light beam. More and more disciples rushed over and gathered around the lake. "The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace must be under the lake, let's go down first." A core disciple from one of the institutions didn't change his direction and rushed into the colorful light beam. What happened next was horrifying. This colorful light beam was like a beam of light that could destroy the starry sky. Those disciples who had rushed into the light beam didn't even have the time to let out a scream before their bodies silently disintegrated and merged with the colorful light beam. Those who followed behind couldn't stop their bodies. Some had their arms disintegrated, some had their heads disintegrated, some had half of their bodies disintegrated, but not even a single drop of blood flowed out from the wounds. "Divine light of extinction, this is the divine light of extinction," someone yelled out. Hearing this, Lu Hanshan frowned and said, "The divine light of extinction only exists in the top sky. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Dream ancient region would also have it. If it really is the divine light of extinction, even Sea of Souls realm warriors wouldn't be able to get through it. Only Life and Death realm warriors could rely on their defensive power to get in, but it would still be dangerous. Is this divine light of extinction really that powerful?" Yi Qin saw that the colorful light beam looked like a dream. He thought that it didn't have any destructive power. But now, it seemed that the more beautiful something was, the more destructive it would be. Lu Hanshan nodded and said, "There are many kinds of yuan qi in this world. Some yuan qi can combine in pairs and form a destructive qi, and if more yuan qi is combined, it can transform into a divine light. Some of these divine lights can heal wounds, some can make people hundreds of times more energetic, and some can be even more powerful. For example, this divine light of extinction, anything that is shrouded by it will be turned into ashes, including souls, which will completely disappear from this world." While the two of them were talking, over 100 people had gathered around the lake, and the number was growing rapidly. "Lu Hanshan, brother Yi." Two silhouettes flew over. They were Zhu Mei and Su Jing. Yi Qin asked, "Eldest sister, senior sister Su, are you all right?" Zhu Mei grinned and said, "We're lucky we met each other not long after we were teleported in. I'm a bit ashamed, but I think I should give up my position as the eldest sister. Junior sister Su Jing is even more powerful than I thought." Su Jing didn't say anything. Hidden dragon ranked martial artists are here as well. In Yi Qin's sight, Mo Wuxia, Yuan Hing, Hong Qianjun, Wei Dongxi and the other hidden dragon ranked martial artists had all arrived. "Disciples of our evil blood martial school, come here. Disciples of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School, what are you waiting for? Disciples of the Multiple Mountain Martial School, gather. Disciples of the Cyan Bamboo Martial School." As early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, the few of them gathered their disciples once they arrived. After that, all the other hidden dragon ranked martial artists followed suit. Not far behind Yi Qin, Ji Shuiyin had just arrived. She glanced at Yi Qin's back with a complicated look, then walked towards young Master Emerald Zhuang Fei. Another half an hour later, the number of people standing around the lake had reached over 400. Except for one or two people who occasionally arrived, almost all of them had arrived. There were over 600 people when we came in, but now only around 400 are left. Those who died were all the best disciples of their institutions. Luo Hanshan sighed. Zhu Mei said happily, "Our Sky Cloud Martial School is still okay, all 4 of us are still here. You see, some of our institutions have all lost their disciples, none of them survived, and some of our institutions only have 1 disciple left. A general's success is built on thousands of bones. Yi Chen murmured in his head. Another half an hour later, no one else arrived. At this moment, the eagle killer Yin Hengying suddenly growled out. Where is my brother Yuan Hengkong? Why isn't he here yet? Have any of you seen him? Have you seen my brother Yuan Hengkong? Tell me. Randomly grabbing a disciple who didn't even dare to look at him, Yuan Hengying's voice was filled with a strong killing intent. I don't know. That disciple's teeth were chattering. If you don't know, why should I keep you alive? Puff. That disciple's head was twisted off, he died an innocent death. Yi Chen, don't give yourself away. Seeing this horrible scene, Luo Hanshan's heart suddenly tightened. He sent a message to Yi Chen with his Zhen Qi. Yi Chen responded blandly, Brother Luo, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Beside him, Zhu Mei said in a low voice, this guy has gone too far. How can he kill people for no reason? Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he is powerful? Luo Hanshan gave a bitter smile. Zhu Mei was slightly more powerful than him, but she was a bit too soft. Yuan Hengying didn't go to the places where there were powerful hidden dragon-ranked martial artists. Instead, he went to the places where there were no powerful hidden dragon-ranked martial artists. At this moment, he had killed another disciple and was walking towards the Sky Cloud Martial School. Have you seen my brother Yuan Hengkong? With blood-red eyes, Yuan Hengying glanced at the 4 of them and said in a cold voice. Yi Chen didn't move at all. Sorry, I have never seen him. Kid, how dare you? You can even stay so calm in front of me. It seems that you are the most suspicious one. Tell me the truth. Yuan Hengying approached Yi Chen step by step. What a joke. If you haven't seen him, then you haven't. What are you going to do? A killing intent flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. He was ready for a bloody fight. Chapter 149. Junior brother Yi, don't be impulsive. However, if this Yuan Hengying is too aggressive, let's attack together. While talking to Yi Chen with his Zhen Qi, Luo Hanshan had also informed Zhu Mei and Su Jing, telling them to prepare for a bloody fight. At the same time, he had made up his mind that he would make Yuan Hengying bleed, even if he had to give up his own life. Zhu Mei and Su Jing silently nodded. Their Zhen Qi was ready to burst out. As soon as Yuan Hengying made his move, they would launch a thunderous attack. The scene was deathly silent, and a tragic atmosphere spread out. Mo Wuxia and the other hidden dragon rank warriors watched this scene with interest. Compared to the other martial institutions, although the Sky Cloud Martial School was relatively weak, they were quite united. It seemed like they were ready to risk their lives to fight against Yuan Hengying. Unfortunately, sometimes risking one's life did not mean it would be useful. In front of absolute power, everything else was useless. Lu Wuxiang and Ji Xuan looked at Zhuang Fei with pity. Zhuang Fei said blandly, the Heavenly Dream ancient region is a man-eating place, just protect yourself, don't worry about anything else. Eldest senior brother is right. Other people's business has nothing to do with us. They deserve to die. Challenging Yuan Hengying, courting death. The other core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace were gloating. In the direction of the Purple Sun Martial School, Ouyang Ming said excitedly, Cousin, it seems like we don't need to do anything to those people from the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yuan Hengying will be able to kill them. Ouyang Lai said, they are destined to die, but that's good, we don't have to think about how to kill them, and we can focus on entering the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. When the Heavenly Dream ancient region closes and everyone gets out, those old guys from the Sky Cloud Martial School will definitely have a very interesting look on their faces. The others also began to discuss spiritedly. These 4 are dead for sure. Who doesn't know that the Eagle Killer has always been ruthless? Originally, only one needed to die. The other 3 were too impulsive. Let's hope that Killer Eagle doesn't come after us after killing them. Why don't we leave this place first and come back after the 7-colored pillar of light dissipates? Junior brother, do we not want to die even if you want to? It would be strange if the Killer Eagle didn't kill us after seeing us run. The discussions of the crowd didn't distract Yi Chen. His eyes were sharp, and the sharp aura on his body had been accumulated to the peak, fusing with his sword intent. You have guts, you really do have guts. But being gutsy is not a good thing. Today you will all die. Yuan Hengying will never leave anyone alive. Chirp. Yuan Hengying's body shook, the dark cyan Zhen Qi around his body turned into a soaring eagle. The eagle let out a long cry, its murderous aura spread out in all directions. The air rippled like water, it was extremely sticky. Look, Yuan Hengying is going to make his move. That kid seems to be about to use a killer move as well. Everyone was surprised. In their line of sight, Yi Chen's right hand was placed on the hilt of his sword. The sword was not out of its sheath, but its sharpness was already apparent. The surrounding grass and trees were cut in half, as if they had been injured by the invisible sword qi. Grinning viciously, Yuan Hengying was about to launch his attack. The Zhen Qi eagle around his body was ready to pounce, but right at that moment the colorful light column changed. The tens of miles thick colorful light column quickly became thinner, and within 2 blinks of an eye, it had already shrunk to 100 meters thick, standing in the middle of the lake. The divine light of extinction has disappeared, let's go. Some of the disciples couldn't wait any longer, they rushed out like an arrow, leapt high into the air and dived into the lake like shuttles. The others saw that there was no danger this time, so they all jumped into the water without hesitation. Splash, 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 splash. The sound of jumping into the water could be heard continuously. Within a blink of an eye, only tens of disciples were left standing by the lake. Let's go down. On the other side, Zhuang Fei had also jumped into the water with his Emerald Martial Palace's disciples. Yuan Hengying's facial expression changed a few times. At the moment he had 2 choices, one was to let go of Yi Chen and his friends and dive into the water right away, and the other was to kill them and then dive into the water. The latter might take some time because the sharp aura released from Yi Chen's body was extremely sharp. It was not realistic to kill him and his friends within 1 or 2 moves. You're lucky, I hope that you won't run into me in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace HM. After thinking for a while, Yuan Hengying decided to choose the first option. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace was extremely mysterious, he was afraid that he might miss the right time and cause a lot of changes. Turning around, Yuan Hengying dived straight into the lake without dispelling his Zhen Qi eagle. Standing on the lake, the few disciples slightly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this colorful light column disappeared in time. Lu Hanshan's clothes were soaked in cold sweat, he raised his head and looked at the empty lake. Zhu Mei nodded and said, although Yuan Hengying's character is not good, but undoubtedly he is extremely powerful, especially that fierce aura of killing tens of thousands of people. It makes people feel like they have arrived in hell, and there are mountains of corpses and oceans of blood everywhere. Let's go. Among the 4 of them, the calmest one was without a doubt Yi Chen. Just now, he had already prepared himself for a bloody battle. Of course, in terms of power he was still much weaker than Yuan Hengying, he was only as powerful as Lin Yu, who was ranked 70th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. If he used the heart refining, he might be able to barely win against Lin Yu. However, Yuan Hengying was not Lin Yu, he was at least 30% more powerful than Lin Yu, and was ranked 59th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. With only his late condensing reality realm cultivation and sword intent, it would be very difficult for Yi Chen to defeat Yuan Hengying. Therefore, if this battle started, there would only be 2 outcomes. One, Yi Chen would die and Yuan Hengying would be severely wounded. The other, they would all die together and there would be no winner. No matter which one it was, Yi Chen would not like either one. Blush, 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 blush. Water splashed everywhere, the 4 of them dove into the bottom of the lake, leaving only the empty lakeside. Such a huge pressure. Once they dove into the water, the 4 of them felt that their protective Zhen Qi had tightened, and was about to collapse. Yi Chen activated his soul power and spread it out. He found that the water in the lake was not transparent, it was mixed with a 7-colored color, as if it was made of a 7-colored crystal, and its density was higher than that of water. This is not ordinary water, everyone be careful. Yi Chen reminded them. As they dove deeper and deeper, the pressure of the lake water increased as well. When they reached 100 meters deep, the protective layer of Zhen Qi, which was 3 feet away from their skin, had shrunk by a large margin, and was now only 2 feet away from their skin. Apart from this, the great pressure had also brought a great resistance, and their diving speed had been slowed down to an extremely low level. Suddenly, blood surged up from the bottom of the lake. Is there a fight going on down there? The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace is not far away from here, why would they waste their time on a fight? Yi Chen frowned, he felt that something was wrong. Crack. Silently, Yi Chen's protective layer of Zhen Qi was bitten through by something, and the water gushed in, sending him flying tens of meters away. Brother Yi. Lu Hanshan clearly saw that it was a weird-looking fish that had bitten through Yi Chen's protective layer of Zhen Qi. The fish's body was as thin as a shuttle, about 5 feet long, and its mouth was filled with sawtooth-like teeth, shining with a cold light. The weird fish was way too fast, Yi Chen's protective layer of Jin Qi had already been bitten through by Lu Hanshan. It was impossible for Lu Hanshan to defend himself. Boom. Su Jing was the first one to launch the attack. A pair of fiery light rings condensed behind her head, which were still shining brightly even in the water, and boosted her power. She threw a punch on the weird fish's abdomen. Large amounts of blood gushed out of the weird fish's mouth. It swam for tens of meters and stopped moving. Tens of meters away, Yi Chen was trying his best to control his boiling blood. He was secretly shocked. This fish's teeth are way too sharp. His protective layer of Jin Qi didn't even work. It was broken by a single bite. Fortunately, he had cultivated his body to the golden jade body, so not even a piece of his flesh was torn off. Otherwise he wouldn't be so easily injured. Swiftly swimming over, Yi Chen said, "I'm fine." Lu Hanshan's face darkened and said, "If I'm not wrong, these weird fishes are ancient piranhas. Their sharp teeth can bite through most metals. They are 10 times more powerful than the piranhas of today." Zhu Mei said, "Brother Yi, the martial art you have been practicing is way too low level. I'm afraid that you won't be able to defend yourself against the attacks of these ancient piranhas. Why don't you come with us?" "Indeed, we have all been practicing low-rank Earth Realm martial arts. It's more than enough to defend against 2 to 3 ancient piranhas." Lu Hanshan didn't realize until now that Yi Chen had been practicing a top-rank mortal realm martial art, the pure Jun Jin Qi. In terms of attacking power, it might not be any weaker than low-rank Earth Realm martial arts, but in terms of defensive power, it was much weaker. Yi Chen's Jin Qi was also not as rich as theirs. He was the weakest one among all of them. Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Just now I was distracted by the blood and water down there. I didn't notice the ancient piranha's sneak attack. I'll be more careful from now on." After having suffered a great loss this time, Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless anymore. He spread his soul power to cover a radius of tens of meters. Once there was any movement, he would be able to sense it. The 4 of them kept diving down. As the water pressure increased, more and more ancient piranhas appeared. At the beginning there were only 1 or 2 of them, but now there were small groups of piranhas. Cut. As if he had eyes on his back, Yi Chen turned around and threw out a sword attack. The water was cut open and the thick sword chi flashed across the air. The next moment, a small group of ancient piranhas were cut in half, and the blood spread everywhere, making it impossible to see anything. Further down there, a conspiracy was taking place. "You guys want to die? How dare you stop me?" Hong Qianjun, who was ranked 69th in the last hidden dragon rank, showed a strong killing intent in his eyes. His voice spread out along with his Jin Qi. Ouyang Ming swallowed his saliva and said, "Hong Qianjun, one of the inner elders of our Purple Sun Martial School, is a member of your Hong family's branch. This time we want to talk business with you." Hong Qianjun's killing intent didn't decrease. He said coldly, "What business? Kill a man for us? Are you kidding me? Who do you think you are? You want me to kill someone for you? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now." Hong Qianjun's words were 30% true and 70% false. He just wanted to scare them and make them bleed more. As for killing someone, it was a simple thing and he didn't mind spending a little bit of time on it. However, it depended on whether he was satisfied with the reward. The eldest disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School, Ouyang Lai, said blandly, "After this is done, I'll give you 50,000 low-rank spirit stones." "How, you think I'm a beggar? 100,000 for killing someone and 20,000 for wasting my time. Not a single one less or I will kill you right now." "All right, as you wish." Ouyang Ming's heart was bleeding. 120,000 low-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 48 million taels of gold. If he had a choice, he would rather give 80 million taels of gold to the elder because only a small number of low-grade spirit stones could be auctioned in the auction. This time, the inner sect elder promised him 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the remaining 20,000 would have to be paid by him and his cousin. He kill who? Also, I'm warning you, don't go back on your word. We, the Multiple Mountain Martial School, will never suffer losses. Ouyang Ming said coldly. Yi Chen. Chapter 150. The bottom of the lake was immeasurably deep. The first batch of disciples had already dived hundreds of meters, and their protective Jin Qi had been compressed to a foot away from their skin. But that was not all. They were surrounded by horrifying ancient piranhas. These piranhas had formed groups and were specifically attacking the disciples who were alone. Those with strong protective Jin Qi could hold on for a while, but those with weak Jin Qi would be completely devoured after 2 or 3 attacks. Not even bones would be left. It was a bloody scene. Head disciple's sister, second disciple brother, luckily we have your sky holy water spell to protect us. Not all of the disciples from the Rudra martial school were facing the attacks of the ancient piranhas. The 5 disciples from the Rudra martial school were wrapped in a cone-shaped water shield. The water shield was as thick as a fist, and the water surface was rotating at a speed invisible to the naked eye, like a drill. Those 5-feet-long piranhas were thrown away once they touched the water shield, and couldn't even get close to them. Although the 10-feet-long giant piranhas were not thrown away, the water shield was unimaginably hard, and they couldn't bite through it. After a while, their gums started to bleed because of the rotating water. Nangong Yun put both of her hands on the inner wall of the water shield and said, "I can't defend against the ancient piranhas alone. Only with Sister Qin and I we have such an effect." Yuan Shuemei smiled and said, "Training the sky holy water spell, 1 drop of Zhen Qi is more than 100 pounds. This water shield is mixed with normal water, and it already has such a strong defense. If it was all made with Zhen Qi, it would be more than 10 times stronger. It's not that easy. The Zhen Qi from the sky holy water spell is very little, and we need to mix it with water Yuan Qi during normal battles, not to mention such a huge defensive shield." On the other side, a girl in cyan clothes also put both of her hands on the inner wall of the water shield. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. While they were talking, the water shield was like a spiral drill, and it dived another 200 to 300 meters. Great monument suppression. 10 miles fragrance. All demons fall. Under the water, there was a turbulent undercurrent. A 10 meters tall monument made of Zhen Qi fell down and landed in the middle of the ancient piranhas. The shockwave spread out and killed a large group of them. After that, faintly discernible sword light sprinkled out like 100 flowers blooming, and also like a fragrance wafting for 10 miles. It enveloped all the ancient piranhas in front of it and started to kill them endlessly. In the end, it formed a huge flower of blood mist. The sword light dimmed and a resplendent golden light shone, spreading out in a fan shape. It contained countless fist shadows, and every punch had the power of 1,000 caddies. Wherever it went, the water would explode and whirlpools would appear. The man-eating fish were dizzy and unable to move, and were beaten to death. "This won't do. There are too many piranhas, I can only kill about 10 of them with a full power attack, I can't kill them all," Luo Hanshan said to the other 3 through his Zhen Qi. Su Jing rarely spoke. "Don't get entangled. Dive with all your might. Senior Sister Su is right. Continuing to fight is just a waste of time. Everyone try your best to go down as fast as possible. I'll stay behind." Brandishing his sword and killing one piranha after another, Yi Chen felt that his innate qi was being consumed rapidly. He had already used up 1/3 of it. "How can we do that?" Zhu Mei disagreed. Luo Hanshan understood what Yi Chen meant. He turned to Zhu Mei and said, "Don't underestimate Brother Yi, he is the most powerful one among us, he can easily kill Ouyang Ming." "Really?" Zhu Mei didn't believe it. She hesitated for a second, then decided to follow the plan. Together with Luo Hanshan and Su Jing, Zhu Mei dived down with all their strength. However, she had made up her mind that once Yi Chen was in danger, she would come back immediately. Swallowing a pill that could help him recover his Zhen Qi, Yi Chen activated his sword intent and slashed out with his sword. Whirlwind and clouds. In the blink of an eye, the violent sword Qi shot out, rising straight up in a spiral shape. In the next moment, a huge waterspout was formed in the water. The waterspout was filled with incomparably sharp sword Qi, constantly killing the piranhas nearby or far away. Puchi 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 puchi. After this sword move, Yi Chen's Zhen Qi dropped by a small half again. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and thought to himself, "It seems that I have to find a low-rank Earth Realm martial art to cultivate when I get back. Otherwise, with my current Zhen Qi, I won't be able to use the shocking cloud sword art as much as I want." Down below, Zhu Mei turned around and saw what had happened. She said in shock, "How come Brother Yi is so powerful? I felt that every single beam of sword Qi in that waterspout could injure me badly." "You might not believe it, but Brother Yi has already mastered the sword intent, and he can easily kill other martial artists at the same level as him. I saw him kill 3 disciples who were no weaker than me with only one sword move, and they couldn't even fight back at all," Luo Hanshan said with a big smile. Zhu Mei's eyes popped out. "He has mastered the sword intent? No wonder he is so powerful." Before Shui Warren, the leader of the Northern Snow Martial Academy, had mastered the blade intent, he was only as powerful as an inner elder, and his talent was just average as well. However, once he mastered the blade intent, his power skyrocketed. and he could even compete with Zhuang Qingxian, the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace. Until now, no one has ever seen him use all of his power. Soon Yichen caught up with them. However, right at this moment, the water started vibrating intensely. A tens of meters long gigantic Zhenqi palm, which was emitting a khaki yellow light, shrouded the four of them. Yichen's eyes shone with an intense killing intent. He launched a boundless cloud attack. Rumble. Once the gigantic sword chi touched the gigantic Zhenqi palm, it was as if tens of bombs had been detonated under the water. Luohan's Han Zhu Mei and Zhu Mei were sent flying by the shockwave. Their qi and blood started boiling and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Hong Qianjun. Luo Hanshan's pupils contracted. He noticed a tall and sturdy silhouette in the water. That silhouette's muscles were as strong as those of a human ape, just like Lin Yu's. Haha, so you are the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Hong Qianjun had launched this palm attack from far away. He didn't see who had blocked it, so he thought that it was the combined power of the four of them. Thinking like this, he didn't care about it at all. There were many obstacles in the water, therefore when he launched that palm attack, he only had 70 to 80% of his power left. Zhu Mei frowned and asked, "Why did you attack us?" Hong Qianjun curled his lips and said, "You're not very popular. Someone even offered a large amount of low-grade spirit stones to buy your lives." "Buy our lives? Yuan Hengying? Impossible, he's a hidden dragon-ranked martial artist. How could he let others take advantage of him? But besides him, who else would want to offend our Sky Cloud Martial School? Could it be the Purple Sun Martial School? Yeah, the Purple Sun Martial School and our Sky Cloud Martial School are mortal enemies. Now that they've seen the rise of our junior brother Yi, they won't give up. Hong Qianjun, let's get straight to the point. It's the Purple Sun Martial School's people who want our lives." Hong Qianjun shook his head and said, "I don't care about that, what I want to do is to kill you. But now I can give you a chance. Among the four of you only one can survive. In other words, the other three can either kill themselves or be killed by me and the last one should run." Yichen said blandly, "You think you've got us? Who the hell do you think you are? Among the four of us you'll definitely die." Hong Qianjuan's body was surrounded by a layer of yellow light, which made it impossible for the piranhas to bite through it. Yichen said slowly, "Today you'll also die." The blue veins on Hong Qianjuan's forehead suddenly bulged. He said in a hideous voice, "You're just like a dog, how dare you yell in front of me? Just wait until I break all of your bones and make you beg for death. I'll see if you can still talk back then." Hundreds of meters away, Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming were standing side by side, talking while killing the piranhas nearby. "Cousin, do you think this Hong Qianjun can kill them? Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Lightning flashed, and 4 piranhas were burnt black by the lightning. Rushing thunder hand, Ouyang Lai snorted and said, "Hong Qianjun is ranked 69th in the Hidden Dragon ranking. He was only at the peak of the late condensing reality realm, but he was already able to easily kill disciples at the same level as him. Now that he has stepped into the Clasping Yuan realm, how could he not be able to kill these 4? "You're right." Ouyang Ming nodded. Earlier, on the lakeside, when Yuan Hengying was about to kill Yi Chen and the other 3, the 7-colored light columns suddenly disappeared, which ruined their plan. The more they thought about it, the more worried they became. After entering the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, there was a 10% chance for them to step into the Clasping Yuan realm. If they didn't step into the Clasping Yuan realm, it would be fine, but once they stepped into the Clasping Yuan realm, it would be very difficult for them to kill them. After all, they wouldn't have the chance forever. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Both of them spent a large amount of low-grade spirit stones to invite Hong Qianjun to help them kill Yi Chen and the other 3, and kill them under the water. When they're dying, we can go up and finish them off. Ouyang Lai's nickname was Rushing Thunder Hand, but his temperament was even gloomier than Ouyang Ming's. He was extremely cruel. That would be great. Once Hong Qianjun said those words, he sensed the sword chi coming right at his face, and the yellow-colored light column seemed to collapse. At the same time Yi Chen's voice came, "You could have gone to the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace safely, and nothing would have happened. You might have even improved your cultivation, but you're digging your own grave. Don't blame me. I'd like to see who will end up like a dead dog." When he was confronting Yuan Hengying, Yi Chen didn't have the chance to launch the first attack, because he didn't have the confidence to kill Yuan Hengying. Unfortunately, Hong Qianjun wasn't Yuan Hengying, he was only as powerful as Lin Yu. Although it would be a bit difficult to kill him, it wasn't impossible. Once he launched the attack, Yi Chen activated his sword intent with all of his power and launched the shocking cloud sword art. The thick sword chi contained an inexhaustible explosive power, Wherever it reached, the water would be cut open and the water behind it would explode, pushing the sword chi forward at an even faster speed. Sword intent. Hong Qianjuan's face turned pale with fright. The sword intent had always been difficult to learn, and Yi Chen was only a late condensing reality realm martial artist. How could he have learned the sword intent? Hong Qianjun was slightly stunned, then his face turned fierce. He knew that he couldn't let this man live, otherwise he would become a great threat in the future, and he had to kill him as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Hong Qianjun let out a great shout, and the yellow-colored light column around his body suddenly expanded, locking the space around him. Mountain-shattering stamp. Hong Qianjun locked his fingers together and launched a palm attack. Buzz. The speed of the sword chi was very fast. However, as soon as it entered the earthen yellow halo, its speed plummeted as if there was an endless obstacle. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, a round of earthen yellow palm prints broke through the water flow and heavily struck the sword chi. Crack. The sword chi was shattered, and the remaining sword chi was twisted by the yellow-colored light column, then disappeared. However, Hong Qianjun had underestimated the power of the sword chi, and one of his sleeves was cut off. Chapter 151. Damn it, I want you to die. Facing a late condensing reality realm warrior, Hong Qianjun was enraged, his face turned extremely pale. He threw out another mountain-shattering stamp. Mountain-shattering stamp was a low-rank earth realm martial skill that only belonged to the multiple mountain martial school. Once the mountain-shattering stamp was launched, all of the martial artist's power would be concentrated on a single point, and it was even more powerful than ordinary low-rank earth realm martial skills. When Hong Qianjun was at the peak level late condensing reality realm, he had shattered the protective Jin Qi of an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist with this skill. At this moment he launched the mountain-shattering stamp with all of his power. The surrounding water currents were violently stirred up, and an astonishing undercurrent kept attacking Yi Chen's body, as if it wanted to send him flying and push him back. Moreover, under the pressure of the undercurrent, the protective aura around him that was 3 feet away from his body was making creaking sounds, as if it couldn't bear the heavy pressure. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp and his body, which was as immovable as a mountain, shook slightly. The pervasive sword intent spread out along with his strength, cutting off the source of the undercurrent. Suddenly, the undercurrent that had lost its source was like a poisonous snake that had been hit in its weak spot. It seemed to be strong in appearance but weak in reality. Mountain condensing sword chi. This series of changes happened in a split second. Yi Chen took a step forward, and the water under his feet became as solid as iron. Yi Chen didn't see how he moved, but the hidden cloud sword in his hand had already been swung out, and his whole body was frozen in the same position. The thick sword chi was like a mountain, cutting through the water and part of the earthy yellow halo, colliding with the earthy yellow palm print. Chi 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 chi. This time the sword chi did not shatter. Instead, it vibrated and rubbed against each other at a high speed. Wave after wave of boundless power slashed onto the palm print. What sword technique is this? Hong Qianjuan's heart sank, and his desire to kill Yi Chen grew even stronger. He couldn't allow himself to be defeated by a late condensing reality realm warrior, even if the latter had comprehended the sword intent. After all, he was a hidden dragon-ranked martial artist. If this news spread out, it would be a great blow to his reputation. Puchi. In the end, the palm print only had one layer of power. Under the slash of the sword chi, it quickly disintegrated and was cut in half. The next moment, the sword chi, which did not seem to be weakening, shot toward the deeper layer of the earthy yellow halo. It moved like lightning, ignoring the obstruction of the water flow. And theft as a marquee. Hong Qianjun pushed his Jin Qi to its limit. The yellow halo around his body became even more dazzling, it was almost tangible. After that, the yellow halo quickly combined together and transformed into a small, illusory city, which protected Hong Qianjuan's body and stabilized the surrounding water flow, blocking the sharp sword chi. What kind of defensive technique is this? It's even more terrifying than my combination skill, purple chi from the east, great monument suppression. Lu Hanshan was a master of the art of defense. Even Ouyang Ming, who had mastered the dragon beheading kick, had not been able to break his defense with only one move, and he would be able to hold his own against 2 martial artists who were at the same level as him. However, when he saw Hong Qianjuan's small, illusory city, he realized that his defense was far weaker than Hong Qianjuan's, even if he had stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. Suddenly he started worrying about Yi Chen. Ouyang Ming and Ouyang Lai were dumbfounded at the same time. How is this possible? You barely defeated Shirpadian, how come you have the strength to fight against Hong Qianjun now? Impossible. Ouyang Ming couldn't believe his own eyes and said bitterly. Ouyang Lai said in a deep voice, fortunately, we didn't find a chance to attack him ourselves, otherwise we would have been killed by him. But, since the gods have allowed us to escape, it means that we still have a chance to kill him. Now let's just wait and see. He won't be able to hold on for long. The multiple mountain martial school's land-splitting art is a mid-rank Earth realm martial art. Even if Hong Qianjun hasn't mastered it completely, he will still be invincible. Indeed, Yi Qin is dead for sure. He won't be able to break Hong Qianjun's defense. Clang, 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 clang. The sword chi struck on the small illusory city, causing dazzling fire sparkles to burst out. The fire sparkles didn't die out even after being touched by water. Instead, the scorching heat from the fire sparkles burned large groups of piranhas to death. However, no matter how fast the sword chi struck, the small illusory city, which was formed by Zhen Qi, remained as stable as a mountain. Even a small crack couldn't shake the city, not to mention killing Hong Qianjun. Ah, my earth-splitting art is a mid-rank earth realm martial art. How could you possibly break it? Dream on. Hong Qianjun laughed arrogantly. The multiple mountain martial school was a rank 7 institution in the White Mystery Nation, and they didn't have too many low-rank earth realm martial arts. Half a year ago, when he stepped into the Clasping Yuan realm, the headmaster of the multiple mountain martial school directly gave him the earth-splitting art. The earth-splitting art was divided into 11 levels, and after spending half a year studying it and being taught by an inner elder, Hong Qianjun had already reached the 8th level of the earth-splitting art, which was even more powerful than the highest level of low-rank earth realm martial arts. This was definitely his strongest defense. Yi Qin remained expressionless, while he let out a resonant growl. Explode. Boom. The thick sword chi exploded right next to the small illusory city. Tiny pieces of sword chi darted across the air and clanged against the city wall, forcing Hong Qianjun to take a step back. Hong Qianjun didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed out loud, locked his fingers together and launched 2 mountain-shattering stamp. The power of the mountain-shattering stamp seemed to contain the power of a small mountain. Wherever it reached, the water would explode and surge towards Yi Qin like a raging tide. Swirling clouds. Facing the incoming palm attacks, Yi Qin took a deep breath and let out a growl, then launched the shocking cloud sword art, which had the widest range of attack. All of a sudden, countless streams of sword chi swirled up, stirred up the water, and darted out like a gigantic serpent. Buff, 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 boom. The sounds of the mountain-shattering stamp and the sounds of the sword chi surged up one after another, shaking people's hearts. Any piranha that approached were either crushed or punctured. Lu Hanshan and the other 2 had already retreated to a distance of 800 meters, and could only faintly see 2 human silhouettes fighting. Brother Yi is indeed powerful. He's fighting evenly with Hong Qianjun, who is ranked in the Hidden Dragon ranking, but he's still at the late condensing reality realm, not even at the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Lu Hanshan was shocked, but he also seemed a bit numb, but he was still extremely happy. Zhu Mei frowned and said, Lu Hanshan, Brother Yi is in danger. What? Lu Hanshan was surprised. Before Zhu Mei could answer, Su Jing said blandly, Brother Yi has been practicing a top-rank mortal realm art. His Zhen Qi is not enough, plus the limitation of his cultivation, he is at least 3 times weaker than Hong Qianjun. Hong Qianjun is trying to consume Brother Ye's Zhen Qi, and when he is weakened, he will kill him with 1 strike. Now that you mention it, it's true I was too careless. Lu Hanshan was too excited just now, so he didn't notice some subtle things. Now that he was reminded by Zhu Mei, he immediately became vigilant. But Brother Yi should still have some tricks up his sleeves. He doesn't look like someone who lacks consideration. After saying that, Su Jing added. 800 meters away from the east side of the battlefield. Ouyang Lai sneered, in a few more minutes, Yi Qin will die for sure. Ouyang Ming knew what Ouyang Lai meant. He grinned viciously and said, the older, the wiser. Hong Qianjun has been through hundreds of battles. He has encountered all kinds of opponents. How could Yi Qin, who has just risen to power, compare with him? When his Zhen Qi is weakened, he will definitely be crushed to death. In fact, Hong Qianjun is seriously injured while Yi Qin is dying. This is the best result. By that time, Lu Hanshan and the other 2 will definitely rush up and attack Hong Qianjun together. Even if Hong Qianjun is seriously injured, he will still be able to kill them, which will aggravate his injuries. Ouyang Ming's eyes brightened. You mean we can take advantage of the situation and conveniently kill Hong Qianjun as well? Ouyang Lai's face darkened. Hong Qianjun smirked and said, there is always a huge gap between the condensing reality realm and the clasping yuan realm. No matter how powerful you are, you can't escape from this fact. How much Jin Qi do you have left? I guess not more than 20%. It's enough to kill you. Yi Chen's facial expression didn't change at all, but his eyes were getting sharper and sharper, as if he could see through everything and see through everything. Seeing Yi Chen's cold expression, Hong Qianjun was extremely annoyed. He swore to himself that he would crush Yi Chen's confidence, step on his face and give him a good beating. He would like to see if Yi Chen could still be so arrogant and not beg for mercy. Mountain-shattering stamp. Hong Qianjun quickly locked his hands together and launched a wave of yellow-colored palm prints. These palm prints were extremely solid, they looked like small mountains that were sealed within them. What surprised everyone was that Yi Chen didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he twisted his body and swam downwards like a fish. His movement was incredibly fast. It was hard to imagine that someone could move so fast in the water. The pure Jun Jin Qi condensed into a Qi sword and wrapped Yi Chen up. Driven by the sword intent, the sword moved at an amazing speed. All the water currents seemed to have lost their obstacles and were easily cut open. At this moment, Yi Chen's speed was even faster than the ancient piranha fish. Where do you think you're going? Hong Qianjun was stunned for a second when he saw that his attack had failed. He immediately chased after Yi Chen. The pressure in the water was too great, and Hong Qianjun wasn't good at moving, so he was left further and further behind. While being shocked by Yi Chen's speed, Hong Qianjun pushed his Zhen Qi to its limit. His Zhen Qi was boiling behind him like water, creating a strong pushing force. Finally, Hong Qianjun locked onto Yi Chen from afar, and launched another attack. Waves of palm prints collided with Yi Chen's body, causing the water currents to become chaotic. The chase lasted for a short while. Yi Chen suddenly stopped, turned around and launched a sword attack towards Hong Qianjun. Mountain-shattering sword Qi. Hong Qianjun laughed out. He thought that Yi Chen had lost his mind, so he hurriedly launched the earth-splitting and border-conquering art to defend himself. However, when he launched the art, his Zhen Qi slightly stagnated, but he didn't notice it. The only thought in his mind was to kill Yi Chen and trample him under his feet. Scorching hot sparks splashed out in all directions, boiling the surrounding water currents. In the center of the sparks, the sword Qi continuously hacked on the illusory city outside Hong Qianjun's body. The frequency of the sword Qi was so high that even the surrounding water currents started vibrating, synchronizing with the frequency of the sword Qi. Crack. Suddenly, a cracking sound of something hard breaking came out. The sword Qi's power became stronger than before. Compared to before, it didn't weaken at all, on the contrary, it had become unprecedentedly stronger. As for the Zhen Qi's exhaustion, it was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. A large crack appeared on the illusory city, and it seemed like it was about to be broken. Hong Qianjun was frightened. Impossible. How can you still have so much Zhen Qi? Chapter 152. You don't need to worry about my Zhen Qi. As for your Zhen Qi, I guess you only have 30 to 40% left. Although your defensive skill is quite powerful, it obviously consumes a lot of Zhen Qi. Just now, you forced yourself to use your Zhen Qi to chase after me, plus you continuously cast the mountain-shattering stamp. Your Zhen Qi has been consumed even more. Yi Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was as sharp as a sword, easily piercing through Hong Qianjun's heart. Hong Qianjun became angry out of shame. What about you? You should have run out of Zhen Qi long ago. The sword continued cutting the small city, creating bigger and bigger cracks. Yi Chen said blandly, unfortunately, I have a pill that can instantly replenish my Zhen Qi. I have already swallowed it when I was chasing after you. Half of what he said was true. The pill that could instantly replenish one's Zhen Qi was real, but only one pill was fake. In fact, he had a whole gourd full of pills. He didn't know the name of this pill, but he knew that it was very useful. Apart from improving one's Zhen Qi, it could also instantly replenish one's Zhen Qi, which was many times better than the other pills that could replenish one's Zhen Qi. The illusory city formed by his Zhen Qi was on the verge of collapsing. Hong Qianjun said word by word, "Very good, you are the first one under the clasping yuan realm who could force me to this extent. But do you really think that you can defeat me? Divide the land, seal the border, condense." Hong Qianjun instantly released the remaining Zhen Qi from his body. The illusory city suddenly shrunk a little bit, and the cracks on it gradually closed up. It became more and more solid and thick. The defensive power of the city was so strong that even Yi Chen's sword chi couldn't break it. Haha, after reaching the clasping yuan realm, my Jinchi recovery speed has been greatly increased. Now, I don't need to attack, I just need to defend. I can recover my Jinchi bit by bit. By then, you will have consumed half of your Jinchi and that will be the time of your death. While saying these words, Hong Qianjun was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He had never thought that a late condensing reality realm warrior would be able to push him to this extent. If he didn't kill Yi Chen, he would never be able to eat or sleep in peace. Yi Chen's expression was cold. I want to see how long you can defend. Sword Chi Mountain. Although this sword technique could last for a long time, it would eventually run out of energy. If he continued to use his Zhen Qi, the effect would be greatly reduced. Yi Chen decided to cut off his Zhen Qi and slashed out again. The violent sword Qi fiercely cut through the illusory city, creating thousands of sparks. Of the two of them, one focused on defense while the other focused on offense. The audience was dumbfounded. Before the previous one subsides, another one rises. I can't even see this battle clearly anymore. Lu Hanshan let out a long breath and said with a bitter smile. Zhu Mei said, being able to force Hong Qianjun to use all of his strength to defend himself, junior brother Ye's fighting strength is really amazing. But Hong Qianjun shouldn't be underestimated either. That defensive skill is unbelievably powerful, it's definitely a mid-rank Earth Realm skill. Indeed, if Hong Qianjun didn't have this defensive skill, he would have been defeated by brother Yi long ago. Su Jing didn't say anything. She was waiting for Yi Chen to launch a thunderous attack, the kind that would make his opponent have no chance to fight back. In the distance, Ouyang Ming gasped in shock. Yi Chen's power made his hair stand on end. Even Hong Qianjun, who was ranked 69th in the Hidden Dragon ranking and had already stepped into the Clasping Yuan realm, was forced to use all of his strength to defend, not daring to fight back. Ouyang Lai, the Thunder Hand, said with a murderous look on his face, if Yi Chen doesn't die, our Purple Sun Martial School will never have a peaceful day. Wait until both of them are badly injured, then you and I will use all of our strength to kill Yi Chen. Kill him with one strike, then we will leave immediately in case we get surrounded by Lu Hanshan and the others. Exactly, this guy is too terrifying. If we don't kill him, we will lose our position in the Windy Nation. We have to kill him. Ouyang Ming said viciously. Hong Qianjun had consumed a lot of his Jin Qi. Once again, a small crack appeared on the solid city wall. The crack seemed to be very small, but it couldn't be ignored because every time the sword Qi struck on the crack would expand at a visible speed. In a short while, the city would definitely fall. Humph, I'll let you be proud for now. When my Jin Qi recovers to 50%, I'll be able to turn the situation around. Hong Qianjun didn't worry about the small crack at all, he did it on purpose. He wanted to confuse Yi Chen and make him think that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. All of a sudden, Hong Qianjun's facial expression changed. In his sight, Yi Chen suddenly took back his sword, took a step forward with his left foot, and raised the long sword with his right hand. Yi Chen seemed to have entered a mysterious realm. In the next moment, a stream of extremely sharp qi gathered on the tip of the sword. What does he want to do? Does he still have a special skill? Impossible. A dangerous thought flashed across Hong Qianjun's mind. He was about to activate the conferred territory art, to solidify his defense, but it was already too late. Single sword move. Yi Chen held the hidden cloud sword in his hand, and swung it out in an extremely simple and gentle way. This move seemed to be slow, but was actually incredibly fast, because both Yi Chen's arm and the hidden cloud sword seemed to have disappeared. Yi Chen could only see a beam of white light flashing across the air at a speed that was so fast that it couldn't be seen by the naked eye, as if the water didn't exist. In a twinkling of an eye, the beam of white light struck on the crack on the city wall. Crack. The city wall, which was incomparably sturdy, suddenly cracked open from the middle. A large amount of blood spurted out from Hong Qianjun's mouth. The protective layer of Zhen Qi around Hong Qianjun's body had already been shattered, and a bone-deep slash appeared on his chest. Inside his body, the sword Qi had been violently cutting his meridians and muscles, and even his Zhen Qi, which had been circulating in a regular pattern, had been cut into pieces. Without the support of his Zhen Qi, the city wall suddenly collapsed, turning into yellow light spots and dissipating in the air. I'm the eldest disciple of the Multiple Mountain Martial School. If you kill me, even if you run to the end of the world, you'll still be dead. Do you want to die? Hong Qianjun glared at Yi Chen with his mouth covered with blood. He didn't believe that Yi Chen would dare to kill him. The Multiple Mountain Martial School was a rank 7 institution in the White Mystery Nation, a mid-level nation. It was an extremely powerful martial artist, and even the leader of the school was an early astral-reaching realm martial artist. If Yi Qin dared to kill him even if he fled to the Sky Cloud Martial School, it would still be useless. The Multiple Mountain Martial School would definitely pressure the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School to hand over Yi Qin. Yi Qin responded blandly, "If you knew that this day would come, why did you do it?" Seeing that Yi Qin didn't attack him, Hong Qianjun was secretly happy. This guy is indeed a coward. But since you have offended me, Hong Qianjun, you should be prepared to be killed in the future. I'll make you beg for death in order to avenge the humiliation you've suffered today. Hong Qianjun said, "A martial artist only has one life. If you let me go now, I'll let bygones be bygones. But if you don't, you know the consequences. Sometimes you can't take the wrong path. Once you make a wrong step, you'll ruin your future." Before Hong Qianjun could finish his last word, a stream of sword qi chopped his head off. Blood mixed with water spurted out tens of meters high. "Since you've already offended me, there's no other way out. Therefore you have to die," Yi Qin said with an indifferent face. "Brother Yi, did you kill Hong Qianjun?" Seeing that Yi Qin had broken Hong Qianjun's defense, Lu Han and the other two hurriedly rushed over. On the way, Hong Qianjun and Yi Qin didn't know what Hong Qianjun had said to Yi Qin, but both of them seemed to be in a stalemate. When they arrived, they saw Yi Qin chopping Hong Qianjun's head off with a single sword strike. Yi Qin said, "If I don't kill him today, he will definitely kill me in the future." "You're right." Lu Han helplessly nodded. The true spirit continent was a cruel world. People who were too weak would never be able to stand out. Therefore they had to be cruel and merciless. If they didn't do anything, they would be fine. Zhu Mei sighed. A hidden dragon-ranked martial artist had died just like that. In the end, he was blinded by his own greed. Yi Qin is dead, he's dead. He killed Hong Qianjun. The Multiple Mountain Martial School will never let him go. Let's go, we have to leave now. In a couple of days, when we get out of the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, we'll tell the elders of the Multiple Mountain Martial School about Hong Qianjun's death. They will kill Yi Qin. Ouyang Lai's eyebrows twitched. Yi Qin's cruelty and mercilessness made him tremble in fear. Ouyang Ming's face turned pale as he said, "Hong Qianjun's death is a big deal. He was seeking his own death. You can live if you want to, but you can't live if you want to. Let's go in case he finds us." Both of them activated their Zhen Qi and prepared to leave. "Do you think you can leave?" A voice was heard from behind them. The two turned around to look, and they were shocked to see Yi Qin, who was wrapped in Qi swords, shooting towards them at an alarming speed. "Yi Qin, what do you want?" "We're disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School. If you kill me, you won't be able to." Ouyang Ming's head was sent flying into the air. His eyes were wide open as if he couldn't believe that he was dead. He didn't want to die, he still had a long way to go. Ouyang Lai pointed his finger at Yi Qin and said, "You killed Ouyang Ming, you killed him. From now on, my Purple Sun Martial School will never forgive you. My Ouyang family will chop you into pieces. Just wait for your death. Just wait for the day when your Yi family will be destroyed." So much bullshit. Yi Qin wielded his arm and released a stream of sword qi, cutting Ouyang Lai into two. "Those two bastards. Luckily we didn't let them get away. Otherwise we'd all be dead." He would definitely tell others about what happened to Hong Qianjun. Lu Han was still scared. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if the Multiple Mountain Martial School's people knew that Hong Qianjun was killed by Yi Qin. Zhu Mei hated Ouyang Lai to the bone since long ago. She didn't even know how many Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples had been killed by him. Good. All of this is because of them. Otherwise, Hong Qianjun wouldn't have come to us for no reason. Now that Hong Qianjun is dead, they still want to put the blame on us. Maybe this is a plan made by the Purple Sun Martial School's leaders long ago. They want all four of us to die in the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region. "Oh right, Brother Yi, how did you find them?" "They were nearly 1,000 meters away from us." Clang. Putting the hidden cloud sword back into its sheath, Yi Qin said, "I found them long ago, but I didn't do anything. Therefore, I don't think they can open their mouths to talk." Yi Qin's soul power was extremely powerful. He could spread his soul power out for over 1,000 meters. Before the fight against Hong Qianjun started, he had already searched around with his soul power. As expected, the two top-ranked disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School were right in front of him. They probably wanted to watch him die, but unfortunately, in the end, they were the ones who died. Since then, including those disciples who had been killed by the others or the ancient beasts of the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, All the Purple Sun Martial School's disciples had been killed. Su Jing said, "From now on, the Purple Sun Martial School's younger generation will no longer be able to compete with us anymore. No matter what, let's go to the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. It's been a long time. Let's go down." The four of them activated their Jin Qi and moved downwards. Chapter 153. After diving for about 3,000 meters, his protective Jin Qi layer had been compressed to only half an inch away from his skin, which was an extremely dangerous distance. Once his protective Jin Qi layer was shattered, it would be extremely hard for him to get it back up again. After that, he would have to rely on his ability to hold his breath. Fortunately, 3,000 meters was already close to the bottom of the lake. Rumble. Intense vibrations spread out in all directions. Faintly, colorful lights came from the front. Some of these lights were extremely sharp, some were as heavy as a mountain, and some even froze the water into ice. "There's a fight going on 1,200 meters ahead, let's go check it out." Yichen took back his soul power and said to the other three. At the bottom of the lake was a magnificent palace. No one knew what kind of material the palace was made from. It looked like gold or jade, but it didn't look like gold or jade. The whole palace was shining with a colorful light, giving people a mysterious feeling. Surrounding the palace was a broad square made of white marble. On the square, nearly 400 disciples had been attacking a tens of meters long, scaleless, golden-gray gigantic serpent. This gigantic serpent was extremely powerful. Even though it was being attacked by nearly 400 people at the same time, it was still extremely fierce and unstoppable. Normal attacks couldn't even break its defense. Only clasping Yuan Realm Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists could cause some damage to it. The ancient black gold serpent is powerful, individual attacks won't be effective. Everybody line up and attack it together. The one who said this was Lu Zhao, the top-ranked disciple of the White Mysterious Nations Rank 7 institution, the White Deer Cave. He was also a young martial artist ranked 61st in the last Hidden Dragon ranked. Lu Zhao is right, everybody line up. The other Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists knew that if they continued like this, they wouldn't know how long it would take. Therefore they all used their own power to unite the other disciples. Damn it, they always get all the benefits, they only use us when we are in trouble. What can we do? We have to lower our heads when we are in trouble. Anyway, we have to kill this black gold serpent sooner or later, otherwise we won't be able to enter the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. Just bear with it. Once you step into the Clasping Yuan realm, you can be just as arrogant. Many disciples were not happy about this. Many of their brothers and sisters had been killed by those Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists. At this moment, when they heard that Lu Zhao wanted to control them, they subconsciously refused to accept it. On the other side, a martial disciple suddenly died. The one who killed him wasn't the dark gold python, but the terrifying Yuan Hengying. "I gave you face but you don't want it. What's the point of keeping you alive?" Smiling cruelly, Yuan Hengying raised his head and said to the others, "Whoever dares to disobey the command, kill without mercy." Too tyrannical, killing people at every turn. 700 or 800 meters away, Zhu Mei looked angry. Luo Hanshan let out a long breath and said calmly, "I think we'd better not go there right now. That Yuan Hengying is very aggressive, we might be used as cannon fodder by him once we go there and fight against that ancient dark gold serpent." Although this dark gold serpent is only a level 5 demonic beast, ancient demonic beasts have always been very powerful and have great defensive power. Even mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists would have to step back when facing it. Brother Yi Yu, Luo Hanshan thought that he would be able to convince the others, but unexpectedly Yichen was the first one to walk out. After taking a few steps, Yichen turned around and said, "There's no need to hide from him, we can form a battle formation by ourselves. I believe that many of those martial disciples who have grudges against him will join us." "Indeed, Brother Yi is not much weaker than Yuan Hengying, why do you still hide?" Su Jing also walked out. Luo Hanshan gave a bitter smile. The protective layer of qi kept the water out, only the breathable air could get in. Yichen took a deep breath. He decided to go over, not because he was confident that he could fight against Yuan Hengying, but because he didn't want to lose the heart of a sword artist. To be a sword artist, one had to be fearless. In a situation where the power gap was not huge, hiding was not the way to solve the problem, on the contrary, it would make one lose the spirit. The four of them moved extremely fast, within a few blinks of an eye, they had already arrived in the middle of the martial disciples. "It's you?" Yuan Hengying narrowed his eyes, seeming to be a bit surprised. he licked his lips and said coldly, "You guys come over here, stand in the front row." Seeing this, the other martial disciples were all shocked. Obviously, Yuan Hengying was going to use the 4 Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples as cannon fodder. Compared to him, they themselves were not any better. After all, the Dark Gold Serpent was not something that could be stopped by just a few cannon fodders. When the time came, the second batch of cannon fodders would definitely come. However, even though they knew that they might become cannon fodders, they still had to endure it. They didn't dare to disobey Yuan Hengying, who had killed countless people. At least, they still had a chance to survive against the Dark Gold Serpent. Yi Chen didn't even take a glance at Yuan Hengying, his voice spread out along with his Zhen Qi. "Who wants to join our battle formation and fight against the Dark Gold Serpent together?" Once he said this, everyone was shocked. Even those who were fighting against the Dark Gold Serpent couldn't help but glance over. Yuan Hengying laughed out of anger. "You have challenged my patience over and over again. Very good. Today, even if you don't want to come, you will have to come. Otherwise I will kill you. Even if you want to kill me, you will have to pay with your life. I'm just afraid that you can't afford it." Yi Chen's voice was as sharp as metal, piercing through the water. The sharp qi released from his body was even sharper than when he was on the lakeside, and contained an unshakable will. The previous fierce fight with Hong Qianjun had made Yi Chen's understanding of the sword intent reach a new level. If it weren't for the fact that he was limited by his cultivation, killing Yuan Hengying would be as easy as killing a dog. Even so, Yi Chen was 30% sure that he could kill Yuan Hengying, so there was no need for him to retreat. "Good, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Eagle swooping in the sky. Yuan Hengying was extremely angry. His body shook and rose straight up into the sky. After that, the Zhen Qi eagle flew out of his body and swooped down towards Yi Chen. Chop. Once the sword qi was released, the water started to flow in a reverse direction. The strong sword qi made people slightly dazed. The Zhen Qi eagle's chest was cut open by the sword. It let out a long cry, flapped its wings against the sword qi, and let out a loud metal clashing sound. In the next moment, the water was sucked into this space and formed into a 10-meter wide water ball, then it expanded and exploded. Boom. A thunderous sound was heard. What? He blocked Yuan Hengying's attack? Who the hell is this Sky Cloud Martial School's disciple? Even if Yuan Hengying had only used 80% of his power, a late-condensing reality realm warrior still couldn't compete with him. It's really incredible. Don't you think that it looks like the sword intent? Yeah, why didn't I think of it? That is definitely the sword intent. No wonder he is not afraid of Yuan Hengying. Everyone was shocked. Yuan Hengying's eyes had turned red like a devil, which meant that he had already decided to kill Yi Chen. As for the fact that Yi Chen had mastered the sword intent, it didn't affect him at all. A dead sword artist, why would he need the sword intent? If he didn't kill Yi Chen today, he would bring himself a powerful enemy. Today you will die. I wanted to kill you on the lakeside. No one has ever escaped from me, Yuan Hengying. Yuan Hengying pushed his Zhen Qi to its limit. An even bigger Zhen Qi eagle was formed. It flapped its wings, causing the water to flow in reverse. Enough. All of a sudden, a cold voice came. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and their faces changed. It was Xue Hen, the head disciple of the Invisible Martial School, a rank 7 institution in the Sky Serpent Nation. He was ranked 57th in the last Hidden Dragon rank, which was 2 ranks higher than Yuan Hengying. He said blandly, "Killing that black gold serpent is the most important thing right now. Once we kill him, you can do whatever you want." Yuan Hengying turned his head, his face darkened. "Xue Hen, you and I are minding our own business. What right do you have to interfere with my business? I'm just reminding you, don't forget why you came to the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region. Fighting over personal feelings will only bring you trouble." Yuan Hengying, Xue Hen is right. Killing that black gold serpent is the most important thing right now. Opening the gate of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace is the most important thing. Let's put everything else aside for now. Lu Zhao, the head disciple of the White Deer Cave, also said. Yuan Hengying slightly restrained his Zhen Qi. He decided to wait for a while longer. Once he reached the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace and made some progress in his cultivation, he would immediately chase after Yi Chen. As for now, he wasn't so sure about killing Yi Chen. He had already seen how powerful Yi Chen's sword intent was during the Hidden Dragon rank. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Luo Hanshan was secretly happy. Yuan Hengying didn't seem to be much more powerful than Yi Chen, otherwise he wouldn't have listened to Luo Hanshan's advice at all. It seemed that Yi Chen's decision was right. When one's power was almost the same as Yi Chen's, one should never step back, Otherwise, it would be harmful to one's future growth. Yi Chen didn't know what Luo Hanshan was thinking. He said loudly, "Those who are willing to join our battle formation, come here right now. I can guarantee that you won't be harmed." "I'm in. I'm in too." And our 7 mystery martial school. Immediately, a large group of disciples came to Yi Chen's area. Most of them were from Yuan Hengying's battle formation. Seeing this, Yuan Hengying was enraged. His eyes shone with a bright red light. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark gold serpent was indeed a 5th-grade ancient beast. Even under the joint attack of all kinds of battle formations, it was still incomparably powerful. From time to time, 2 or 3 disciples would be whipped into two by its tail, blood splashing everywhere. However, by now it had already become a cornered beast. Every single hidden dragon-ranked martial artist was powerful enough to challenge those who were at a higher cultivation level than him. Although the dark gold serpent was powerful, how could it possibly withstand the joint attack of so many people? As time went by, it was forced to retreat step by step, unable to stop any effective attacks. Kill. Kill. Waves of fierce air power landed on the dark gold serpent's body, causing blood to spurt out. As for those hidden dragon-ranked martial artists, they would always attack the vital parts of the dark gold serpent. Their attacks were more than 10 times more powerful than those ordinary disciples. Obviously, they were the main attacking force. After around half an hour, the dark gold serpent let out a wail. Its gigantic body heavily thudded against the ground and stopped breathing. Crick. Once the dark gold serpent died, the heavenly dream battle palace seemed to have sensed it. The huge iron gate opened automatically and a pure white light shone on everyone. Buzz. The Zhen Qi inside his body vibrated. Yi Chen found that under the white light, he had already reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm. It was as if he had reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm without any hindrance. Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then thought to himself, maybe it's because of the fight against Hong Qianjun, my Zhen Qi cultivation has been strengthened, and I only need to cultivate for a few days to reach the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Chapter 154. Although the gap between the late condensing reality realm and the peak of the late condensing reality realm was not that big, but for Yi Chen it was extremely valuable. Before, he was 30% sure that he could kill Yuan Hengying, but now he was 40% sure. If he could step into the clasping yuan realm, killing Yuan Hengying would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The other disciples all felt that their cultivation had improved, but none of them managed to make a breakthrough like Yi Chen. The gate of the heavenly dream battle palace is open. Let's go. Let's go. As soon as this white light shone on me, I felt so much better. I can definitely break into the clasping yuan realm if I get in there. Except for the hidden dragon-ranked martial artists, most of the other disciples had gone crazy. Why did they risk their lives to enter the heavenly dream ancient region? Of course, it was to break into the clasping yuan realm. As long as they could become clasping yuan realm martial artists, they would be as powerful as those hidden dragon-ranked martial artists. They wouldn't need to be scared anymore, and they wouldn't need to lower their heads. Piss off. The hidden dragon-ranked martial artists were the fastest. Their bodies flashed across the air and darted into the palace gate. Among them, Yuan Hengying had killed a disciple who had been blocking his way in a cruel and brutal way. Looking at those crazy disciples, Luo Hanshan said, "Let's go in as well." Yi Chen activated his Zhen Qi for a few times, found nothing wrong. He nodded and said, "This heavenly dream battle palace is indeed very helpful for breaking into the clasping yuan realm." "Jim, I think so too." The 4 of them followed closely behind the others and entered the palace, which was filled with a dense white light. Oh. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Mei said in surprise, "What a dense and pure yuan qi. It's so much better than the yuan qi from spirit stones. I can absorb it with almost no effort." In fact, even without Zhu Mei's reminder, the 3 of them had already sensed the change of the yuan qi once they entered the palace. However, the white light in the palace seemed to be way too strong. Once they entered, they were completely blinded. They couldn't see or sense anything. Even Yi Chen's soul power had lost its effect. It seemed that only the most basic sense of touch and hearing still existed. After about a quarter of an hour, the palace door behind him suddenly closed with a heavy sound. Then, as if there was a small earthquake in the palace, the rumbling sound was continuous, rising and falling. Suddenly, the floor under Yi Chen's feet sank, and there seemed to be something above sealing this space. "Be careful, the internal structure of the palace has changed," Yi Chen quickly warned. But no one answered. Letting out a bitter smile, Yi Chen realized that they had been separated from each other. Well, the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace wouldn't kill people on their own, so there shouldn't be any danger. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yi Chen was about to meditate and cultivate. Visible to the naked eye, the incomparably dense white light shrank into a ball and entered a huge crystal ball. The crystal ball was colorful and suspended in the air. Yi Chen quietly observed the situation. Buzz. The air slightly vibrated and gradually, a human-shaped white silhouette appeared under the crystal ball. The silhouette was holding a great sword with a straight back. If one looked closely, one would find that this silhouette was exactly the same as Yi Chen's, even the great sword was exactly the same. It was like a clone of Yi Chen. Of course, a silhouette was only a silhouette after all, it was pure white without any facial features. At first glance, one could easily tell that it was created by some kind of energy and not a real person. Swoosh. Once the white silhouette was formed, it took a step forward and launched a sword attack towards Yi Chen. Peak of the late condensing reality realm. Yi Chen sensed that the Jin Qi vibration of the silhouette was exactly the same as his own. The speed and power of the silhouette's attack were both amazing, almost as powerful as Luo Hanshan's. In other words, the silhouette was at the level of the Windy Nation's child-to-be. Yi Chen wasn't a passive person, and if he guessed it right, this was the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace's test. Only by defeating the silhouette could one be qualified to stay. Clang. The hidden cloud sword was pulled out of the scabbard. Yi Chen brushed past the silhouette. In the next moment, the silhouette's right arm, which was holding the sword, was sent flying into the air. Wisps of white light emerged from the wound. The silhouette, which had lost an arm, still tried to attack Yi Chen, but its head was chopped off by Yi Chen. The silhouette then transformed back into a stream of white light and flew back into the crystal ball. At the same time, in the enclosed space, which was less than 300 meters away, the same thing was happening. What the hell, it's as powerful as me and it even has martial skills. It's only slightly weaker than me, but it seems to be quite hard to defeat it. Why is it different from the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace's test 10 years ago? It's always the same. Some people were fighting intensely against the silhouette, and it was hard to tell who would win. Although some of them could suppress the silhouette, they couldn't defeat it within a short period of time, and some of them were surprised and didn't know how to react. All in all, everyone was taking the test, and the difficulty of the test depended on each individual's strength. The first round of the test had ended. 5 of their disciples were hit by the silhouette, and were sent out of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. In the scorching ancient desert. Beside the gigantic door of light, 5 silhouettes darted out of the door and landed on the thick sand. Yao Kai. Li Jing. These 5 people just happened to be the disciples of the sects that had failed the test. They crawled up from the sand with stunned expressions, and then they seemed to have thought of something. They had a dejected look on their faces, and they didn't even hear the shouts of their respective sects' elders. You failed, no one will blame you. Go back and work hard, don't ever give up, otherwise you won't be able to make any progress in the future. How many of our disciples are left? What? You're the only one left? Some of the elders encouraged them, some asked about the situation inside, and some of them heard the bad news. They beat their chests and stamped their feet, crying. The people inside the palace didn't know what was happening outside, and even if they knew, they wouldn't be able to be distracted. As the first round of the test ended, the second round began. Child-level power from the Windy Nation. Yi Chen's face turned serious. The silhouette in front of him wasn't that powerful, but it was already so powerful in the second round. The third and fourth rounds and the later rounds would undoubtedly be even more difficult. If one wanted to pass the second round, he would not only have to rely on his own power, but also his fighting skills. The silhouette dashed over and Yi Chen swung his sword. The silhouette's head flew out, transformed into a beam of white light, and merged into the crystal ball. The second round of the test ended, and the number of disciples who had failed doubled. In the first round there were only 5 and in this round there were 35. As the number of people who had failed increased, outside the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, all the institutions in the scorching ancient desert had learned about the situation inside the palace, and were all stunned. It wasn't that they didn't know that the Heavenly Dream Ancient region was a place that would devour people, but out of the 660 people who had entered the palace, only less than 300 managed to make it out alive. The others were either killed by the ancient demonic beasts inside, or killed by the disciples of other institutions, or killed by the ancient black gold boa. The death rate had reached a record high, over 55%. Fortunately, 1 out of 10 of the people who survived had a chance to step into the clasping yuan realm. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to enter the heavenly dream ancient region. Too many people died. Fortunately, not all of our disciples died. The third round of the test began. This time, the silhouette was as powerful as the top 100 of the last hidden dragon ranking, which was almost the same as Jianghu, who was in the swamp, and had the power to kill warriors at the same level as him within seconds. After easily killing this silhouette, Yi Qin sensed something different. Every time his attack landed on the silhouette's body, a magical vibration would be transmitted to his own body, and as the vibration became more and more obvious, Yi Qin realized that there was a stream of extremely pure yuan qi contained within the vibration, which would help him improve his cultivation. In other words, every time he fought he was actually making progress. The longer he could last, the more progress he would make, and in the end he might even be able to step into the clasping yuan realm. After figuring this out, Yi Qin let out a long breath and thought, I finally understand. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace is not only a test, but also an opportunity. It depends on whether I can grasp it or not. The third round of the test was not difficult for Yi Qin, but it was extremely difficult for the others. In the seventh sealed space on the east side, Lu Hanshan was gasping heavily. The silhouette in front of him was slightly more powerful than him. It was almost impossible for him to defeat it with his own power. What should I do? Am I going to be eliminated like this? No, since it's a test, there must be a way to pass. Boom. Without giving Lu Hanshan too much time to think, the silhouette launched a heavy punch. The tremendous power contained in that punch was as great as a mountain, as great as a river, surging violently. East rising purple chi, great monument suppression. Lu Hanshan tried his best to push the extreme purple art and the great monument heavenly king fist to their limits, combining them into a special defensive skill to protect himself. Crack. The purple monument couldn't even hold for 3 blinks of an eye, and suddenly shattered. Lu Hanshan rolled away in embarrassment, dodging the terrifying punch launched by the silhouette. At the same time, his chi and blood were boiling inside his body, and his eyes were seeing stars. Oh right, if I can reach the peak of the 9th level of the extreme purple art, I might be able to defeat him. Lu Hanshan's eyes shone. The 9th level of the extreme purple art was called East Rising Purple Chi. The peak of the 9th level of the extreme purple art could draw a purple lotus out of the air, and with the protection of the lotus, the defensive power of the cultivator would be raised by many times. The silhouette launched another attack, but Lu Hanshan didn't back off. Instead he pushed the extreme purple art to its limit and launched 2 punches in a row. In the other sealed space, Su Jing had released her unprecedented power, and was fighting against the silhouette. Every single punch landed on the silhouette's body, and the fierce gale generated by the punches shook the air like water. The golden light emitted by the 2 silhouettes was sometimes dim, sometimes brighter, and sometimes dimmer. If Lu Hanshan and Zhu Mei were here, they would definitely be shocked, because Su Jing's opponent was even more powerful than young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu. According to their previous understanding of Su Jing, she had never reached this level, which meant that Su Jing had been hiding her real power all this time. Clang. The silhouette and Su Jing's fists clashed against each other, and let out a terrifying metal clanging noise. Dazzling fire sparks splashed everywhere, and the air was extremely hot. Break! While locking the silhouette's right arm with her left hand, Su Jing's body suddenly shook, and a solid golden light burst out from her body, striking on the silhouette's body and disabling it from moving. After that, Su Jing took the opportunity and threw out a punch, hitting the silhouette's head. With a popping sound, the silhouette transformed into a beam of white light and merged into the crystal ball. Chapter 155. Many people hadn't finished their 3rd round yet, but Yi Qin's 4th round had already begun. The white silhouette was at the early clasping yuan realm. His strong Jin Qi vibration could be sensed from a long distance away, and the air started to ripple like water. Come on. Yi Qin had killed Hong Qianjun and fought against Yuan Hengying, so he was not afraid of this silhouette at all. He held the hidden cloud sword in his right hand and prepared to launch his sword intent. Swish! The white light figure suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in the sky above Yi Qin. It slashed down from the sky, and the majestic sword pressure was like a mountain, like a long river, piercing through the void, heading straight for Yi Qin. The attack was unexpectedly fierce. Yi Qin was slightly surprised. He raised his sword to block the attack. Crack! The floor under Yi Qin's feet was dented, and dark cracks spread out like a spider web. Dominate the world. With his tongue against his teeth, Yi Qin let out a shout, clenched his left hand into a fist and threw out a punch. The silhouette didn't even think about it and threw out a punch. Boom. Yi Chen's feet sank half a foot into the ground, while the silhouette was blown away by the power of Yi Chen's punch, and a slight crack appeared on its left arm. Just as I thought, this silhouette's defense is not as good as mine. Jumping out of the pit, Yi Chen released a thick stream of sword chi, chasing after the silhouette, intending to kill it with a single sword strike. The silhouette was at the early clasping yuan realm. It twisted its body in the air, narrowly dodged the sword chi, and then launched a thick stream of white sword chi towards Yi Chen in a weird posture. The air was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and the white sword chi seemed to be even more powerful than Yi Chen. Swirling clouds. From the late condensing reality realm to the peak of the late condensing reality realm, Yi Chen's Jin Chi had been greatly improved. Now it was much easier for him to perform the shocking cloud sword art, and he didn't feel any sluggishness like he did when he was fighting against Hong Qianjun. The sword chi that contained sword intent rose straight up, twisting the air and forming a huge tornado. It smashed the white sword chi with a single strike, and then swept towards the white figure with a rumbling sound. Sharp sword chi kept shooting out from it, sparkling and resplendent. Kacha kacha kacha. There was a mysterious power in the sealed space that was repairing the marks left by the previous battle. However, its speed of repair was not as fast as Yi Chen's destruction. Hundreds of sword marks instantly appeared on the ground and the walls. Each sword mark revealed a sharp aura. The white silhouette waved his sword wildly, forming a sword screen in front of him, blocking the tornado and the sword chi. His body was pushed back step by step. Bang. With his back against the wall, the white figure had nowhere to retreat. The white light on his body flashed rapidly as he slashed out with his sword. Brr. As soon as the white sword chi appeared, dragon's roars sounded out, and the astonishing sword chi suppressed the air, bringing with it an indestructible concept that slashed apart the rampaging tornado. Still not dead? Mountain condensed sword chi. No one knew when Yi Chen had appeared above the remnants of the tornado. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he slashed down with his sword. Clang 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 clang, sparks flew everywhere, and the white figure raised his sword to block the sword chi, but he was suppressed to the point where he couldn't move. Moments later, the sword chi broke the opponent's treasured sword, and the white figure turned into white light. Buzz. As soon as Yi Chen's feet landed on the ground, a magical vibration power acted on his body. Under this vibration power, Yi Chen only felt that his bones and muscles were itching, and his Jin Chi was circulating faster than before. In addition, because of the boiling of his Chi and blood, Yi Chen's face had also turned red. What a magical vibration power! It can actually improve my body and speed up the Jin Chi circulation. In the previous 3 rounds of tests, Yi Chen already knew that the vibration power could shake out the impurities in the body, which could increase the speed of training and refining Jin Chi, but it could not directly increase one's cultivation. However, compared with the current vibration power, it was obvious which one was better. When the vibration power disappeared, Yi Chen looked inside his body, and found that the Zhen Qi swirl in his dantian was gradually moving closer to the center, and gradually became round. Now, I have almost stepped into the clasping yuan realm, I only need to wait for the right time. The shape of the Zhen Qi inside one's dantian would change according to one's cultivation level. In the mortal Qi realm, the Zhen Qi would be in the shape of a cyclone, but in the condensing reality realm, the Zhen Qi would be transformed into Zhen Qi, and the quantity and quality of the Zhen Qi would be greatly increased, which would transform into a Zhen Qi swirl. In the clasping yuan realm, the Zhen Qi swirl would gather together and form a perfect sphere. With a single punch, Yi Chen's power had improved once again. Now, even if he had to fight against Yuan Henging, he had 50% confidence that he could defeat him or even kill him. At this moment, most of the people had just finished the 3rd round. The number of people who had been eliminated kept rising. 5 people were eliminated in the 1st round, 15 in the 2nd round, and over 240 people were eliminated in the 3rd round. All of them had been sent out of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace and returned to the scorching ancient desert. Hans Han. The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder glanced around and found Luo Hans Han in the crowd. Luo Hans Han gave a bitter smile and said, "Sorry, I failed to step into the clasping yuan realm." Patting on Luo Hanshan's shoulder, the head elder grinned and said, "Don't worry with your talent, it won't take you too long to step into the clasping yuan realm. You don't have to rush." HM. Luo Hanshan nodded and said, "It's not that I haven't made any progress. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace is filled with rich yuan qi, and during the test, the vibrating power also affected my body. The Zhen Qi swirl inside my body has already gone through the third round of the test, and it seems to be shrinking. If I go back and cultivate for a while, I might be able to make a breakthrough. That's great. Alright, where are the others? Are they in danger? The head elder looked nervous. Every single one of Yi Qin and the other three were the future pillars of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Losing any one of them would be a great loss, especially Yi Qin. Geniuses who had mastered the half-step sword intent were not as common as cabbages, they were extremely rare. If they lost Yi Qin this time, no one knew how many years they would have to wait for the next time. Luo Hanshan glanced at the direction of the Purple Sun Martial School, then sent his Zhen Qi to the head elder and said, "Head elder, Brother Yi has mastered the true sword intent, and he has also killed the Thunder Hand Ouyang Lai and the little godly kick Ouyang Ming. These two had been trying to kill us, but in the end they were killed by Brother Yi." It's true. The head elder's voice was a bit high-pitched. Fortunately, he had used his Zhen Qi to send the message, otherwise he would have made a fool of himself. Luo Hanshan smiled and said, "How could I say something without thinking? It's absolutely true. Great, Yi Qin has actually mastered the sword intent. He is indeed a peerless genius of our Sky Cloud Martial School. It seems like even the gods want our Sky Cloud Martial School to prosper." The head elder grinned from ear to ear. If Yi Qin, who had mastered the half-step sword intent, was like an unpolished jade, then Yi Qin, who had mastered the sword intent, was like a peerless jade which didn't need to be polished anymore. Luo Hanshan continued, "Zhu Mei and Sister Su Jing are both doing well, they haven't come out yet. Perhaps they are currently in the fourth round of the test, and have a great chance to break into the Clasping Yuan realm." Luo Hanshan didn't use his Zhen Qi to send this message, but the fourth elder and the other inner elders all heard it. The fourth elder laughed out loud and said, "Compared to our generation, you are so much more outstanding. In just a few years we will have to give up our positions." Hehe, it's better for us to give up our positions. Nowadays the world belongs to young people. You're right. Back then, when we were fighting against the 9 evil cult, our Sky Cloud Martial School suffered a great loss. Our generation hasn't even grown up yet, but we have already become inner elders. You are much more outstanding than us, you can still take up this position. Compared to the other institutions, the Sky Cloud Martial School's side was filled with laughter. In the Purple Sun Martial School's direction, the head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School had a gloomy look on his face. He said to an inner elder who was standing next to him, "I wonder how Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming are doing. As for the others, they are most likely dead." Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming are very powerful, it's not very likely that they are dead. The others are not as powerful, so they are more likely to be dead. The head elder looked at Luo Hanshan, a killing intent flashed across his eyes. It seems that they haven't finished the task I gave them. Luo Hanshan came out alive. Don't worry about Luo Hanshan, he hasn't reached the Clasping Yuan realm yet. If you want to worry, you should worry about that kid named Yi Qin. Once he reaches the Clasping Yuan realm, he will be as powerful as a mid-Clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He will be a great threat to our Purple Sun Martial School in the future. We can't let him live. No matter what, we have to wait for Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming to come out first. All of a sudden, a raging growl came from the Multiple Mountain Martial School. The growl was mixed with Zhen Qi, it even raised the sand within a radius of tens of zhang into the air. What did you say? The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder glared at the Multiple Mountain Martial School's disciple who had just walked out. The disciple was frightened by the head elder's fierce aura. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Head elder, I didn't see our eldest brother Hong Qianjun in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, but I think he should be fine. He is an early Clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and all the other hidden dragon-ranked martial artists were there. Except for them, who else could kill our eldest brother?" The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder yelled out. "Then where did he go? The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace will close in a quarter of an hour." I don't know either. If something bad happens to Hong Qianjun, our Multiple Mountain Martial School will definitely investigate this thoroughly, find out who is behind this. If I find out, I will kill his whole family. Luo Hanshan's pupils shrunk, he hurriedly took back his sight. Hong Qianjun was killed by Yi Qin, he and Zhu Mei and Su Jing had witnessed it with their own eyes. At this moment he couldn't afford to leave even the slightest trace, otherwise if the Multiple Mountain Martial School's people noticed it, it would bring an endless disaster to the Sky Cloud Martial School. The head elder sensed that Luo Hanshan's facial expression had changed. He hurriedly sent his Zhen Qi to Luo Hanshan. Hans Han, what's wrong? What's wrong? Tell me honestly, I'm your uncle, don't you trust me? Hesitating for a while, Luo Hans Han decided to tell the truth. In the Sky Cloud Martial School, he trusted his father Luo Xinglie and the head elder the most. Both of them were his closest relatives. Head elder Hong Qianjun is already dead, and the one who killed him is Yi Qin. But this whole thing was started by Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming from the Purple Sun Martial School. If we didn't kill Hong Qianjun back then, Hong Qianjun would definitely kill us. Ouyang Lai, Ouyang Ming instigated Hong Qianjun to kill you, he must have promised him some benefits, right? I thought it was something serious, he killed Hong Qianjun, if you didn't kill him he would kill you. This is simple, but except for your father and me, don't tell anyone else about this. Although our Sky Cloud Martial School is not a coward, we still don't want to start a war with the multiple mountain martial school. I know. Chapter 156. The first, second, and third rounds had eliminated over 260 people in total. There were still around 30 people left. Among these 30 people, 8 of them were already early clasping Yuan Realm warriors. It would be very hard for them to make a breakthrough, but they could still reach the peak level early clasping Yuan Realm. The remaining 20 or so people might not be able to reach the clasping Yuan Realm for sure. After all, everyone had different situations. For example, among the people who had been eliminated in the first 3 rounds, 6 of them had made it to the clasping Yuan Realm, and did not even have the chance to take the 4th round. The 9th sealed room in the north. The blade light danced like snowflakes, fluttering in the air like a dream. Amidst the blade light, 2 pure white silhouettes clashed with each other from time to time, creating thousands of sparks. Although these 2 silhouettes were both white, one of them was slightly transparent, which was obviously a structure of energy. The other person's white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his temperament was out of this world. One didn't need to look at him with their eyes to feel the gentleness of the spring breeze. After pushing back his opponent with a single blade attack, the white-robed young man finally relaxed his eyebrows. He had finally reached the clasping Yuan Realm after being stuck at the peak of the late condensing reality realm for 2 years. Raising his head, the young man revealed a handsome and gentle face. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize him as the head disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, young Master North Snow. The 3rd sealed room in the north. The head disciple of the South Rudra Martial School, Lotus Fairy Qin Yulian, had been promoted. The 18th sealed room in the south. Zhu Mei was eliminated. The 14th sealed room in the south. Zhen Qi vibration, which only belonged to early clasping Yuan Realm martial artists, burst out from Su Jing's body. With a single punch, she shattered the head of the white silhouette. Letting out a heavy breath, Su Jing slightly closed her eyes and murmured to herself, "Finally, I can practice that body-strengthening technique. I wonder if it is as powerful as the ancient scroll said?" Once Su Jing made the breakthrough, a total of 3 clasping Yuan Realm martial institutions in the Windy Nation had reached the level of clasping Yuan Realm. They were the head disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Qin Yulian from the Rudra Martial School, and the core disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Su Jing. As for young Master Duanmu, Blade Yu, Rain Hero, Nangong Yun, Yuan Xueme, Lu Wuxiang, and Ji Shuiyin, they had all been eliminated in the first 3 rounds, just like Luo Hans Han. Right now, only Lynch and Yi Qin hadn't made any moves among the disciples of the Windy Nation. Scorching ancient desert. Outside the door of light. Young Master North Snow, Qin Yulian and Su Jing were teleported out one after another. Junior sister Su Jing, you've broken through. Both Lu Hans Han and Zhu Mei hadn't made any breakthroughs, although they were a bit disappointed, they soon stopped worrying about it. As a martial artist, the most important thing was to be persistent. A temporary loss wasn't a big deal, but a lifetime's worth of gains and losses was the most important. Perhaps, even if they didn't make any breakthroughs today, they would still be able to make great progress in the future. Of course, this trip to the Heavenly Dream ancient region was full of dangers, and the 4 of them had gone through all kinds of hardships to get into the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. If none of them had made any breakthroughs, that would be too unreasonable. Seeing Su Jing right now, the powerful sense of power released from her body told them the answer. Su Jing nodded and said, "The 6th round is not something that an early clasping Yuan Realm martial artist can pass. I lost within 10 attacks." In the 4th round, she had already reached the early clasping Yuan Realm. In the 5th round, the white silhouette had made some adjustments according to her cultivation, but she was still able to handle it. She had to exchange over 100 attacks before she could pass. However, in the 6th round, The white silhouette's power had reached the peak level mid-clasping Yuan realm. Each of its attacks had the power to shake mountains. Haha, it's great that you have reached the early clasping Yuan realm. As for whether you can pass the 6th round or not, it doesn't matter. The head elder hadn't been this happy for a long time. First, Yi Qin had attained the sword intent and killed the 2 top-ranked disciples of the Purple Sun martial school. Then, Su Jing had stepped into the clasping Yuan realm and become a powerful young martial artist who was as powerful as young Master Emerald. All of these were great news for the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, the Sky Cloud Martial School needed to hold a big banquet and invite all the powerful martial artists from all over the Windy Nation. The elders of the North Snow Martial Academy and the South Rudra Martial School were also very happy. Finally, one of their disciples had reached the clasping Yuan realm. Especially for the North Snow Martial Academy, apart from young Master North Snow, they also had the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch who had yet to come out. Therefore, there was a 90% chance that he would become a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. You've all come out. Only Lynch and Yi Qin are still in there. I wonder how they are doing now. Luo Han said. Su Jing said, I think Yi Qin will definitely succeed. Indeed, there's a great chance. The head elder and the 4th elder both nodded. In the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. In the 21st sealed room in the north. No one had ever imagined that Lynch would be able to last until now. It seemed that everyone had underestimated his power. Because in the 4th round, the white silhouette had already reached the early clasping Yuan realm, and in the 5th round, it was even more powerful. It was only one step away from the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Of course, this was only for ordinary martial artists. If the white silhouette had been replaced by Hong Qianjun, Lynch would have been defeated long ago. After all, Hong Qianjun was able to fight against ordinary mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. The battle had already started long ago. The only reason why Lynch was able to stay undefeated was because of his amazing willpower. Right now, the blade aura released from his body was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like it was going to transform. Die. Each blade was faster than the previous one. The only thought in Lynch's mind right now was to be faster, 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 faster than his original limit and reach a higher level. Crack. The white silhouette, who had been steadily suppressing Lynch, suddenly stopped moving. Its right arm, which was holding the great blade, was sent flying into the air. In the next moment, its body was cut into dozens of pieces and turned into white light. Buzz. The Zhen Qi swirl in Lynch's dantian vibrated at an extremely high speed, and eventually shrank into a spherical shape, while the Zhen Qi swirled inwards. I made a breakthrough. I didn't expect to comprehend the blade intent first, and then make a breakthrough in cultivation. If he hadn't comprehended the blade intent just now, no matter how fast his blade was, he would have failed. However, he succeeded and became an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Moreover, he had also comprehended the blade intent, which was the dream of all saber artists. After the leader of the village, Shui Warren, he was the second person in the Windy Nation who had comprehended the blade intent. The 6th round of the test. Lynch gasped. Because he had made a breakthrough in cultivation, the white silhouette had adjusted its power according to his own. It had reached the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm, which was even more terrifying than Su Jing, Qin Yulian and young Master North Snow's 6th round of the test. The higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to challenge someone with a higher cultivation. Lynch had just stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, which meant that he was at the bottom of the clasping Yuan realm, while the white silhouette was at the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. The gap between them was not just 1 level but 1.5 levels. Even if Lynch had comprehended the blade intent, he would not be able to defeat it. In the entire South Shui region, there were less than 5 young martial artists who could challenge someone with a higher cultivation than them. For example, the top 3 young martial artists in the Hidden Dragon rank, although they were only at the mid-clasping Yuan realm, they were as powerful as the leaders of the top 5 martial artists in the Windy Nation. However, in terms of talent, they were much more powerful than Lynch. As for Lynch's blade intent, it was not strange at all. Many of the top 30 young martial artists in the Hidden Dragon rank had comprehended the blade intent and the sword intent, not to mention the top 3 young martial artists in the South Shui region. The white silhouette had only launched 1 attack, but Lynch had been forced back for 10 steps. For the 2nd attack, Lynch had barely dodged. For the 3rd attack, blood gushed out from the corner of Lynch's mouth. For the 6th attack, Lynch was defeated, and was sent out of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. Since then, Yi Qin was the only one among the young martial artists in the Windy Nation. Lynch is out. On the scorching ancient desert, all the elders of the top 5 martial institutions of the Windy Nation looked over, staring at Lynch, who had just been sent out of the light gate. Lynch walked to the North Snow Martial Academy with a bland look. The other 4 martial institutions had all gained something, so their facial expressions were still normal. Only the group of people from the Purple Sun Martial Academy looked gloomy. Their eyes were filled with blood streaks as if they wanted to kill someone. Head Elder Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming might be able to hold on till now, it's hard to say. An inner elder of the Purple Sun Martial Academy couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore, and said something that even he himself didn't believe. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial Academy snorted coldly. He didn't want to talk anymore. Although his subconscious didn't want to admit that Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming were already dead, his mind told him that it was hopeless. When we go back this time, secretly arrange some people to kill the top disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. I want their happy event to turn into a funeral. Of course, we can't let the Sky Cloud Martial School grow any further. In the 5th sealed space in the west of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, Yun Hengying smashed the head of the white silhouette with a palm attack, then laughed out loud. His face was filled with pride, arrogance. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace can't possibly let me break into the mid-clasping Yuan realm from the early clasping Yuan realm all of a sudden, but reaching the peak of the early clasping Yuan realm has also largely improved my fighting power. Disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, wait for me to kill you. Now I can crush you to death with only one hand, especially that little bastard who has mastered the sword intent. I want you to die miserably. Yuan Hengying seemed to have imagined himself killing Yi Qin. He laughed out loud again. Zhen Qi surged out from his body, and that great and fierce Zhen Qi made him look like a devil. In the 16th sealed room in the east, Zhuang Fei slapped on the back of the white silhouette. The extremely condensed power of his palm instantly shattered the silhouette, without even a little bit of power leaking out. The Windy Nation will be mine in the future. After killing the white silhouette, Zhuang Fei released an aura that was not any weaker than Yuan Hengying's. Apparently he had reached the peak of the early clasping Yuan realm. No one had ever thought that he would be able to reach the next level. After all, he was only ranked 68th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking, and was one of the weakest ones among the 9 nations. Yi Qin didn't know about the other people's changes, and he didn't have the time to think about it. This time, the white silhouette was quite powerful among the mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists, which was only slightly weaker than the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. However, this was already his limit. He was only able to fight until now because of his increasingly powerful sword intent. When Yi Qin had just entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, his sword intent was still in a relatively young stage. After the fight against Hong Qianjun, his sword intent had started to grow, and was still in the early stage. Now, after 5 rounds of tests, his sword intent had grown again, and was only 1 step away from reaching the entry level. The entry-level sword intent was terrifying. It was much more powerful than the sword intent at the early stage. In comparison, the current Yi Qin would only need a few moves to defeat himself, who had just entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient region. 1,000 moves. After a whole 1,000 moves, Yi Qin chopped off the white silhouette's head with 1 sword strike. At that moment he only felt dizzy. But of course, no matter how tired he was, it was all worth it. The Zhen Qi swirl in his dantian had finally become a perfect Zhen Qi swirl. At this moment, Yi Qin had officially reached the clasping Yuan realm. Chapter 157. 100 Sword Attack. Intending to test the power of an early clasping Yuan realm martial art, Yi Qin's body shook, and he activated the pure Jun Zhen Qi, a top-rank mortal realm martial art. Shwa 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 shwa. Countless condensed Qi swords floated around Yi Qin's body. There were exactly 100 of them, and all of them flew in the same direction. That shocking sword aura was extremely horrifying, as if it could pierce through the surreal space and kill people with its aura. Go! As Yi Qin waved his hand, those Qi swords turned into beams of white light, shooting at the wall in front of him as fast as lightning. The iron-like wall slightly shook and powder began to fall down. The whole wall had been shattered by those Qi swords. 100 Qi swords, each one of them could kill a peak-level late condensing reality realm martial artist. Even a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artist would be turned into a beehive. If the pure Jun Zhen Qi was a low-rank earth realm martial art, its power would be doubled. While estimating the power of those Qi swords, Yi Qin was secretly shocked. Without using any other skills, he could easily kill a peak-level early clasping Yuan realm martial artist with only the pure Junjin Qi, which was indeed beyond his expectation. Of course, he also knew that the power of those Qi swords was based on normal martial artists, and those genius martial artists would not be killed so easily. He still had to use his sword intent and the sky cloud sword art. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Qin murmured to himself, "With my current power, I should be able to beat a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, but I wonder how I would fare against a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. The higher the level of a martial artist, the bigger the gap would be. Before reaching the clasping Yuan realm, one might be able to beat a martial artist who was 2 ranks higher than him, but after reaching the clasping Yuan realm, the possibility of beating a martial artist who was 2 ranks higher than him was very low. Even though Yi Chen's sword intent was almost at the entry level, and his soul power was unparalleled, he would still be limited. However, it was just a guess, he might be able to beat a martial artist who was 2 ranks higher than him. The 6th test. Whoosh. A white silhouette appeared under the colorful crystal ball. The white silhouette only stood there, but its Jinqi was already like a tsunami. The air around it was suddenly compressed into a beautiful arc, late clasping Yuan realm. Yi Chen's face looked extremely serious. The pressure that the white light shadow gave him was the same as that of the 4th elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Just the aura alone could create a terrifying pressure that made people unable to resist. The white silhouette swung its sword. Before the sword Qi arrived, the wall behind Yi Qin caved in and some powder fell down. To be able to create such terrifying lethality with just sword pressure, it's indeed troublesome. Yi Qin hurriedly held his sword horizontally to block the incoming attack. He couldn't help but think of the middle-aged man in black from the Ghost Corpse Mountain, who had tried to kill them before. That man had thrown out a palm attack, and the horrifying palm pressure had turned dozens of men in black into piles of blood. It was exactly the same as this sword pressure. Both were powers that only late-clasping Yuan realm martial artists could have. Clang. The white sword Qi slashed onto the hidden cloud sword. Yi Qin seemed to hear the mournful cry of the hidden cloud sword. It was a sign that the sword was about to be destroyed. The sword Qi unleashed by the opponent was unimaginably powerful. If it wasn't a low-ranked great sword, it would be impossible for it to withstand the pressure. Break! Yi Qin let out a great roar. He pushed his pure Junjin Qi to its limit and poured all of it into the hidden cloud sword. In the next moment, the white sword Qi was shattered. Faint cracks appeared on the surface of the hidden cloud sword and spread out. Hold on for a while, let me show you the last of your power. The hidden cloud sword was damaged. Yi Qin didn't feel good about it. Although this sword hadn't been with him for a long time, it had accompanied him to fight until now. It had killed one enemy after another, and it had even killed Hong Qianjun, who was ranked in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Could be said that it had made great achievements. Yi Qin firmly stabilized the hidden cloud sword with his Jin Qi, and for the first time he launched the shocking cloud sword art. Swirling clouds. The sharp sword Qi rose straight up, twisting the airflow and forming a huge tornado. This time the tornado was even more solid and was emitting a faint light. It looked like a pillar in the sky rolling towards the white silhouette. From time to time the sword Qi would shoot out. Clang, clang, clang. The white silhouette calmly waved its sword to block the sword Qi. Although it didn't seem to move fast, every sword strike landed on the weakest part of the sword Qi. One after another, the sword Qi was shattered, and the tornado was right in front of the silhouette. Abruptly, the white silhouette's body flashed and unexpectedly, it raised its sword to block the tornado. The white silhouette passed through the tornado, and the tornado behind it suddenly disappeared, turning into a violent airflow that spread out in all directions. Shocking clouds. Yi Qin had never used the last movement of the shocking cloud sword art. It was not because he couldn't, but because it consumed too much Jin Qi. When he was at the late condensing reality realm, he couldn't use it at all. Now that he had reached the early clasping Yuan realm, he could finally use this movement. Yi Chen's body floated in the air like a cloud, and then he waved his sword down. It was so light that it seemed like he was just brushing away the clouds. Crack! A thunderous sound rang out, and the sword Qi shot out. There was no way to dodge this sword attack. The white silhouette didn't have any human emotions. It raised its sword to block the attack mechanically. With a cracking sound, the white sword in its hand was broken, and a deep sword mark appeared on its chest. However, it wasn't completely killed and was only seriously injured. In fact, the white silhouette was at a disadvantage. The white sword in its hand was made of energy, and it wasn't very hard. In other words, Yi Qin didn't win with this movement, but with his sword. As his feet landed on the ground, Yi Qin let out a bitter laugh. He then lowered his head and looked at the hidden cloud sword. The hidden cloud sword, which had lost the stability of its Jin Qi, had shattered inch by inch. It turned into thousands of pieces and fell to the ground, making a clear and melodious sound. I lost. Without the hidden cloud sword, Yi Qin was no match for the white silhouette, although the white silhouette had also lost its sword. Yi Qin was preparing to fight with the white silhouette with his bare hands. It wouldn't matter even if he was eliminated. However, the sudden turn of events made him confused. The white silhouette automatically jumped into the crystal ball. It didn't turn into a white light and enter the crystal ball. Rumble. The sealed room started shaking and 4 doors appeared in the room. 3 of them were connected to a dark and deep tunnel, and the last one was a light door. Recalling what the head elder had told him, Yi Qin's knitted eyebrows loosened. The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace was extremely mysterious. Every test was different, but as long as one could pass all the tests, 3 treasures would be unlocked. These 3 treasures could be treasures, secret manuals, or other extremely precious things. However, if one wanted to get those treasures, he or she would have to fight for them with his or her own efforts. If he or she couldn't get those treasures, that would be his or her own problem. It seems that no one has passed all the tests in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace for over 100 years. I didn't expect that I would break the record this time. Is there anyone else? It was not easy to pass all the tests. Later on, the white silhouette would adjust its power according to the individual's condition. For example, in the 6th round, Lynch's opponent was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, while Yi Qin's opponent was a late-level clasping Yuan realm martial artist. The 2 of them were only half a stage apart, but their power was completely different. Normally, even 2 peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists might not be able to defeat a late-level clasping Yuan realm martial artist. However, Yi Qin had a premonition that he was not the only one who had passed all the tests. All those hidden dragon-ranked martial artists were not ordinary people, especially the 3 ranked in the top 60. They were 1 Bloodless Blade Mo Wuxia, the top-ranked disciple of the Formless Martial School, Shui Hen, and Killer Eagle Yuan Henging. The young master devil Lung Wuqing was not someone to be underestimated. If he could reach the clasping Yuan realm, his power would be absolutely terrifying. After all, he was practicing the Earth Devil Body Refining Art, which made it extremely hard for him to improve his power, but once he did, his power would increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Qin waved his hand and the low-ranked Great Spear, which was placed in the corner of the room, flew into his hand. He felt a bit helpless. The low-ranked Great Spear was much more precious than the hidden cloud sword. However, he was a sword user, and only with a great sword in his hand could he activate his sword intent to the extreme. Without a great sword, his power would be greatly reduced, and even a low-ranked great weapon wouldn't be able to make up for it. I have to get a low-ranked great sword in the future. After making up his mind, Yi Qin looked at the 4 doors. If he guessed correctly, the other 3 doors were the entrances to the treasures, while the light door was the portal to the exit of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. Without any hesitation, Yi Qin walked towards the door on the left. As for the light door, he didn't even think about it. Since he had already come in, how could he leave empty-handed? Not long after Yi Qin walked into the passage, the other places started to change one after another. Just like the rumor said, if I pass all the tests, I will have the chance to get 3 treasures. These 3 treasures are mine now. Putting the blood-red thin blade back into the sheath, Mo Wuxia let out an evil smile and stepped into the left passage. In another room, Yuan Henging licked his lips. The 6th round was indeed out of his expectation and he almost failed. Luckily, at the crucial moment he still had a secret ace up his sleeve, which was why he was not eliminated. However, this ace could only be used once, so he did not dare to use it too many times. Thinking of the 3 treasures, Yuan Henging couldn't wait any longer. No matter who it was, whoever stood in his way would have to die. Not only Mo Wuxia and Yuan Henging had passed all the tests. Lung Wuqing was also one of them. He had already stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, which meant that his fighting power had increased by 2 times. Now, his body was as hard as a rank 5 martial zombie, which meant that he could take an attack from an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist without losing his life. The last one who passed all the tests was not the top-ranked disciple of the Formless Martial School, Shui Hen, but the top-ranked disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Zhuang Fei. He had been holding the position of the most powerful young martial artist in the Windy Nation, and had never thought about giving it up. This time was no exception. The passages were connected to one room after another, which were complicated and hard to count. Sometimes, there were even stairs leading to the upper or lower floors, which was quite confusing. Fortunately, there was a light door in each room which could teleport people out at any time. Otherwise, Yi Chen would have to rely on the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace to teleport him out after he got the treasures. Entering one room after another, then walking out, and so on. Buzz. After an unknown period of time, a wave of vibration came from below. This wave of vibration came so suddenly, as if it was alerting the people nearby that it was there. Is this the first treasure? Letting out a long breath, Yi Chen turned around and walked towards the room behind him. There was a door in that room which led to the lower floor. Chapter 158. The vibrations grew clearer and clearer, and soon Yi Chen arrived at a large room. The room looked like it was pieced together by dozens of ordinary rooms. It was 100 square meters and 130 meters tall. A thick pillar stood in the middle of the room. At the top of the pillar was a pure white ball of light. Inside the ball of light, a dark red secret manual floated quietly. A manual? Yi Chen's mind flickered. He just needed an Earthrealm martial art. He wondered what kind of manual this was. Taking a few steps forward, Yi Chen sensed something and hurriedly dodged to the right. A 2-meter-long white light beam silently rose from under the floor. It moved at an incredible speed and let out a sharp swishing sound. If Yi Chen didn't have such a sharp sense of perception, he might have been penetrated by the light beam and teleported out of the palace. Standing still, Yi Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. He murmured to himself, "There's a trap on the floor, I better not fly over from the air." The Heavenly Dream Battle Palace is a mysterious place. How could it have such a big flaw? There must be a more dangerous trap in the air. Thinking of this, Yi Chen took out a low-rank soul stone from his pocket and threw it into the air. A small hole appeared on the left side of the wall, from which a beam of light shot out and shattered the low-rank soul stone into pieces, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. With my protective Jin Qi, I won't be able to defend myself. Yi Chen estimated the power of that beam of light, then shook his head. Flying over from the air was not an option, it would only lead to death. Therefore he could only walk over from the ground. Raising his foot, Yi Chen put it down again. A silhouette appeared on the other side of the door. It was the young master devil Lung Wuqing. Lung Wuqing was slightly surprised to see Yi Chen. He didn't think that Yi Chen would be able to survive until now, which meant that Yi Chen had also stepped into the clasping yuan realm. "What I need is a martial art manual. What kind do you need?" Lung Wuqing didn't move and asked. Yi Chen said, "Cultivation technique." Nodding his head, Lung Wuqing said, "That's easy. If it's a martial technique manual, it'll belong to me. If it's a cultivation technique manual, it'll belong to you. If it's neither, we'll have to rely on our own abilities. I'm sure you don't want to get into a meaningless fight." Lung Wuqing was still quite afraid of Yi Chen. An early clasping yuan realm martial artist who had mastered the sword intent was definitely a tough nut to crack. He would rather face the other hidden dragon-ranked martial artists than face Yi Chen directly. Of course, it was not that he was afraid of Yi Chen, he just did not want to fight a tough and fruitless battle. "Sure, but I have to add one more condition. Now that the martial technique manual is in my hands, you cannot take it away for free. You have to exchange it for something of equal value and vice versa." Yi Chen agreed. He was not a battle maniac and it was best to avoid unnecessary battles. Not to mention that he had lost the hidden cloud sword, so he could not use his full strength. All right. Lung Wuqing did not believe that he would not be able to get the manual. What Yi Chen said actually stimulated his competitive spirit. Pausing for a second, Yi Chen glanced around and said, "Let's get closer to the stone pillar first. This place is not easy to deal with." Hearing this, Lung Wuqing stamped his foot heavily, and his qi spread out along the ground. Whoosh, 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 white light thorns emerged from the ground one after another, piercing through the air. After 2 blinks of an eye, the white light thorns disappeared. Although Lung Wuqing had memorized the location of the white light thorns, he was a prudent person, so he stamped his foot again and spread out even more qi. The next moment, half of the room was filled with white light thorns. The tips of the light thorns were as cold as the stars in the sky, making one's scalp numb. Lung Wuqing slightly frowned and said, "The light thorns appear in different places every time, and it is disadvantageous to both sides in a fight. Then I hope the manual is either a martial technique or a martial technique." Yi Chen smiled faintly. He did not agree with Lung Wuqing's words. In a fight, as long as he used his qi to lock his position, He would not have to worry about his opponent triggering the mechanism by vibrating the ground. The two carefully walked towards the stone pillar in the middle of the room. Swoosh! Light thorns shot out from time to time. While the two dodged, they did not dare to use up all of their chi. Neither of them could be sure if there was a mechanism at the place where they landed. If there was a mechanism, they could quickly dodge it, and if there was no mechanism, they could gather a whole breath of chi again. As for whether there was a mechanism at every place they landed, it was unlikely to happen. If it did, it would mean that they were extremely unlucky today. With their cultivation, although a breath of Jin Qi could last longer than normal early clasping Yuan realm warriors, it could only last 7 times. After 7 times, if there was still a mechanism at the place where they landed, they would definitely be eliminated. Fortunately, this had not happened yet. The most dangerous situation was that there would only be 4 traps in a row. Soon, the two approached the stone pillar at the same time. Come down. Almost at the same time, the two reached out their hands towards the light ball on the stone pillar, trying to pull it down. The light ball did not move at all. At this moment, Yi Chen's hands, which were filled with Zhen Qi, stuck on the stone pillar and quickly flew up. Along the way, he changed his hands rhythmically, making sure that one of his hands was always touching the stone pillar. Leng Wuqing thought for a while. He believed that Yi Chen did not do this for no reason. There might be danger in the air, so he should not act rashly. Leng Wuqing followed suit. His hands, which were filled with Zhen Qi, also stuck on the stone pillar, chasing after Yi Chen. He was as agile as a monkey. The stone pillar was only 220 meters tall. Within 2 blinks of an eye, Yi Chen had already reached the top. With his left hand and feet stuck on the stone pillar, Yi Chen's right hand formed a claw, trying to tear the light ball apart. Pop! The surface of the light ball had a strong elasticity, which almost sent Yi Chen flying. Good. The iron spear landed in his hand. Yi Chen gave a low growl and pierced the light ball with the spear. Clang! The tip of the spear was blocked by a hand, which made a metal clashing sound. Let's see what we can do. Yi Chen laughed. Red flames rose on the iron spear, which shook off Leng Wuqing's hand. Then he took the opportunity to whip the light ball. The light ball stayed where it was, motionless. Its surface was dented, making a creaking sound. Earth Demon's body-breaking cut. Leng Wuqing did not fight with Yi Chen. He turned his hand into a knife and chopped at the other side of the light ball. Then, as if they had discussed it, the two of them attacked the light ball again and again. The light ball was dented and distorted. Just at the moment when the light ball collapsed, Yi Chen's body shook. Countless chi swords floated around his body, flying toward the light ball and Leng Wuqing, covering the whole area. Leng Wuqing's eyes flashed with cold light. He raised his hands to protect his face. After a series of metal explosions, Leng Wuqing was unharmed. Those chi swords could not even break his skin. When he put down his hands, he found that the light ball had been broken, and the dark red secret book fell into Yi Chen's hands. Humph! Although Leng Wuqing was angry, he did not want to fight. It was too inconvenient to fight from above. Yi Chen's body went down and landed on the ground. Glancing at Leng Wuqing, Yi Chen opened the dark red secret book and looked at it. After a while, Leng Wuqing, who was standing 20 steps away, asked, "What kind of secret book is it?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "You are lucky. It is a palm secret book and it is very powerful. It has reached the middle rank of Earth Realm. To be honest, even I am a bit tempted." Leng Wuqing's face darkened. "But we had a deal. Are you going back on your word?" Yi Chen shook his head. "What do you want to trade for it?" Without hesitation, Leng Wuqing untied the heavy bag on his back and threw it to Yi Chen. He said, "There are 7 low-rank Earth Realm secret books, 65 top-rank Human Realm secret books, a low-rank dagger, a low-rank light armor, a low-rank short knife, 3 red light fireballs and 5 herbs. Each of them is worth no less than 50,000 gold. They are all yours." Taking the bag, Yi Chen was surprised. "Don't you want to look at the secret books? They might not be suitable for you." Leng Wuqing said, "As long as they are martial arts, they are suitable for me. There is no need to look at them." He opened the bag. Just like Leng Wuqing said, there were quite a lot of things inside. If he was not mistaken, only a small part of these things were obtained by Leng Wuqing himself. Most of them should be from disciples from other martial institutions. However, he did not care about the origin of these things. The value of the things inside the bag was astonishing. The 7 low-rank Earth Realm secret books were worth more than 21,000 low-rank soul stones. The 65 top-rank Human Realm secret books were worth 3,250 low-rank soul stones. A low-rank dagger was worth no less than 5,000 low-rank soul stones. A low-rank light armor was even more valuable, probably worth more than 20,000 low-rank soul stones. The low-rank short knife was worth no less than 8,000 low-rank soul stones. The 3 red light fireballs were even more powerful weapons. They were powerful enough to kill a normal early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. If a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist was caught off guard, he would also be blown to death. Each of them was worth no less than 2 million gold, which was 5,000 low-rank soul stones. 3 red light fireballs were worth 15,000 low-rank soul stones. As for the 3 herbs, they were the least valuable, but they were still worth 200,000 gold, which was equivalent to 500 low-rank soul stones. The total value was about 73,000 low-rank soul stones. Yichen did not intend to give away the secret books. Although there are a lot of things, they are not as valuable as the mid-rank Earth Realm secret books. If I give them to the sect, I can get 3,000 mid-rank soul stones, which is 150,000 low-rank soul stones. You should know the importance of the low-rank Earth Realm secret books. It is enough to become the most important martial art of a rank 9 martial institution. Lung Wuqing was stunned for a moment. What Yichen said was right. Mid-rank Earth Realm secret books were not cabbages. An ordinary rank 9 sect would be lucky to have 1, and an rank 8 sect would at most have 3. For example, although their Barbarian Devil sect was a rank 7 sect, they only had 5 or 6 mid-rank Earth Realm secret books. Moreover, he had already seen most of them. 2 of them were cultivation techniques such as his Earth Devil body refining technique. One of them was a supplementary cultivation technique, while the other 2 were movement techniques and leg techniques. None of them were suitable for him, otherwise he would not have valued this secret book so much. Yichen continued, "If I give you this secret book, not only will you not suffer a loss, but you will also earn a lot. The higher-ups of the Barbarian Devil sect will definitely reward you with a large amount of low-rank soul stones or mid-rank soul stones. On the other hand, I will suffer a huge loss. Not only will I lose a secret book, I will also lose 77,000 low-rank soul stones. Don't you think so?" "Then what do you suggest?" Lung Wuqing asked. "That's easy. I will read the contents of this secret book to you. You can memorize it and cultivate it when you go back. As for the real book, leave it with me." After hesitating for a moment, Lung Wuqing agreed. Chapter 159. As a genius, his memory was extremely amazing. There were more than 8,000 words in this palm technique manual, and Lung Wuqing had memorized them all by heart. As for the Zhenqi circulation diagram, it was easy to draw it on a piece of cloth, which was not much different from the original manual. How about we join hands? I think there are more than 2 of us in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. Putting away the manual, Yichen suddenly suggested. Lung Wuqing responded, "This manual is more than enough, I don't want to fight for anything else." Yichen smiled faintly. This Lung Wuqing was interesting. Although he was from an evil martial school, he was not as cruel and greedy as those evil martial artists. However, not all evil martial artists had the same personality. Some of them looked gentle on the outside but were vicious on the inside. Some of them looked vicious on the outside but had their own principles. This Lung Wuqing should be one of those people who looked cold on the outside, but had principles on the inside. As for whether he was as heartless as his name suggested, no one knew. As Yichen stepped into the light door, Lung Wuqing said again, "Not to mention, I don't have anything else to exchange for treasures." Ripples appeared on the light door and Lung Wuqing disappeared in it. "Maybe you will be the one who got the treasures this time?" Yichen smiled bitterly and murmured to himself. After looking around and making sure that there was nothing else, Yichen carefully walked out of the room and came to the corridor outside. The corridor was connected to many rooms. It was even more labyrinthine than a maze, as if there was no end to it. "Let's just walk around." Yichen couldn't think of anything, so he had to try his luck. Corridor after corridor, room after room, upper floor, lower floor, lower floor. Within 2 hours he had walked more than 100 kilometers. Towards the end he was completely dizzy, unable to see where he was going. In another spacious room, there was a pool in the middle of the room. The pool was less than 10 zhang in radius, and there was a stone platform in the middle of the pool. On the stone platform there was a pure white light ball. Inside the light ball, there was a saber with ancient patterns. The saber was still in its scabbard, but people could already feel that it was extraordinary. "Is this saber prepared for me?" On the pool, Wuxia fell in love with this saber at first sight, his breath quickened. He turned his head and saw a man. It was the killer eagle Yuan Hengying. Yuan Hengying, what? Do you want to compete with me for the Great Blade? Mo Wushua's face was filled with an evil and murderous aura, as if he was ready to kill Yuan Hengying at any moment. Yuan Hengying carefully went through the trap, he stepped on the pool and said, Mo Wushua, this treasure doesn't belong to anyone, how can you say it's yours? Mo Wushua sneered, it seems like you not only want the blade but also want to challenge my position. Very good, today you will see blood. Hee, we don't know who's going to bleed yet. Do you really think that you can defeat me? Yuan Hengying would like to see if you have improved or not. The two of them were not too far apart in terms of ranking, and their strengths were almost the same. Yuan Hengying had never been afraid of his opponent, not to mention the temptation of treasures. Who was Mo Wushua? He was as cruel and bloodthirsty as Yuan Hengying, it was just that he didn't like killing as much as Yuan Hengying. Therefore, once Yuan Hengying said those words, Mo Wushua had already decided to kill him. He unsheathed his great blade and released a blood-red beam of blade chi towards Yuan Hengying. Heavenly Eagle Art, die. Yuan Hengying was prepared for this. He shook his body and a Zhen Qi eagle rose from his body, blocking the blood-red beam of blade chi with one of its wings. Bang bang bang. Both of them clashed against each other, causing streams of water to shoot up from the pool. When the water stream was broken, Mo Wushua's face looked grim, he threw out 8 strikes in a row. Blood rain. The blade chi tore the air apart and let out a horrifying roar. Looking over, the pool was filled with a blood-red light, and the blood-red beams of light intertwined with each other like a giant net. The beams of light were trying to cut Yuan Hengying into dozens of pieces. Yuan Hengying sneered and said, Mo Wushua, if this is all you've got, you better give up the treasure. Otherwise, you won't just be bleeding today, I will make your head explode. After he finished talking, he let out a great shout towards the sky. Countless Zhen Qi eagles spread out, their sharp claws crazily tore the blood-red beams of light, wave after wave. It's been about 3 months since I've tried to kill someone. I will let you know what it feels like to be killed by me, Mo Wushua. Both of them were extremely powerful, one was a bloodthirsty killer, the other was cold-blooded. The number of warriors who had died in their hands was more than 10,000. They had killed countless people, and the murderous aura released from their bodies could even scare ordinary warriors to death. At this moment, the two of them were fighting against each other. The pool was filled with horrible murderous aura, which created illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Blood beheading. While the battle was getting more and more intense, Mo Wushua suddenly made his move. He held the blade in his right hand and swung it down with all of his power. The pool suddenly caved in, and an invisible wave of blood-red chi enveloped Yuan Hengying. It then quickly transformed into an executioner's blade and swung down heavily. Crack. The Zhen Qi eagles outside of Yuan Hengying's body were shattered, and Yuan Hengying's life was hanging by a thread. Mo Wushua, I will let you have a taste of my most powerful attack, Demon Eagle World. Yuan Hengying's eyes were wide open. A dark cyan-colored Zhen Qi shot up into the sky and transformed into a pair of gigantic eagle claws. Once this pair of Zhen Qi eagle claws appeared, it gave people a sense of ancient evil as if they were the claws of a devil. Boom. The executioner's blade was crushed into pieces, and the gigantic eagle claws were also destroyed. The horrifying shockwaves stacked on top of each other and spread out in all directions, shattering the pure white light ball. Yuan Hengying, I will spare your life this time, but the next time I see you, I will make sure that you will die a horrible death. The white light ball was shattered, and the blade fell into Mo Wushua's hand. He quickly stepped on the ground and avoided the traps, but he still had the time to talk. However, his voice was obviously filled with killing intent. Yuan Hengying was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was no weaker than Mo Wushua, and now that his treasure had been stolen, he felt so angry that he had nowhere to vent his anger. Mo Wushua, after I kill that little bastard, I will definitely kill you. Seeing that Mo Wushua had already walked to the light door, Yuan Hengying said, I will wait for you. Mo Wushua didn't even need to guess, he knew that Yuan Hengying and him were not the only two people in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, there must be other people. If he wasn't mistaken, one of the 3 treasures might have already fallen into someone else's hands. Adding the blade in his hand, that would be 2 treasures. Although the last one was also tempting to him, Yuan Hengying had failed this time, which made him hate Yuan Hengying's guts. Yuan Hengying might use a move that would harm both of them, so Yuan Hengying had to be careful. Therefore, he directly left the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace through the light door. He had already gotten one treasure anyway, he might not be able to get the second one even if he stayed. Once Mo Wuxia left, Yuan Hengying didn't have the time to be angry anymore, he rushed to the other places. He had to get one of the 3 treasures. Another half an hour passed. Yichen was a bit tired, not physically but mentally. These endless rooms and tunnels were exactly the same, which could easily give people the wrong impression and make them feel annoyed and unable to control their emotions. It was all thanks to his sword intent that he was able to stay calm all the time. The sword intent was invulnerable. Apart from being able to kill external devils, it could also kill internal devils and distracting thoughts. This was also the reason why all sword artists respected the sword intent so much. Not knowing how much time had passed, Yi Chen's walking posture froze. Bus, bus, bus. Far away from him, a faint vibration came over. Although it was very slight, Yi Chen, who had a sharp sense of perception, still managed to sense it. The second treasure. Quickening his steps, Yi Chen's clothes fluttered in the air. He turned left and right and soon he disappeared. After a while, Yi Chen arrived in front of a room that was exactly the same as the previous one. Without any hesitation, he raised his foot and stepped into the room. The room was empty, but a huge platform was floating in the air. This platform didn't have any support, it was supported by a mysterious power, which made it as stable as a mountain. There was a meter-tall square platform on the platform, on top of which was a pure white light sphere. Inside the white light sphere, a dark golden book was floating in the middle. Another secret manual. Yi Chen was excited. While he was looking for treasures, he had been thinking about many things because he was bored. Although the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace seemed to have a lot of treasures, not every one of them was suitable for them. If this was the case, wouldn't the rewards be useless? Therefore, the 3 treasures that were opened in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace might be suitable for each of them or all of them. For example, the Palm Skill Book was suitable for Lung Wuqing, but Yi Chen didn't know what kind of book the third one was. It might be suitable for Lung Wuqing or maybe for himself. Maybe it really is a martial skill book? The traps in this room were pure white earth fire. The earth fire spurted out, and its attacking range was even greater than the white light thorns, covering a radius of a few meters. Fortunately, the number of traps in this room was much less than the previous one, which meant that people would always have space to dodge. Soon Yi Chen arrived under the floating platform. He threw a low-rank spirit stone into the air. No traps were activated. It seemed that the area under the platform was a safe zone. After figuring this out, Yi Chen wasn't afraid anymore. He leapt into the air, put his palms, which were filled with Zhen Qi, on the bottom of the platform, and quickly moved to the edge of the platform, flipped his body and was about to jump onto the platform. At this moment, a huge green hand made of Zhen Qi pressed down towards Yi Chen's body. The power of this hand was extremely condensed. Before it even reached Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen felt that all of his muscles and bones had tightened, as if they couldn't bear the pressure and were about to collapse. Yi Chen didn't panic. He put one of his hands on the platform and let his body hang in the air, while the other hand held the iron spear and swung it out. Boom. The huge hand made of Zhen Qi disappeared, and Yi Chen saw who it was. "Zhuang Fei, it's you," said Yi Chen with a cold look. His opponent had launched a fatal attack as soon as he attacked. If it weren't for Yi Chen's powerful soul power, which allowed him to sense things that were way more powerful than other martial artists at the same level as him, and he had a faint premonition that this palm attack could kill him. Even if he didn't die, he would fall out of the platform's coverage and be burned into ashes by the earth fire. "Yi Chen, this martial skill book is mine," said Zhuang Fei expressionlessly. Chapter 160. Give it to you? Just because you are the young Master Emerald? Since his opponent had already tried to kill him, Yi Chen would not show any mercy. A cold light flashed through Zhuang Fei's eyes. A couple of months ago he did not take this guy seriously at all. But now that he had gained some power, he had become more and more arrogant. However, he was a bit surprised that his powerful palm attack did not hit him. "Give me the manual and I won't make things difficult for you," Zhuang Fei said indifferently as he secretly accumulated his true qi and prepared himself for a thunderous strike. "You want the manual? Maybe you don't have it." Right then Yi Chen had already landed on the platform. He shook his iron spear, and the tip of the spear, which contained the sword intent, easily broke the light ball open, and the manual was sucked into his hand. Seeing this, Zhuang Fei's killing intent was immediately revealed. Yi Chen did not care about him, he just stood on the platform. He opened the first page of the manual. The mysterious great art, a mid-rank Earth realm martial art, divided into 11 levels. The first 2 levels are the foundation and the third level is the palace. After that, with each level up, your Jin Qi will be condensed by 30%. Once you reach the 11th level, you will be able to condense a mouthful of Supreme Jin Yuan, which can easily kill your enemies. Condense a mouthful of Supreme Jin Yuan at the highest level? Reading this, Yi Chen was sure that the mysterious great art was the martial art that he needed, and it was even more powerful than he had expected. Now, not to mention the young Master Emerald, Zhuang Fei, even if a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist came, he would still kill him. Zhen Yuan could only be cultivated by astral reaching realm martial artists. Before reaching the astral reaching realm, all the martial artists cultivated Jin Qi. The two were only one word apart, but the power was completely different. If one could condense a mouthful of Zhen Yuan before reaching the astral reaching realm, it would definitely be the ace of all ace attacks. No clasping Yuan realm martial artist would be able to block it and would definitely be killed. Putting away the mysterious great art manual, Yi Chen was satisfied and was about to leave. Since you don't want to give me the manual, don't blame me for being cruel. Dodging the gushing earth fire one by one, Zhuang Fei arrived at the bottom of the platform. In the blink of an eye, he flipped himself over and stood on the platform. Yi Chen stood in place without moving. The room was full of traps and it was impossible for him to leave quickly. Instead of doing something useless, he might as well wait here. He wanted to see how the other party was going to make him stay. You used to be the most powerful young warrior of the Windy Nation, but you're definitely not anymore. Let me shatter your glory. Without a sword in his hand, Yi Chen did not mind at all. With his sword intent and iron spear that were almost at the entry level, he could use about 80% of his power at his peak, which was more than enough to defeat Zhuang Fei. As for the reason why Zhuang Fei was so confident, it was probably because he did not expect that Yi Chen could still improve his sword intent. You're courting death, heavenly emerald palm. Zhuang Fei's body didn't move as he struck out with his palm. Soundlessly, the emerald green Jin Qi hand shot out, aiming straight for Yi Chen's face. Break. Yi Chen sneered. Like a poisonous snake, the iron spear pierced into the weak spot of the Zhen Qi giant hand. Pop. The Zhen Qi giant hand disappeared into thin air. Another weak spot attack. Before, when his palm attack was broken, Zhuang Fei had already sensed something. Now he was sure that Yi Chen had mastered a martial art that allowed him to discover weak spots. Now let's see how you're going to break this. Green shadow light. Zhuang Fei yelled out while he threw out a series of attacks with both of his hands. Streams of emerald green Jin Qi giant hands attacked towards Yi Chen like green shadows. Their trajectories were unpredictable, and they would automatically adjust themselves in the middle of the attack. No matter how powerful you are, I can still break it. Yi Chen used his spear as a sword. He shook the tip of the spear and launched the Sky Cloud Sword art, which had the widest range of attack. The crimson spear light shot straight up, crazily twisting the airflow. Using the power of rotation, it formed a giant tornado. What was surprising was that this tornado contained fire origin energy, and its color was gradually dyed crimson, bringing with it a blazing heat as it swept out. Within a moment, those emerald green Jin Qi giant hands were all broken, and the tornado, which had shrunk a little bit, was still roaring towards Zhuang Fei. While the two were fighting, the scorching ancient desert was not peaceful at all. After Leng Wuqing and Mo Wuxia were sent out of the desert, all the people from the top martial institutions started discussing with each other. As for the multiple mountain martial schools elders, their faces were all darkened. They were sure that it was almost impossible for Hong Qianjun to still be alive. Who killed Hong Qianjun? Is it a powerful hidden dragon-ranked martial artist? No matter who killed Hong Qianjun, once we find out who it is, we will kill him without mercy. The multiple mountain martial schools elder didn't lower his voice on purpose. Therefore, his words were clearly heard by all the other martial institutions. I can't believe that Hong Qianjun, ranked 69th in the Hidden Dragon ranked, has fallen. He was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He was powerful enough to rival ordinary mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists. To be honest, I really want to know who killed him. I think it was 80% likely that it was a powerful hidden dragon-ranked martial artist. Only they are powerful enough to kill him. The 3 ranked in the top 60 are the most likely suspects. Who are you? Mo Wuxia, Shuahen and Yuan Hengying. Indeed, think about it, except for them, who else could kill Hong Qianjun? Even if the other hidden dragon-ranked martial artists were slightly more powerful, they might not be able to do it. On the Sky Cloud Martial School's side, Lu Hanshan let out a long breath and said, Mo Wuxia and Leng Wuqing have come out, now only brother Yi Zhuangfei and Yuan Hengying are left in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. What took them so long? Is it that hard to break into the clasping Yuan realm? Zhu Mei and Su Jing were also confused. The head elder suddenly thought of something and said, did they pass all the tests and start to fight for the 3 treasures? Zhu Mei was shocked and said, passed all the tests? I remember that no one has done it for the past 100 years. Indeed, no one has done it for the past 100 years, but during the past 100 years, the current generation of young martial artists are the most talented ones. Therefore it's not impossible for them to pass all the tests. Otherwise they wouldn't have spent so much time, they should have come out long ago. The 4th elder said. Lu Hanshan nodded and asked, passing all the tests is extremely difficult. The 3 treasures in the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace must be very precious, right? The head elder said, of course it's precious. The most powerful martial art of our Sky Cloud Martial School is the Great Rudra Divine Art, which was obtained by the 3rd generation leader of our Sky Cloud Martial School in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region over 100 years ago. No one except the leader or the leader's successor is qualified to learn it. The Great Rudra Divine Art was obtained from the Heavenly Dream Ancient region? This was the first time for Lu Hanshan to hear about this. As for the power of the Great Rudra Divine Art, he had already witnessed it. With the help of his Zhen Qi, the Great Rudra Divine Art could evaporate a river without leaving a trace. A few Purple Sun Martial School elders kept glancing at the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Seeing their strange expressions, they couldn't help but guess. That swordsman from the Sky Cloud Martial School hasn't come out yet, did he die in there? I'm afraid it's not that simple. I've never heard that the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace would kill people on their own initiative. Therefore he was either sent out or stayed in there. But he hasn't come out yet, the answer is obvious. What I'm most worried about is that he has passed all the tests. If he has passed all the tests, the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace will open 3 treasures. These 3 treasures are invaluable. If he gets them, he might harm our Purple Sun Martial School. After all, the treasures that come out of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace are the best of the best. They are even more precious than the same level treasures in the outside world. If it's a treasure, that's fine, but if it's a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, it would definitely be a top-grade martial art of the Purple Sun Martial School, which is even more powerful than ordinary mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts. The face of the head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School turned darker and darker. This kid hasn't grown up yet, but he has already made us feel so uneasy. If we don't kill him, the Purple Sun Martial School will face a great disaster sooner or later. It seems that we have to send all the leaders of the hunting hall out, to make sure that we can kill him with a single strike. Indeed, Zhu Liang is already too weak. I'm afraid that he can't rival that kid. Inside the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace, Zhuangfei was shocked. He didn't think that Yi Qin could still be so powerful after losing his sword. How is this possible? Is his sword intent really that powerful? Seeing the blood-red tornado roaring towards him along with beams of spear light, Zhuangfei's intent of killing grew even stronger. He sensed a great threat from Yi Qin, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Break. Zhen Qi swooshed up into the air, a silhouette of a mountain shrouded Zhuangfei up. He remained motionless like a mountain, while his palms let out streams of river-like streams of power. Those streams of power were incomparably powerful, and even the airflow above the platform was punctured and exploded. What kind of martial art is this? Mountain water? Could it be the great art of mountain and water? Yi Qin had heard from the head elder that the first leader of the Emerald Martial Palace had found a broken piece of the great art of mountain and water in the Mountain and Water Pavilion. The great art of mountain and water was a high-rank Earth Realm martial art, and even though it was just a broken piece, it was still a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art. Its power was not hard to imagine, it was definitely horrifying, even more powerful than the great Rudra magic art of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The Crimson Tornado was dispersed, and the torrential palm energy rushed forward with an indomitable will. Yi Qin laughed out loud. He didn't seem to care about it. Unstable cloud. Limitless cloud. Sword of impermanence. Sword of mist. Using the spear as a sword, Yi Qin didn't step back. Instead, he moved forward. While shaking the spear, he launched the sword movements of the shocking cloud sword art. Stimulated by his sword intent, countless spear lights were shot out. Not only did they cut open the torrential stream of palm power, they also hit on the silhouette of the mountain outside of Zhuangfei's body. The silhouette of the mountain was shattered. Under the attack of Yi Chen's sword intent, Zhuang Fei's great art of mountain and water didn't work. After all, he had only reached the 8th level of the great art of mountain and water, which meant that he couldn't release the most powerful power of the great art of mountain and water. Moreover, before this, Yi Chen had broken Hong Qianjuan's great art of mountain and water, although it was extremely difficult for him to break it. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Zhuang Fei yelled out, "Yun Henging, I know you're outside. Do you want to see us both get hurt?" Along with a creepy laughter, Yun Henging showed up in the room and said, "Zhuang Fei, I don't think you're qualified to fight against this little bastard. I'm afraid you can't stop him either." Zhuang Fei boosted up his Zhen Qi and condensed the silhouette of the mountain again, temporarily stopping Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had already found out that Yun Henging was outside, but he pretended that he didn't know, because he wanted to kill Zhuang Fei first. Yun Henging paused slightly. To be honest, he wasn't sure that he could stop Yi Chen. After he reached the clasping Yuan realm, Yi Chen's power was even more terrifying than his own. He was definitely a freak. However, the more powerful he was, the more he wanted to kill Yi Chen. He couldn't let him keep improving. "What do you mean? You and I will fight together." Yun Henging tried to test Zhuang Fei. Zhuang Fei said coldly, "Those who want to achieve great things don't care about trifles." Chapter 161. What a good, don't bother with trifles. But I really want to know, how should we divide the martial arts manuals? You and I will each take half and we will keep the other half in our minds. What do you think? All right, it's a deal. Yun Hengying's body kept flashing, avoiding the ground fire. Zhen Qi eagles shot out of his body one after another, flying towards Yi Chen who was on the platform. Seeing this, Zhuang Fei knew that Yun Hengying had agreed, so he did not dare to hesitate. He pushed the Zhen Qi in his meridians to its limit, making the silhouette of the mountain even more condensed and crystal-like. He then threw out streams of palm power that looked like rivers, which merged with the Zhen Qi eagles and attacked fiercely. Today you two have to leave something behind before you leave. Yi Chen did not back out. Instead, a sharp qi shot up into the sky, like a great sword that was about to be pulled out of its sheath and start a bloody massacre. Break. Driven by the powerful sword intent, the red flame on the iron spear suddenly extended out. It compressed and lengthened, eventually turning into a scorching red fire sword. The fire sword let out a long roar, and heavily hacked on the weak spot between the Zhen Qi eagles and the palm power. Swoosh. A cloth-tearing sound was heard. The red fire sword was so powerful that it broke the combined attack of Yun Hengying and Zhuang Fei with only one sword attack. Yun Hengying, who had just stood on the platform, suddenly changed his expression. Yi Chen was even more powerful than he had expected. Using a spear as a sword, he was still able to block the combined attack of the two of them. If he had a low-rank great sword, he would not even need to fight anymore. Fortunately, a spear was a spear, it could never become a sword. Zhuang Fei, you don't have to hide anymore. If we don't use our final trump card, it's absolutely impossible to kill him. Our lives might even be in danger. While speaking, Yun Hengying slightly spread his feet, and a dark cyan-colored Zhen Qi burst out, forming a pair of gigantic eagle claws on both sides of his body. This pair of eagle claws was cyan with a hint of black, releasing an ancient evil power, which was extremely shocking. Flooding mountains. Hearing this, the shadow of the mountain outside of Zhuang Fei's body suddenly collapsed, turning into a torrential flood. The flood formed a spiral shape, surging around Zhuang Fei. Its momentum was astonishing, as if it would pounce out at any time and drown everything in its sight. It turned out that the mountain and water great art could not only be used for both offense and defense, but it could also be turned into a full offense or a full defense. The full offense was the flooding the mountain, which could turn the power of the mountain into a torrent of water and attack the enemy. However, although the full offense was powerful, its defense was quite weak. It was not much more powerful than a normal early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and could easily be hit by unexpected attacks. As for the full defense, Zhuang Fei had not mastered it yet. He would need to reach the 9th level of the mountain and water great art to be able to do it. Otherwise, his defense would not have been broken by Yi Chen with only one spear attack. Rumble. The two of them did not hold back in the slightest and immediately blasted out their strongest attacks. A gigantic eagle claw tore through the air, bringing with it a demonic aura as it grabbed towards Yi Chen. Then a torrential palm energy surged forth, even more powerful than before. Bang 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 bang, the iron spear held in Yi Chen's hand was 2 and 3 meters long. Added with the red flame sword it was 4 meters long. As Yi Chen waved his arm, the red flame sword turned into countless afterimages, hacking on the gigantic eagle claw and the powerful palm energy, bringing up thousands of fire sparks. After a while, Yi Chen abruptly shook off the eagle claw with one spear attack. The red flame sword on the iron spear fell off and darted towards Zhuang Fei like a shooting star. Damn it! Zhuang Fei was enraged. This was the moment when his defense was at its weakest. Once he was hit he would die for sure. Without any time to think, he hurriedly threw out 2 streams of powerful palm energy towards the flame sword. Pop, pop. The palm energy was pierced through one after another, and the flame sword was shattered as well. It turned into a fierce wave of fire that swallowed Zhuang Fei, burning him. Yuan Hengying seized the opportunity when Yi Chen was fighting against Zhuang Fei and was about to launch a fierce attack. Suddenly, an explosive power came from under his feet, which nearly sent him flying. Fortunately, he had already activated all of his Zhen Qi, which allowed him to stomp on the ground and extinguish the explosive power. That was close. Yuan Hengying still had a lingering fear. Indeed, the explosive power couldn't hurt him, but it could push him off the platform. However, the platform was full of traps. If he was slightly careless he would be burned by the ground fire or killed or teleported out of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace. He didn't want to see either of these two things. Yi Chen also felt that it was a pity. The earth explosion that he had obtained from the Bloody Butcher was at a low level. It was a great help to him in the early stages, but now, it could only barely help him and couldn't do anything to Yuan Hengying who was protected by an Earth Realm martial art. The flame was torn apart and Zhuang Fei walked out from it. Except for looking a bit embarrassed he didn't seem to be injured at all. However, by now the two of them were more and more shocked. Yi Chen was unbelievably powerful. He was fighting against 2 people at the same time, but he still had the upper hand. If it weren't for the fact that both of them had their own special skills, it would be hard for them to hold on. However, it was almost impossible for them to defeat Yi Chen with this kind of power. At this moment Yi Chen's feet didn't leave the ground, and he launched the last movement of the Shocking Cloud sword art. Supreme Shocking Cloud. Holding the iron spear in his right hand, Yi Chen swung it straight down, silently and lightly, without even a trace of smoke or flame, as if he was brushing away the clouds with his bare hands. Bah! Thunder boomed. This spear seemed to be light, yet it released an extremely terrifying power. It was like a thunderbolt striking down on a sunny day, which made people feel like they were fighting against each other. Zhuang Fei and Yuan Hengying didn't even have the chance to dodge before they were hit by the red spear light. Their protective Zhen Qi was shattered instantly, and they both puked out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying towards the platform. The pure white earth flame burst out and the 2 of them disappeared instantly. On the platform, Yi Chen shook his head. It turned out that this earth flame couldn't kill people, it could only send people out. However, it was not the right time to kill the 2 of them. The current Sky Cloud Martial School couldn't afford to take this responsibility. After all, the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School and the Emerald Martial Palace were both ranked 7 martial institutions, and were extremely powerful. Now that their top disciple had been killed, the leaders of the martial school would definitely not let it go. The light door in the cyan light opened again, and 2 human silhouettes flew out. Yuan Hengying. Zhuang Fei. The elders of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School and the Emerald Martial Palace Martial School both yelled out. However, when they saw the wounds on the 2 of them, and the large amount of blood coming out of their mouths and noses, they couldn't help but be stunned. Yuan Hengying, what happened? Who hurt you? The head elder of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School asked with a gloomy face. Head elder, let's talk when we get back. Yuan Hengying didn't want to tell the truth in front of everyone, it would be too embarrassing. 2 hidden dragon rank martial artists had been beaten by a young martial artist to the point of vomiting blood, and had almost died. No matter what, it was not a glorious thing and it would greatly affect his reputation. On the other side, Zhuang Fei didn't want to talk about it either. On the Evil Blood Martial School's side, Wuxia was shocked. Yuan Hengying's power was not weaker than his, and Zhuang Fei was also a hidden dragon rank martial artist. How could they be wounded so badly? Could it be that they had fought against each other and both of them were badly wounded? This was the most reasonable explanation. I wonder who has the rest of the treasures. Wuxia was a bit regretful. If he had known that there were only these two people, he might have tried to get the other two treasures, even if it was just one. The light door opened again, and another human silhouette flew out. Who? Who else is in there? All the young hidden dragon rank martial artists should have come out by now. Could it be that he is the real culprit who injured Yuan Henging and Zhuang Fei? All the elders from the top martial institutions started discussing, while the multiple mountain martial schools elders popped their eyes out. They all hoped that it was Hong Qianjun who had gone missing. People from the Sky Cloud Martial School were clearly aware that the last person was definitely Yi Qin. As for Hong Qianjun, he had been killed by Yi Qin long ago, and there was no such person anymore. The silhouette stood on the sand wearing a moon-white long robe. The unique cloud pattern of the Sky Cloud Martial School was embroidered on the sleeves. A disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Except for a small number of people, the others were all confused. They had all kinds of guesses, but none of them had ever thought that it would be a nameless disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Before this, none of them had ever heard of this person. No. He was the last one to come out, which meant that he had passed all the tests, participated in the competition for the 3 treasures, and came out unscathed. In that case, was Yuan Henging and Zhuang Fei injured by this person? It shouldn't be possible. Some elders shook their heads. They didn't believe that the 2 young hidden dragon-ranked martial artists could be injured by this person, not even if they were beaten to death. A cold beam of light flashed across the multiple mountain martial school's head elder's eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Brother Yi, you're out. Lu Hanshan let out a sigh of relief. The competition for the 3 treasures was different than before. He didn't need to fight against the rest of the people. He was truly afraid that Yi Qin might have died in there. Yi Qin nodded, flashed across the air and arrived at the Sky Cloud Martial School's area. The head elder glanced at Yi Qin, smiled and said, "Are you all right?" Yi Qin glanced at Zhuang Fei and Yuan Henging and said, "I'm all right, I got out unscathed." "Good, that's good." "All right, did you hurt Zhuang Fei and Yuan Henging?" In fact, the head elder didn't really believe Yi Qin's words, but it was better for him to ask. Hesitating for a while, Yi Qin nodded again. "They were really hurt by you?" The other Sky Cloud Martial School's inner elders gasped in shock. Luo Hanshan laughed and said, "Brother Yi, you've stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, your power has improved tremendously. In a one-on-one fight, it wouldn't be surprising for you to injure Zhuang Fei and Yuan Henging, but it would be strange if you couldn't beat them." He thought that Yi Qin had beaten Zhuang Fei and Yuan Henging respectively. He didn't really believe it. He thought that the elders were making a fuss about nothing. The head elder was slightly surprised, but soon calmed himself down. He realized that Yi Qin had already attained the sword intent, and had also stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. His power had definitely improved by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be a big deal for him to beat the last hidden dragon-ranked martial artists. Without any accidents, Yi Qin would definitely have a place in the next hidden dragon rank competition in a year and a half, and no one would be able to stop him. Kid, have you seen the top-ranked disciple of our multiple mountain martial school, Hong Qianjun?" At this moment, a voice came from the multiple mountain martial school's head elder. Seeing that Yi Qin was the last one to come out, he immediately became suspicious. He felt that Yi Qin was the biggest suspect. He immediately walked towards Yi Qin step by step, while releasing a strong sense of power. Luo Hanshan's facial expression changed. Chapter 162. Yi Qin had activated his sword intent, so he wasn't affected by the pressure released from the multiple mountain martial school's power. He responded calmly, "I don't know him." "Nonsense. Our multiple mountain martial school's top-ranked disciple, Hong Qianjun, is a young hidden dragon-ranked martial artist. How could you not know him? Did you sneakily attack him and kill him?" "Head elder, no need to say more, let's take him back to the multiple mountain martial school. Indeed, I don't believe that he can still talk like this under the torture. Cripple this kid first." The multiple mountain martial school's elders were all filled with killing intent. Even if Yi Qin wasn't the murderer, they still wouldn't let him go. "Since when did you multiple mountain martial school have the right to bully our Sky Cloud martial school's disciples?" A strong sense of power rose from the air, along with which the Sky Cloud martial school's head elder slowly walked out. Although his pair of wrinkled eyes were slightly blurry, they were still as sharp as steel needles. Hearing the head elder, an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school said scornfully, "What is your Sky Cloud martial school status?" "What is our multiple mountain martial school status?" Now your Sky Cloud Martial School's disciple is suspected of killing our top-ranked disciple, so we have to take him back. No one can stop us. I advise you'd better cooperate with us. Don't bring trouble to our Sky Cloud Martial School, or you'll regret it. The Sky Cloud Martial School's fourth elder and the head elder stood side by side, with their eyes popped out in anger. What a joke. If you take Yi Chen away today, our Sky Cloud Martial School's reputation would be ruined. Don't even think about it. Whoever dares to touch him will kill him. The multiple mountain martial school's head elder snorted coldly while releasing a great sense of power, which even caused the desert surface to sink. Kill you as easy as killing a dog. Kid, come over. Swoosh. After saying that, he waved his hand and released a terrifying suction force. The sand around Yi Chen was sucked into the suction force, while Yi Chen felt weightless and couldn't control his own body anymore. Cut. A fiery red sword condensed on the iron spear and hacked at the air in front of Yi Chen along with an unstoppable sword intent, cutting off the suction force. The multiple mountain martial school's head elder knitted his eyebrows, pulled his right hand back and released the suction force again. This time, the suction force was twice as strong as before, and even the 10-meter deep sand was rolled up. You're going too far. Freeze. The head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School was furious. He took a step forward and released his Zhen Qi, locking onto the space where Yi Chen was. No matter how strong the suction force was, it was impossible for him to move. You're courting death. A khaki-colored, gigantic palm made of Zhen Qi suddenly darted out, smashing towards the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder. Wherever it passed by, the sand surface would be blasted out layer by layer, and huge tens of meters thick and tens of meters tall sand pillars would rise into the air. The multiple mountain martial school's head elder was the first one to launch the attack. He had cast the same mountain-shattering stamp as Hong Qianjun had cast. However, in his hands, this mountain-collapsing seal was many times more powerful than Hong Qianjun's. With a single palm strike, it was powerful enough to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Purple-like cave heaven. The great elder's clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. He slightly lowered his center of gravity and pointed out a finger that seemed slow but was actually fast. Puchi. The purple ray of light condensed and pierced through the huge palm made of khaki-colored Zhen Qi, making a sizzling sound. The multiple mountain martial school and the Sky Cloud martial school are fighting. The multiple mountain martial school is so arrogant. They haven't even proved that it was the Sky Cloud martial school's disciple who killed Hong Qianjun, yet they want to take him back. Clearly they don't take the Sky Cloud martial school seriously. Exactly. They've already taken him back. Even if he doesn't die, he'll still have to be tortured to make a confession. The multiple mountain martial school is a rank 7 martial institution from the White Mystery Nation, a mid-tier country. They are very powerful and have always been arrogant. The Sky Cloud Martial School can only blame their bad luck for offending them. I think the Sky Cloud Martial School is going to fail this time. A peerless genius emerged from a rank 9 martial institution. It's inevitable that people will be jealous of him. The multiple mountain martial school might have the same thought. To be honest, even I am jealous of him. That move he launched just now, which cut off the suction force, clearly contained the sword intent. That's why he was able to pass all the tests of the Heavenly Dream Battle Palace and compete for the 3 treasures. The other elders were either angry or scared, but most of them were jealous. Why didn't their martial institutions have a peerless genius who had comprehended the sword intent? Kill. How dare you go against our multiple mountain martial school? This time, the multiple mountain martial school had sent 11 inner elders and tens of outer elders, all of whom were above the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Seeing the head elder and the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder, they couldn't hold back their killing intent and rushed out. Everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School, kill. The 4th elder roared out while a raging flame rose from his body, scorching the sand and turning it into black crystals. 4th elder, take this spear. Yi Chen's blood was boiling inside his body, but his mind was still clear. No matter in terms of overall power or individual power, the multiple mountain martial school's head elder was more powerful than him. Fortunately, although the Sky Cloud Martial School was a rank 9 martial institution, it was as powerful as a rank 8 martial institution. Compared to the multiple mountain martial school, which was a rank 7 martial institution, the Sky Cloud Martial School wouldn't be a pushover. Yi Chen knew that the 4th elder was a cultivator of fire Zhen Qi, and the low-ranked spear was perfect for him. Without thinking, he threw the spear towards the fourth elder. Low-ranked spear? The fourth elder caught the spear with one hand and immediately sensed the great firepower contained in the spear. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. There were many treasures in this world, but unfortunately, there were even more martial artists. Not every clasping Yuan realm martial artist had a good treasure, and the fourth elder was one of them. Now that he had a low-ranked spear in his hand, he wouldn't even be afraid of peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Boom. The spear swung horizontally, releasing a scorching red flame that transformed into a sky-devouring wave of fire. It immediately pushed back the two multiple mountain martial school's inner elders, who had been rushing towards him. Seventh elder, ninth elder, the short blade and the dagger are for you. The seventh elder and the ninth elder were experts in using blades and assassinations respectively. The low-ranked short blade and dagger given by Lung Wuqing were perfect for them. Therefore Yi Chen gave them to the two elders one by one. 3 low-ranked treasures. You have to know that only a few of us elders have treasures. Only a few of us have found treasures that are suitable for us from the treasuries of our institutions. Those that are not suitable for us won't improve our powers at all. For example, if you ask a sword user to use a blade, even if it's a low-ranked great blade, it won't be as good as an ordinary great sword. It's very hard to find a suitable treasure. Many people use them for their whole lives. All the onlookers popped up their eyes and gasped in shock. Last time in the Northwest Auction House, the reason why Lynch was able to buy the low-ranked great blade, the air-splitting blade, was that the elder who used blades didn't want to compete with them. After all, Lynch would definitely become the backbone of the North Snow Martial Academy in the future. Therefore, the elder of the North Snow Martial Academy had to show some respect to him. Although the other elders didn't have to show respect to Lynch, if they went to the auction house, the elder of the North Snow Martial Academy would definitely go as well. If they bought the air-splitting blade, they would still give it to Lynch as a reward. Therefore, unless it was a big auction where all the treasures were gathered, the elders would rarely show up. Only in small auctions would the disciples from all the top institutions compete with each other. Good blade. Good dagger. The eyes of the seventh elder and the ninth elder shone, and they both showed a faint smile. In fact, Yi Chen still had a low-ranked great blade, but it was in his storage ring, which was still in the head elder's storage ring. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't disturb the head elder. In a battle between powerful martial artists, a slight carelessness could result in the defeat of the head elder. Without a doubt, it would be a huge blow to the head elder, who was the backbone of the group, in order to take out a low-ranked great blade. Yi Chen knew what he should do. The battle between the two institutions started. Nearly 100 mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artists and above had been fighting against each other. It was a spectacular scene. However, only 1/3 of them had low-ranked great weapons, while the others were either bare-handed or only had ordinary weapons. What they were fighting against was their mastery of martial arts. Little brat die. All of a sudden, an elder of the multiple mountain martial school leapt towards Yi Chen and threw a kick towards him. Boom. The ground collapsed, layer after layer of cracks appeared on the ground. Without a sword, Yi Chen madly activated the crane shadow steps and stepped back. He didn't dare to take the attack head-on. Where do you think you're going? This elder was the multiple mountain martial school's outer head elder. He was a peak-level mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, only one step away from becoming an inner head elder. Under his full power, Yi Chen, who didn't have a sword in his hand, was no match for him at all. Brother Yi, take this. Zhu Mei saw that Yi Chen was in a bad situation, so she hurriedly threw her low-ranked great sword, the hidden fragrance sword, to Yi Chen. As for Su Jing, who had always been aggressive, she didn't join the fight. Instead, she stood in front of Zhu Mei and Luo Han's Han, in case any sneak attacks from the multiple mountain martial school's elders might launch. Yi Chen seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He didn't even need to look at Zhu Mei and Luo Han's Han. He gripped the hilt of the hidden fragrance sword. Nice sword. In fact, the effect of a great weapon was limited. It could at most increase the attacking power by 10%, but it wouldn't be able to change the overall situation. However, the most important thing about a great weapon was its toughness, which made it very hard to break. The higher a martial artist's cultivation was, the more powerful his Zhen Qi would be. Ordinary weapons could no longer withstand the circulation of Zhen Qi, and would be broken after a few times of use. Once a martial artist reached the astral reaching realm, his Zhen Qi would transform into Zhen Yuan, and any ordinary weapon would shatter upon contact with it. Only low-ranked great weapons could barely allow astral-reaching realm martial artists to fully activate their Jin Yuan, and mid-ranked great weapons would be the best. So what if you have a low-ranked great sword? You will still die. The multiple mountain martial school's outer head elder grinned. While in the air he launched 18 kicks in a row. Each kick was as heavy as a small mountain, smashing down towards Yi Chen. Swirling wind. The hidden fragrance sword was slim and long. It wasn't suitable for Yi Chen, but it was still much better than the low-ranked great spear and the hidden cloud sword. He gripped the sword with his right hand and swung it, leaving a beautiful arc in the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sharp and long sword chi swooshed straight up, stirred up the airflow in the desert and finally formed a huge tornado. The tornado sucked the sand into it, then transformed into an even more terrifying tornado, rumbling towards the 18 mountain-like silhouettes of Yi Chen's legs. Boom. Yellow sand poured down from the sky, the tornado was shattered, and the 18 silhouettes of Yi Chen's legs also disappeared. Lose? With the hidden fragrance sword in his hand, the sharp chi on his body was unstoppable. It was like a peerless great sword that had been sharpened, tearing apart the atmosphere. His tornado-broken clouds had been shattered, but he did not care at all. Tapping his foot on the ground, he floated in the air like a cloud. Then the hidden fragrance sword slashed down without any trace of attack. It's that move. Yuan Hengying and Zhuang Fei were both frightened. They were both defeated by this move, they didn't even have the chance to fight back. Chapter 163. Crackle. Thunder exploded as sword chi shot out. This sword strike was incredibly fast. Under the shocked gaze of the multiple mountain martial school's head elder, the sword strike landed heavily on the defensive Jin Chi layer. His protective Jin Chi shattered and blood splattered everywhere. How is this possible? Pointing his finger at Yi Chen, the multiple mountain martial school's head elder spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even take a single sword attack from Yi Chen. Not only that, he couldn't even defend himself against his Jin Chi. Yi Chen was only an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Even if he was a genius, he shouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. As he spoke, he once again spat out a mouthful of blood that contained remnants of sword chi. He retreated with heavy injuries and had already lost the ability to continue fighting. Yi Chen sneered. Even Yuan Hengying and Zhuang Fei together couldn't take this sword attack, not to mention a single person. However, the opponent was indeed very powerful. He could actually take a sword attack and not die. Sword chi thunder. Sword chi actually produced thunder? How fast would it take to do that? He is only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. How could he perform his sword art to such a level? Is it because of the sword intent? That must be the case. Only sword intent can greatly increase the power of sword arts. Both speed and power will be greatly increased. Most of the onlookers were sect elders, so their eyesight was very good. They could tell that this sword was unusual at a glance. Unbeknownst to them, the one who was even more shocked was the Sky Cloud Martial School's elder, who was still fighting. This is the highest level of the startling cloud sword art, thunderous sword chi. I am ashamed. I have also trained the shocking cloud sword art, but I have not reached the level of sword chi thunder yet. This kid is indeed a genius of the Sky Cloud Martial School. It is worth it to fight for him. Even if I die here, I will still be contributing to the school. That's right, this kid is the biggest hope of our Sky Cloud Martial School. Killing him is the same as destroying the foundation of our Sky Cloud Martial School. We cannot let him go. Kill. 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 Yi Chen's power had motivated many of the Sky Cloud Martial School's elders. All of their auras had been boosted, and their fighting power had increased to the next level, surpassing their own limits. Not good, the opponent's aura is rising. Quickly suppress it, we can't let them take the initiative. The group of multiple mountain martial school's elders had been in an absolute advantage, but within the blink of an eye, that advantage was gone. On the contrary, they were caught unprepared by the counterattack, and were thrown into confusion. Is that brat Yi Chen's doing? You guys go kill him. If we don't get rid of this kid, he'll be another great enemy in the future. The multiple mountain martial school only had one more inner elder than the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, they couldn't free themselves from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, a few powerful outer elders were sent out to fight against Yi Chen. Despicable. The fourth elder swung his spear and pushed away the two multiple mountain martial school's inner elders, intending to help Yi Chen. Where are you going? With the low-grade Great Spear, the fourth elder's power was second only to the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder. At this moment, an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school, who was even more powerful than the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder, blocked his way. The other multiple mountain martial school's head elder didn't stay idle either, they started fighting against each other. Within a radius of over 10 miles, sand and dust instantly rose into the air while fierce airwaves spread out in all directions. He became famous after this battle. Lung Wuqing smiled faintly, while the other barbarian devil martial school's disciples were confused. They didn't know what had happened to their big brother, who had always been cold and cruel. Indeed, after this battle, Yi Qin had become famous in the 9 nations. As time went by, his fame might even spread to the other nations in the South Zhuo region. Injuring the multiple mountain martial school's head elder with a single sword move, even many young hidden dragon-ranked martial artists couldn't do this. Before this, Yi Qin was only a nameless kid. In the Emerald Martial School, Lu Wuxiang and Ji Shuiyan were both stunned. Yi Qin's speed of growth made them feel powerless for the first time. Was this what people meant by, one brilliant feat? But this was way too amazing. Facing the 3 multiple mountain martial school's outer elders, Yi Qin neither stepped back nor dodged. Instead, he said with a resonant voice, 3 is too few, you can't even withstand a single strike. How dare you? Arrogant. Today I will make you bleed. The 3 multiple mountain martial school's outer elders were enraged. In terms of power, they were no weaker than the multiple mountain martial school's head elder. The 3 of them together were more than powerful enough to kill Yi Qin. But at this moment, they were underestimated by Yi Qin. Their killing intent and Zhen Qi surged out uncontrollably, bringing up clouds of sand. Mountain-shattering stamp. Shadow-cutting 10 moves. Xiantian Qi art. The 3 Sky Martial School's outer elders each launched their most powerful martial arts, sending out waves of fierce qi and blade power towards Yi Qin. Instantly, terrifying marks were left on the surface of the sand. Swirling clouds. Yi Qin had never been the type of person who would stick to the old rules. He would always add his own things into his sword movements. This sword movement originally used the sword qi to twist the qi flow and form a tornado to attack the enemy. However, he had led himself into it and stood in the eye of the tornado, which was the calmest area. Outside the tornado, Yi Qin had a natural layer of defense. Along with the tornado, Yi Qin released streams of sword qi towards the 3 Sky Martial School's outer elders. Buff, buff, buff. Streams of sword qi darted out, covering the entire sky. More terrifyingly, after being spun by the tornado, not only did the sword qi move from a tricky angle, but the power was also terrifying. One of the multiple mountain martial school's outer elders was careless. His arm was cut off by Yi Qin's sword qi. Retreat. Retreat. The other 2 Sky Martial School's outer elders' attacks were broken as well, and they hurriedly retreated. The crowd had already become numb to this, they didn't even know how to express their feelings. Someone sighed and said, "This kid's fighting style is amazing, he can do whatever he wants. He will definitely become a great warrior in the future, but of course, the premise is that he can live until then." Disciples ranked in the top 50 or top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking have already grown up. They are no longer afraid of the older generation's powerful martial artists. If we give this kid some more time, he will be able to reach that level as well. That's a bit presumptuous. Once you reach the Clasping Yuan realm, it will be more and more difficult for you to improve your cultivation. Therefore, you won't be able to improve your power by leaps and bounds, unless you have a great opportunity. You're right, the Heavenly Dream Ancient region can barely be counted as an open opportunity, otherwise how could they step into the Clasping Yuan realm so easily? The true spirit continent was vast and boundless, no one knew how many millions of miles it was, and the population of this continent was in the trillions. Even if there was only one genius among 10 million people, there would still be millions of geniuses. With so many geniuses, not everyone could become a peerless powerful martial artist. Once one's potential was exhausted, he or she would have no choice but to focus on his or her own cultivation. However, the path of a martial artist was a path that defied the natural order. Time waits for no one. Once you accumulated enough potential, you wouldn't have enough time to continue your cultivation anymore. But of course, there would always be a small number of people who were extremely lucky. Before they exhausted their potential, they would have great opportunities to improve their power by leaps and bounds, and become peerless powerful martial artists. For example, Xianhu had stepped into the life and death realm at the age of 35, and became one of the most powerful martial artists in this continent. She was as powerful as Su King, Dragon King, Evil King and the others. She had a lifespan of over 1,000 years, and could even regrow her body from a single drop of blood. Therefore, opportunities were an indispensable part of becoming a powerful martial artist. Almost no one could reach this level without an opportunity, and if there were, it would be an opportunity for him or herself, and his or her potential would be limitless. After all, every human had a limit to their potential, and if an unlimited potential wasn't an opportunity, then what was? Limitless shocking cloud. Limitless shocking cloud. One sword of impermanence. As Yi Chen launched the moves of the shocking cloud sword art one after another, the three multiple mountain martial school's outer elders, who had been approaching aggressively, were forced back again and again, their bodies covered in blood. Seeing that the three of them were about to lose their lives, one of the three outer elders suddenly took out a dark red iron bomb from his storage ring, while his face twisted. How despicable. Not only did they try to bully us with numbers, they even took out a red light fire melting bomb. They have completely humiliated the multiple mountain martial school. This kid is very dangerous. That red light fire melting bomb can kill ordinary peak level early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and even mid clasping Yuan realm martial artists would be severely injured by it. Once he is severely injured, he would be in real danger. Many elders of the multiple mountain martial school were disdainful of that man's evil means, but they didn't think that Yi Chen would be killed by that red light fire melting bomb. Geniuses always had their own ways to protect themselves, but that was exactly the problem. Once Yi Chen was severely injured by that red light fire melting bomb, the tables would be turned instantly. The multiple mountain martial school's outer elder's face was twisted with a hideous look. He injected his Jin Qi into the red light fire melting bomb, then threw it out towards Yi Chen. Boom! A raging flame exploded, covering a wide area. Even with Yi Chen's great speed, he couldn't dodge all of the flames, and was struck by the flames on the edge of the explosion, which sent him flying backwards. Brother Yi. The faces of Zhu Mei and the other two elders turned pale. The faces of the fourth elder and the other two elders turned pale. Swoosh. Standing lightly on the desert, Yi Chen gave a faint smile and said, "Is this all you've got? Then you will die for sure." What? He's not injured? How is this possible? The red light fire melting bomb is made with the fire power from the stunning sky. Although its power is largely reduced, it shouldn't be completely unharmed. The multiple mountain martial school's outer elder, who threw out the bomb, couldn't believe his own eyes. He said to the other two elders beside him, "Before we came here, the school gave each of us a red light fire melting bomb. Don't save them, throw them all out and kill him." Back in the Nine Nations, the multiple mountain martial school and a few other institutions had discovered an ancient site together. Quite a lot of red light fire melting bombs were found in the site, and they had divided them among themselves. However, there was no way to make these red light fire melting bombs. Even astral reaching realm martial artists couldn't make them. If it weren't for the fact that they were escorting their elite disciples to the Heaven Dream ancient region, they wouldn't have been able to get a red light fire melting bomb each. After all, the school had basically given out all the red light fire melting bombs to them, and they were told not to use them unless it was a critical moment. Alright, I don't believe that we can't kill him. They had already lost all of their dignity, and the only thing they could think of at the moment was to kill Yi Chen. Boom. Another two thunderous booms were heard. Dazzling flames overlapped with each other and spread out even further. With the crane shadow step, Yi Chen avoided the center of the explosion and was only hit by the aftershock of the explosion. At this moment, a crystal-like Zhen Qi shield suddenly lit up around his body. Pop. The Zhen Qi shield was twisted, and the horrifying impact force sent him flying away. Ordinary Zhen Qi shields can never have such a strong defensive power, and it doesn't look like a defensive martial art. Is it a low-rank great armor? That's possible. Low-rank great armors are relatively precious among low-rank great weapons. Although they can't improve the defensive power by much, even a little bit would be invaluable. Besides, he wasn't hit directly by the red light fire melting bomb, instead he was hit by the aftershock of the explosion. That's why he didn't get injured at all. These people were all experienced and knowledgeable. They had figured out that Yi Chen was wearing a low-rank great armor. Low-rank great armors could improve the defensive power, which was more or less useful. Chapter 164. The sand surface collapsed as Yi Chen landed heavily on the ground. He reached out his hand and touched his chest. Underneath his clothes, it was hard, smooth and cold. Just as everyone had guessed, he was indeed wearing a low-rank armor. This low-rank armor was obtained from Lung Wuqing, and it was one of the more precious treasures. With this low-rank great armor, when Yi Chen activated his protective Jin Qi, his defensive power had increased by 15%. However, this was still not enough to block the explosion of the red light fire melting bomb. He had to stay away from the center of the explosion. After all, the low-rank great armor could only improve his defensive power, it couldn't protect him from everything. Die. Rising into the air, Yi Chen gently swung his sword and launched the last movement of the Sky Cloud sword art. Along with a thunderous sound, the three's protective Jin Qi was shattered. Except for the most powerful one, the other two fell on the ground. No one knew if they were still alive or not. Letting out a long breath, Yi Chen threw a medicinal pill into his mouth. He didn't chase after the other two. Although he was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist, his cultivation was way too low. After such a great battle, he didn't have much Jin Qi left. Fortunately, he had some medicinal pills to replenish his Jin Qi, otherwise he would be in great danger. In the two battles, two outer elders of the multiple mountain martial school were severely injured, and the other two were still alive. Mo Wuxia and the other hidden dragon ranking martial artists were all stunned, silently wondering what their chances of winning would be if they were the ones fighting against Yi Chen. However, the result was very unfavorable to them. They had almost no chance of winning. Even if they used their most powerful life-saving skills, they wouldn't be able to win. This guy is way too scary. Even the multiple mountain martial school's head elder couldn't rival him. Doesn't this mean that he's going to suppress me forever? I'm so pissed off. Yuan Hengying sat on the ground with his legs crossed, trying to heal himself. However, his injuries couldn't be healed within a short period of time. It would take at least 2 to 3 months. During this period he would have to take all kinds of precious medicinal pills to replenish his Yuan Qi, otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to regain his peak power. Thinking of the power of that sword move, Yuan Hengying couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Back then he had already used his most powerful skill but still failed to block it. Hengying, this brat injured you? The Heavenly Eagle Castle's first elder suddenly asked. Yuan Hengying really didn't want to admit it, but judging from the current situation, it didn't matter whether he admitted it or not. In everyone's eyes he was definitely not as good as Yi Chen, so it was reasonable for him to be injured by him. Thinking up to this point, he nodded heavily and said with a cold face, Zhuang Fei and I were both injured by him and he took away our secret manuals as well. We will pay for this sooner or later. The headmaster of the Sky Eagle Castle Martial School was expressionless. You should take care of your body first. As for revenge, don't even think about it for 1 or 2 years, unless you can reach the mid-clasping Yuan realm. Besides, the next hidden dragon rank competition will start in 1.5 years. You should focus on your training. I can't accept this. I won't be able to vent my anger if I don't kill him. It's not up to you to kill him. The higher-ups of the Ziyang house will not let him continue to grow. It was like this 20 years ago and it will be like this 20 years later. Yuan Hengying frowned. Purple Sun Martial School? That's right. 20 years ago, the Sky Cloud Martial School was a top rank 8 martial institution, only slightly weaker than rank 7 martial institutions, while the Purple Sun Martial School was a top rank 8 martial institution. Their overall power was not as strong as the Sky Cloud Martial School. When they surrounded the remaining forces of the 9 evil cult, the Purple Sun Martial School used a trick to deceive the Sky Cloud Martial School, causing the warriors of the Sky Cloud Martial School to be surrounded by the powerful warriors of the 9 evil cult. After that, the Sky Cloud Martial School couldn't swallow this, so they also used a scheme to kill the current leader of the Purple Sun Martial School and a few top inner elders. Headmaster, are you saying that the Ziyang Martial School does not want to see the Sky Cloud Martial School surpass them? Of course. After all, the Sky Cloud Martial School has a great foundation. Powerful warriors can be cultivated slowly. 5 years ago, the Sky Cloud Martial School had already regained the power of a rank 8 martial institution. Besides, with the help of the Great Master, the other martial institutions would not dare to make any reckless moves. But now, the Sky Cloud Martial School has a young powerful hidden dragon-ranked martial artist. The Ziyang Martial School will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. They will definitely try everything they can to kill him. Hearing this, Yuan Hengying was a bit annoyed. He really wanted to kill Yi Chen himself, but Yi Chen was unimaginably powerful. He would only die if he tried to kill him. Ichem, you are going to die anyway, I don't need to do it myself. Let's see who will laugh in the end. Boom, 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 boom. Each of the multiple mountain martial school's outer elders had a red light firebomb. After fighting for quite a while, seeing that they couldn't kill their opponents within a short time, they all threw out their red light firebombs. Immediately, 3 outer elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School didn't manage to dodge in time and were hit right on the head. They were blown to death and fell down from the air. Do you think only you have weapons? We have them too, blow them up. Some outer elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School took out dark cyan iron bombs from their storage rings, found an opportunity and threw them out. Pop. Silver lightning bolts dazzled in the air, along with which, a few outer elders of the multiple mountain martial school fell down from the air. The Sky Cloud Martial School actually has a silver light thunderbolt bomb. How unexpected. The silver light thunderbolt bomb is as famous as the red light firebomb. It is made from the thunder power of the stunning sky, which is the first level of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Once thrown out, it is powerful enough to blow up a small mountain. Quite a few outer elders of both sides have died since the beginning of the battle, but none of the inner elders have died. But as time goes by, I'm not sure. It was rare to see a fight between 2 top-ranked institutions, therefore the crowd didn't want to leave. Instead, they were all discussing the fight with different expressions on their faces. Mountain Condensed Sword Chi. After swallowing the pill, Yi Chen rushed out without waiting for the multiple mountain martial school's elders to attack him. But of course he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't go to the areas where there were more inner elders. Instead, he chose the areas where the outer elders gathered, and released his soul power to cover a range of 500 meters, in case any multiple mountain martial school's inner elders chased after him. With a single sword move, Yi Chen broke the defense of a multiple mountain martial school's outer elder and killed him for good. Yi Chen frowned. The Sky Cloud Martial School was in a bad situation. Among the outer elders, both sides had some winners and losers, and the casualties were almost the same. As for the inner elders, they were all from the multiple mountain martial school, and had already firmly suppressed the Sky Cloud Martial School. Sadly, Yi Chen wasn't powerful enough to deal with an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school, not to mention affecting the overall situation. If this goes on, the Sky Cloud Martial School will be in danger. I need to find a way to sneakily attack an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial school. Yi Chen moved to the place where the outer elders were fighting. He glanced around and soon found his target. His opponent was at the outer edge of the place where the inner elders were fighting. His opponent was the Sky Cloud Martial School's 9th elder. The 9th elder was good at assassination, but he was much weaker in a head-on battle. If it weren't for his low-rank dagger and his extremely fast movement skill, he would have already been severely injured or even killed. That's him. Both sides had the same number of inner elders, therefore an inner elder could be very useful. Otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't have come up with this plan. The heart refining. The last movement of the Sky Cloud Sword art was incredibly powerful, but it was still not as powerful as the heart refining. The heart refining would become more powerful as Yi Chen grew stronger, and the sword intent would also grow stronger. Therefore, it wouldn't be outdated even if he used it at the astral reaching realm. Yi Chen's swiftly moving body abruptly stopped. He paused in the air, then swung his sword down. The sword chi transformed into a beam of white light, darting out at a speed faster than the sound of thunder. The protective Jin Chi of that multiple mountain martial school's inner elder was sliced open, and a sword mark appeared on his back. He let out a shrill growl. "Kid, I will never forgive you." Boom. He turned around and launched another hack. A tens of meters long stream of blade chi was released, which looked like a thunderbolt. Only the lingering power released by the blade chi had already left a deep ditch on the desert surface. Yi Chen, be careful. The 9th elder didn't have enough time to save Yi Chen, so he had no choice but to take advantage of the opportunity created by Yi Chen. Mountain Condensed Sword Chi. When the sword strike landed on the 9 mountain martial school's inner elder, Yi Chen had already prepared himself for it. Therefore, although the blade chi was fast, he still reacted to the incoming attack with a mountain-thick sword chi. Crack, crack, crack. The mountain condensed sword chi was more than one hack. Under the support of Yi Chen's Jin Chi, the power of the blade chi was quickly consumed. Once the sword chi was completely shattered, the remaining blade chi was no longer a threat, and was shattered by Yi Chen with a single punch. Boom. While Yi Chen had created an opportunity, an inner elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School had been sent flying away, vomiting blood. Seeing this, Yi Qin had no choice but to rush to the other side. Right now he and the Sky Cloud Martial School's people were bound together. Once those elders were defeated, he wouldn't be able to survive either. Therefore he might as well put up a desperate fight. However, right at this moment something unexpected happened. The Rudra Martial School's head elder was a beautiful woman. Seeing that the Emerald Martial Palace hadn't done anything yet, she slightly frowned. She then flashed and appeared in the middle of the crowd. People, this fight is not necessary at all. Let's stop now. Hearing her, an inner elder of the multiple mountain martial schools sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? This is our multiple mountain martial school's business. It's none of your business." By now they had already gained an absolute advantage. It was only a matter of time before they could defeat the Sky Cloud Martial School's people. They didn't think that someone would step in, which made them even angrier. Among the crowd, the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder's face darkened. He snorted coldly and said, "The Rudra Martial School has only been developing for over 10 years. How can they be so reckless? Just let the Sky Cloud Martial School die." The hatred between the Purple Sun Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School started 20 years ago. Therefore, the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder couldn't wait to see the Rudra Martial School's head elder die. The Rudra Martial School's head elder's face was as cold as ice. He took out a tablet from his storage ring. The tablet was a foot long, 2-inch thick, entirely glowing with a cyan light. A fierce cyan dragon was embossed on the surface of the tablet, coiling around it, making it look even more majestic. "People, are you still not going to stop?" The multiple mountain martial school's head elder glanced at the tablet in the Rudra Martial School's head elder's hand. His facial expression changed dramatically. He said word by word, "Little Azure Dragon Tablet, how come you have it? You don't need to worry about this. Just remember who the owner of this tablet is," said the Rudra Martial School's head elder coldly. The Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder's face darkened. He growled, "Multiple Mountain Martial School, stop." "What? Why stop?" "Head elder, we're about to defeat them." Many Multiple Mountain Martial School's outer elders didn't understand what was going on. Only the inner elders seemed to have thought of something. Their facial expressions changed as well. Chapter 165. Although they didn't want to, they still stopped and gathered around the Multiple Mountain Martial School's head elder. Although the number of the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder was 1/6 less than before, the casualties weren't that great. Of course, the Sky Cloud Martial School's people wouldn't chase after them. Instead, they all went back and stood behind the head elder. Between the two groups of Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder was a mess, and tens of dead bodies were lying on the ground. At this moment, the onlookers had already burst into an uproar when they saw the tablet in the Rudra Martial School's head elder's hand. How could it be in the hands of a rank 8 martial school, the South Rudra Martial School? The owner of the Little Azure Dragon Tablet is not that scary. What's important is his powerful background. Yeah, the Little Azure Dragon Tablet appeared in the South Jua region. It's probably not that simple. We have to warn the others when we get back. Tell them not to mess with the South Jua region's disciples or elders. Anyone who dares to do so will be killed. Exactly, in case they do something terrible and bring disaster to the Rudra Martial School's head elder. The Purple Sun Martial School's head elder widely opened his eyes, staring at the cyan tablet in the Rudra Martial School's head elder's hand. The cyan dragon coiled around the tablet was releasing clouds of mist, and it was coldly looking at the world with its cyan eyes, as if it could see through people's hearts and souls. How is this possible? She is the descendant of that? What does she want in the Windy Nation? He wasn't thinking about the Rudra Martial School's head elder, but the leader of the Rudra Martial School, Long Bai. This mysterious woman had finally revealed her true face. No wonder the Rudra Martial School could rise so fast and become one of the top 5 martial institutions in the Windy Nation over 10 years ago. She is the descendant of that. In this case, the revival of the 9 evil cult was all within his expectation, and he had been preparing for it since 10 years ago. The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder slowly let out a breath. The 4th elder said worriedly, "Originally, I thought that the remaining forces of the 9 evil cult were only left with a few small and big cats. But now it seems like that is not the case at all. Otherwise, that person wouldn't have arranged for more than 10 years ago to be on guard against this day." The head elder nodded and changed his tone. "We are only a rank 9 martial institution. Even though we are as powerful as rank 8 martial institutions, We are nothing but ants in their eyes. Therefore we just need to do what we are supposed to do. We don't need to worry about other things. That's true. Letting out a bitter laugh, the fourth elder rubbed his chin, feeling that he had been worrying a bit too much. A battle at that level, even 1,000 of him would only be killed. Instead of worrying about these unrealistic things, he would rather focus on improving his cultivation and try to reach the peak level late clasping Yuan realm as soon as possible. Reuniting with Lu Han's Han and the other two, Yi Qin gave the subtle fragrant sword back to Zhu Mei and said, "Big sister, thank you for lending me your sword. Without it, it would be very hard for me to beat them." Zhu Mei smiled and said, "With your current strength and potential, you will soon have your own low-rank sword. I heard that your Yi family has a family heirloom sword, the Absolute Shadow Sword. This sword can break through the obstruction of the air, increase the speed of the sword, and kill people without leaving a trace. There is this sword, but only the current patriarch can wield it. The Absolute Shadow Sword was one of the best low-grade swords. Its effect was to increase the speed of the sword and kill enemies with speed. However, Yi Qin had never thought about inheriting the position of the Yi clan master. That was not his dream. Looking at the tablet in the Rudra martial school's head elder's hand, Yi Qin suddenly asked, "What is this little azure dragon tablet? Does it have a powerful background?" Lu Han's Han, who had always been knowledgeable, shook his head and said, "I don't know either, maybe not at that level yet. You see, none of the outer elders know about it, only some core and inner elders know about it, but they obviously don't want to say it." No matter what, this time, thanks to the Rudra martial school, Yi Qin was very clear that a rank 7 martial institution was way more powerful than a rank 8 martial institution. A rank 7 martial institution's individual power was 1 or 2 levels higher than a Sky Cloud martial school's head elder. They could still fight for a while, but as time went on, the gap between the two martial institutions and the Rudra martial school's head elder would be obvious. Su Jing, who didn't like to talk, didn't say anything. She glanced sideways and saw the Emerald Martial Palace's head elder staring at that little azure dragon tablet with a gloomy face. In the middle of the battlefield, the Rudra martial school's head elder slowly descended from the sky, stepped on the sand and said, "The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is not only a place of adventure, but also a place of slaughter. Our disciples have entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, their lives are all in the hands of fate. Not to mention the fact that you don't have any evidence, even if you do, you can't do whatever you want. As for the dead disciples, they are no longer geniuses, why do you have to fight for them? It's not worth it." The multiple mountain martial school's head elder said unwillingly, "Then our eldest disciple died in vain. Since you've entered the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, you should be prepared to die." If everyone died like your multiple mountain martial school, who would the other fallen disciples find to take revenge? How can they compare with Hong Qianjun? A multiple mountain martial school's inner elder retorted. The Rudra martial school's head elder's face darkened. 2 disciples of our Rudra martial school have died as well. Now I suspect that it was your multiple mountain martial school's disciples who did it. Can I take revenge on you? Once the little azure dragon token is sent out, the entire area with a radius of 1,000 miles around the Rudra martial school will be flattened. How could it be our multiple mountain martial school? The multiple mountain martial school's inner elder's voice turned weak. He couldn't refute the Rudra martial school's words, and if he insisted, the Rudra martial school might really start a fight with the multiple mountain martial school. The multiple mountain martial school might be one of the most powerful institutions in the 9 nations, but compared to the Rudra martial school's background, the multiple mountain martial school was not even worth mentioning. Alright, let's call it a day. Let's all go back to our respective institutions. At the same time, the cyan light that had been soaring into the sky gradually dissipated, and the light gate had already disappeared into the air. The next time they saw it would be another 10 years later. Evil Blood Martial School, let's go. Shapeless Martial School, let's go. White Deer Cave, Yuehua Martial School. People from all institutions leaped onto their gigantic beasts and flew into the air in groups. Within a few blinks of an eye, they had all disappeared into the clouds. Glancing at Yi Qin, the multiple mountain martial school's head elder snorted coldly in his head. A strong intent of killing emerged in his pupils, then he turned around and said loudly, "Let's go back as well." After all the people from the other 8 nations had left, the Emerald Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School's head elder also left one after another. Soon, only the people from the Rudra Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School were left. The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder cupped his hands and said, "Elder Long, this time our Sky Cloud Martial School owes the Rudra Martial School a huge favor. We will certainly report this to our leader when we get back." The Rudra Martial School's head elder had the same surname as Long Bai. The Rudra Martial School's head elder said in a mysterious tone, "I didn't do this to help the Sky Cloud Martial School, but to help that little bastard." The head elder followed her gaze and asked curiously, "Yi Qin? Indeed, he has great potential. He doesn't deserve to die in this unfair fight. But of course he still has to walk his own path in the future. No one can help him. Powerful people can't become powerful without help." The head elder nodded. She was right. Those who could truly become powerful were all those who had survived. As for those so-called geniuses who had been living under the protection of their elders, they were like flowers in a greenhouse. They could never become powerful people. Only those who had gone through thousands of hardships could have a slight hope of becoming powerful. About the little Azure Dragon token, only you leaders should know about it. They don't need to know about it because it won't do them any good. Elder Long said again. "I know about this." The head elder was not stupid. He understood a lot of things right away. If he guessed it right, Yi Qin had been selected for now, but he should not be the only one. There were countless geniuses in the South Jua region, and even the entire True Spirit continent. Some of them had great achievements in the early stages, but became mediocre in the later stages. Some of them were just ordinary in the early stages, but could amaze the world in the later stages. No one could tell for sure. The only way was to replace them with numbers, and then slowly eliminate the unqualified ones. Under Elder Long's lead, the people of the Rudra Martial School got on their demonic beasts and flew towards the Windy Nation. Clearing his throat, the head elder said, "Don't ask too much about what happened today." "Yes." Yi Qin and the other three were a bit confused, but they still nodded. "All right, let's go back." Screech. Screech. Riding on the Windy Eagle, the group of people carried the dead bodies of the Sky Cloud Martial School's elders and flew into the air, soon disappearing into the horizon. 10 days later, the group returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School. That night, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School had a meeting. The next day, Yi Qin exchanged all the things he had gained from the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region for a huge amount of low-rank and mid-rank soul stones. Originally, he didn't plan to hand over the Great Mystery Art Manual, because the other mid-rank Earth Realm Palm Art Manual was more than enough for him. However, the battle in the desert had made him realize something. Since those elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School were willing to risk their lives for him, why should he keep it to himself? He believed that with these two mid-rank Earth Realm manuals, the Sky Cloud Martial School would be able to return to its peak within a few years, and might even become a Rank 7 institution. During this trip to the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, Yi Qin had gained a lot. Except for the two mid-rank Earth Realm manuals, he had exchanged all the other things he had gained for 100,000 low-rank soul stones. Adding the mid-rank Earth Realm manuals, he had gained a total of 100,000 low-rank soul stones and 6,000 mid-rank soul stones. According to the actual value, that was 400,000 low-rank soul stones. 400,000 low-rank soul stones was a huge amount to the entire Sky Cloud Martial School. After all, every single member of the Sky Cloud Martial School needed soul stones for their cultivation. Day by day it would accumulate to an astonishing amount. These 400,000 low-rank soul stones equal to the Sky Cloud Martial School's storage for years. Normally, an inner elder wouldn't be able to earn so many soul stones even if he spent 10 or 20 years, because they didn't have anything more precious than a mid-rank Earth Realm manual. With such a huge amount of soul stones, Yi Qin wouldn't have to worry about not having enough soul stones to cultivate for a long time in the future. Of course, his previous worries were not without reason. At the early condensing reality realm, one low-rank soul stone would be consumed every 5 days. Yi Qin's consumption rate was twice as fast as the others, which meant that he would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every 5 days. At the mid-condensing reality realm, Yi Qin would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every 3 days. At the late condensing reality realm, he would consume 2 low-rank soul stones every day. And at the early clasping yuan realm, he would consume 10 low-rank soul stones every day, which meant that he would consume 300 soul stones every month, and 3,600 soul stones every year. With his original storage of low-rank soul stones, he would only be able to cultivate for 3 years. After 3 years he would have to do some tasks for the school to exchange for soul stones, or just like this time when he came to the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, he would have to exchange for some precious treasures. How much he could exchange for would depend on his luck. At the very least, after reaching the Clasping Yuan realm, he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Instead, he would have to worry about the number of soul stones. It was said that in large-scale auctions, items would no longer be auctioned with gold, but with soul stones. Whoever had more soul stones would be able to buy what they wanted. At the moment, Yi Qin just needed a low-rank great sword, so he would need to use soul stones for sure. A few more days passed. During this period, Yi Qin didn't start to cultivate the mysterious great art right away. Instead, he spent some time digesting the experience he gained from the fights and turned it into his own. After he had fully comprehended it, he started to cultivate the mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, the mysterious great art. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.